Percy, the snake-haired ladies were starting to annoy Percy. They should have died 3 days ago when he dropped a crate of bowling balls on them at the Napa Bargain Mart. They should have died 2 days ago when he ran over them with a police car in Martinez. They definitely should have died this morning when he cut off their heads in Tilden Park. No matter how many times Percy killed them and watched them crumble to powder, they just kept reforming like large evil dust bunnies. He couldn't even seem to outrun them. He reached the top of the hill and caught his breath. How long since he'd last killed them? Maybe 2 hours. They never seemed to stay dead longer than that. The past few days, he hardly slept. He'd eaten whatever he could scrounge: vending machine gummy bears, stale bagels, even a Jack-in-the-Crack burrito, which was a new personal low. His clothes were torn, burned, and splattered with monster slime. He'd only survived this long because the two snake-haired ladies, Gorgons, they called themselves, couldn't seem to kill him either. Their claws didn't cut his skin. Their teeth broke whenever they tried to bite him. But Percy couldn't keep going much longer. Soon he'd collapse from exhaustion, and then, as hard as he was to kill, he was pretty sure the Gorgons would find a way. Where to run? He scanned his surroundings. Under different circumstances, he might have enjoyed the view. To his left, golden hills rolled inland, dotted with lakes, woods, and a few herds of cows. To his right, the flatlands of Berkeley and Oakland marched west, a vast checkerboard with several million people who probably did not want their morning interrupted by two monsters and a filthy demigod. Farther west, San Francisco Bay glittered under a silvery haze. Past that, a wall of fog had swallowed most of San Francisco, leaving just the tops of skyscrapers and the towers of the Golden Gate Bridge. A vague sadness weighed on Percy's chest. Something told him he'd been to San Francisco before. The city had some connection to Annabeth, the only person he could remember from his past. His memory of her was frustratingly dim. The wolf had promised he would see her again and regain his memory if he succeeded in his journey. Should he try to cross the bay? It was tempting. He could feel the power of the ocean just over the horizon. Water always revived him. Salt water was the best. He'd discovered that 2 days ago when he had strangled a sea monster in the Carquinez Strait. If he could reach the bay, he might be able to make a last stand. Maybe he could even drown the Gorgons. But the shore was at least 2 miles away. He'd have to cross an entire city. He hesitated for another reason. The she-wolf Lupa had taught him to sharpen his senses, to trust the instincts that had been guiding him south. His homing radar was tingling like crazy now. The end of his journey was close, almost right under his feet. But how could that be? There was nothing on the hilltop. The wind changed. Percy caught the sour scent of reptile. 100 yards down the slope, something rustled through the woods, snapping branches, crunching leaves, hissing. Gorgons. For the millionth time, Percy wished their noses weren't so good. They had always said they could smell him because he was a demigod, the half-blood son of some old Roman god. Percy had tried rolling in mud, splashing through creeks, even keeping air freshener sticks in his pockets so he'd have that new car smell, but apparently demigod stink was hard to mask. He scrambled to the west side of the summit. It was too steep to descend. The slope plummeted 80 feet, straight to the roof of an apartment complex built into the hillside. 50 feet that, a highway emerged from the hill's base and wound its way toward Berkeley. Great. No other way off the hill. He'd managed to get himself cornered. He stared at the stream of cars flowing west toward San Francisco and wished he were in one of them. Then he realized the highway must cut through the hill. There must be a tunnel. Right under his feet. His internal radar went nuts. He was in the right place, just too high up. He had to check out that tunnel. He needed a way down to the highway fast. He slung off his backpack. He'd managed to grab a lot of supplies at the Napa Bargain Mart: a portable GPS, duct tape, lighter, superglue, water bottle, camping roll, a comfy panda pillow pet, as seen on TV, and a Swiss Army knife, pretty much every tool a modern demigod could want. But he had nothing that would serve as a parachute or a sled. That left him 2 options: jump 80 feet to his death, or stand and fight. Both options sounded pretty bad. He cursed and pulled his pen from his pocket. The pen didn't look like much, just a regular cheap ballpoint, but when Percy uncapped it, it grew into a glowing bronze sword. The blade balanced perfectly. The leather grip fit his hand like it had been custom designed for him. Etched along the guard was an ancient Greek word Percy somehow understood: anaklusmos riptide. He'd woken up with this sword his first night at the wolf house 2 months ago? More? He'd lost track. He'd found himself in the courtyard of a burned-out mansion in the middle of the woods, wearing shorts, an orange t-shirt, and a leather necklace with a bunch of strange clay beads. Riptide had been in his hand, but Percy had had no idea how he'd gotten there, and only the vaguest idea who he was. He'd been barefoot, freezing, and confused. And then the wolves came. Right next to him, a familiar voice jolted him back to the present. There you are. Percy stumbled away from the Gorgon, almost falling off the edge of the hill. It was the smiley one Beano. Okay, her name wasn't really Beano. As near as Percy could figure, he was dyslexic, because words got twisted around when he tried to read. The first time he'd seen the Gorgon, posing as a bargain mart greeter with a big green button that read, "Welcome. My name is Stheno," he'd thought it said Beano. She was still wearing her green bargain mart employee vest over a flower print dress. If you looked just at her body, you might think she was somebody's dumpy old grandmother until you looked down and realized she had rooster feet. Or you looked up and saw bronze boar tusks sticking out of the corners of her mouth. Her eyes glowed red, and her hair was a writhing nest of bright green snakes. The most horrible thing about her? She was still holding her big silver platter of free samples, crispy cheese and wieners. Her platter was dented from all the times Percy had killed her, but those little samples looked perfectly fine. Stheno just kept toting them across California so she could offer Percy a snack before she killed him. Percy didn't know why she kept doing that, but if he ever needed a suit of armor, he was going to make it out of crispy cheese and wieners. They were indestructible. Try one. Stheno offered. Percy fended her off with his sword. Where's your sister? Oh, put the sword away, Stheno chided. You know by now that even celestial bronze can't kill us for long. Have a cheese and wiener. They're on sale this week, and I'd hate to kill you on an empty stomach. Stheno. The second Gorgon appeared on Percy's right so fast, he didn't have time to react. Fortunately she was too busy glaring at her sister to pay him much attention. I told you to sneak up on him and kill him. Stheno's smile wavered. But, Uriel. She said the name so it rhymed with Muriel. Can't I give him a sample first? No, you imbecile. Uriel turned toward Percy and bared her fangs. Except for her hair, which was a nest of coral snakes instead of green vipers, she looked exactly like her sister. Her bargain mart vest, her flowery dress, even her tusks were decorated with 50% off stickers. Her name badge read, "Hello. My name is Di, demigod scum. You've led us on quite a chase, Percy Jackson," Uriel said. But now you're trapped, and we'll have our revenge. The cheese and wieners are only $2.99, Stheno added helpfully. Grocery department, aisle 3. Uriel snarled. Stheno, the bargain mart was a front. You're going native. Now, put down that ridiculous tray and help me kill this demigod. Or have you forgotten that he's the one who vaporized Medusa? Percy stepped back. 6 more inches, and he'd be tumbling through thin air. Look, ladies, we've been over this. I don't even remember killing Medusa. I don't remember anything. Can't we just call a truce and talk about your weekly specials? Stheno gave her sister a pouty look, which was hard to do with giant bronze tusks. Can we? No. Uriel's red eyes bored into Percy. I don't care what you remember, son of the sea god. I can smell Medusa's blood on you. It's faint, yes, several years old, but you were the last one to defeat her. She still has not returned from Tartarus. It's your fault. Percy didn't really get that. The whole dying then returning from Tartarus concept gave him a headache. Of course, so did the idea that a ballpoint pen could turn into a sword, or that monsters could disguise themselves with something called the mist, or that Percy was the son of a barnacle-encrusted god from 5,000 years ago. But he did believe it. Even though his memory was erased, he knew he was a demigod the same way he knew his name was Percy Jackson. From his very first conversation with Lupa the wolf, he'd accepted that this crazy messed up world of gods and monsters was his reality. Pretty much sucked. How about we call it a draw, he said. I can't kill you. You can't kill me. If you're Medusa's sisters like the Medusa who turned people to stone, shouldn't I be petrified by now? Heroes. Uriel said with disgust. They always bring that up. Just like our mother. Why can't you turn people to stone? Your sister can turn people to stone. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, boy. That was Medusa's curse alone. She was the most hideous one in the family. She got all the luck. Stheno looked hurt. Mother said I was the most hideous. Quiet. Uriel snapped. As for you, Percy Jackson, it's true you bear the mark of Achilles. That makes you a little tougher to kill. But don't worry. We'll find a way. The mark of what? Achilles, Stheno said cheerfully. Oh, he was gorgeous. Dipped in the river Styx as a child, you know, so he was invulnerable except for a tiny spot on his ankle. That's what happened to you, dear. Someone must have dumped you in the Styx and made your skin like iron. But not to worry. Heroes like you always have a weak spot. We just have to find it, and then we can kill you. Won't that be lovely? Have a cheese and wiener. Percy tried to think. He didn't remember any dip in the Styx. Then again, he didn't remember much of anything. His skin didn't feel like iron, but it would explain how he'd held out so long against the Gorgons. Maybe if he just fell down the mountain. Would he survive? He didn't want to risk it, not without something to slow the fall, or a sled, or... He looked at Stheno's large silver platter of free samples. Reconsidering. Stheno asked. Very wise, dear. I added some Gorgon's blood to these, so your death will be quick and painless. Percy's throat constricted. You added your blood to the cheese and wieners. Just a little. Stheno smiled. A tiny nick on my arm, but you're sweet to be concerned. Blood from our right side can cure anything, you know, but blood from our left side is deadly, you dimwit. Uriel screeched. You're not supposed to tell him that. He won't eat the wieners if you tell him they're poisoned. Stheno looked stunned. He won't. But I said it would be quick and painless. Never mind. Uriel's fingernails grew into claws. We'll kill him the hard way, just keep slashing until we find the weak spot. Once we defeat Percy Jackson, we'll be more famous than Medusa. Our patron will reward us greatly. Percy gripped his sword. He'd have to time his move perfectly. A few seconds of confusion, grab the platter with his left hand. Keep them talking, he thought. Before you slash me to bits, he said, who's this patron you mentioned? Uriel sneered. The goddess Gia, of course. The one who brought us back from oblivion. You won't live long enough to meet her, but your friends below will soon face her wrath. Even now, her armies are marching south. At the Feast of Fortune, she'll awaken, and the demigods will be cut down like our low prices at Bargain Mart. Stheno suggested. Gah. Uriel stormed toward her sister. Percy took the opening. He grabbed Stheno's platter, scattering poison cheese and wieners, and slashed Riptide across Uriel's waist, cutting her in half. He raised the platter, and Stheno found herself facing her own greasy reflection. Medusa, she screamed. Her sister Uriel had crumbled to dust, but she was already starting to reform, like a snowman unmelting. Stheno, you fool, she gurgled as her half-made face rose from the mound of dust. That's just your own reflection. Get him. Percy slammed the metal tray on top of Stheno's head, and she passed out cold. He put the platter behind his butt, said a silent prayer to whatever Roman god oversaw stupid sledding tricks, and jumped off the side of the hill. 11 Percy, the thing about plummeting downhill at 50 miles an hour on a snack platter: if you realize it's a bad idea when you're halfway down, it's too late. Percy narrowly missed a tree, glanced off a boulder, and spun a 360 as he shot toward the highway. The stupid snack tray did not have power steering. He heard the Gorgon sisters screaming and caught a glimpse of Uriel's coral snake hair at the top of the hill, but he didn't have time to worry about it. The roof of the apartment building loomed below him like the prow of a battleship. Head-on collision in 10, 9, 8. He managed to swivel sideways to avoid breaking his legs on impact. The snack platter skittered across the roof and sailed through the air. The platter went one way. Percy went the other. As he fell toward the highway, a horrible scenario flashed through his mind, his body smashing against an SUV's windshield, some annoyed commuter trying to push him off with the wipers. Stupid 16-year-old kid falling from the sky. I'm late. Miraculously, a gust of wind blew him to one side just enough to miss the highway and crash into a clump of bushes. It wasn't a soft landing, but it was better than asphalt. Percy groaned. He wanted to lie there and pass out, but he had to keep moving. He struggled to his feet. His hands were scratched up, but no bones seemed to be broken. He still had his backpack. Somewhere on the sled ride he'd lost his sword, but Percy knew it would eventually reappear in his pocket in pen form. That was part of its magic. He glanced up the hill. The Gorgons were hard to miss, with their colorful snake hair and their bright green bargain mart vests. They were picking their way down the slope, going slower than Percy but with a lot more control. Those chicken feet must have been good for climbing. Percy figured he had maybe 5 minutes before they reached him. Next to him, a tall chain-link fence separated the highway from a neighborhood of winding streets, cozy houses, and tall eucalyptus trees. The fence was probably there to keep people from getting onto the highway and doing stupid things like sledding into the fast lane on snack trays, but the chain link was full of big holes. Percy could easily slip through into the neighborhood. Maybe he could find a car and drive west to the ocean. He didn't like stealing cars, but over the past few weeks, in life and death situations, he'd several, including a police cruiser. He'd meant to return them, but they never seemed to last very long. He glanced east. Just as he'd figured, 100 yards uphill the highway cut through the base of the cliff. 2 tunnel entrances, one for each direction of traffic, stared down at him like eye sockets of a giant skull. In the middle, where the nose would have been, a cement wall jutted from the hillside, with a metal door like the entrance to a bunker. It might have been a maintenance tunnel. That's probably what mortals thought, if they noticed the door at all. But they couldn't see through the mist. Percy knew the door was more than that. 2 kids in armor flanked the entrance. They wore a bizarre mix of plumed Roman helmets, breastplates, scabbards, blue jeans, purple t-shirts, and white athletic shoes. The guard on the right looked like a girl, though it was hard to tell for sure with all the armor. The one on the left was a stocky guy with a bow and quiver on his back. Both kids held long wooden staffs with iron spear tips, like old-fashioned harpoons. Percy's internal radar was pinging like crazy. After so many horrible days, he'd finally reached his goal. His instincts told him that if he could make it inside that door, he might find safety for the first time since the wolves had sent him south. So why did he feel such dread? Farther up the hill, the Gorgons were scrambling over the roof of the apartment complex. 3 minutes away, maybe less. Part of him wanted to run to the door in the hill. He'd have to cross to the median of the highway, but then it would a short sprint. He could make it before the Gorgons reached him. Part of him wanted to head west to the ocean. That's where he'd be safest. That's where his power would be greatest. Those Roman guards at the door made him uneasy. Something inside him said, "This isn't my territory. This is dangerous." "You're right, of course," said a voice next to him. Percy jumped. At first he thought Beano had managed to sneak up on him again, but the old lady sitting in the bushes was even more repulsive than a Gorgon. She looked like a hippie who'd been kicked to the side of the road maybe 40 years ago, where she'd been collecting trash and rags ever since. She wore a dress made of tie-dyed cloth, ripped-up quilts, and plastic grocery bags. Her frizzy mop of hair was gray-brown, like root beer foam, tied back with a peace sign headband. Warts and moles covered her face. "Vivienne," she smiled, she showed exactly 3 teeth. "It isn't a maintenance tunnel," she confided. "It's the entrance to camp." A jolt went up Percy's spine. Camp. Yes, that's where he was from. A camp. Maybe this was his home. Maybe Annabeth was close by. But something felt wrong. The Gorgons were still on the roof of the apartment building. Then Stheno shrieked in delight and pointed in Percy's direction. The old hippie lady raised her eyebrows. "Not much time, child. You need to make your choice." "Who are you?" Percy asked, though he wasn't sure he wanted to know. The last thing he needed was another harmless mortal who turned out to be a monster. "Oh, you can call me June." The old lady's eyes sparkled as if she'd made an excellent joke. "It is June, isn't it? They named the month after me." "Okay. Look, I should go. 2 Gorgons are coming. I don't want them to hurt you." June clasped her hands over her heart. "How sweet. But that's part of your choice." "My choice?" Percy glanced nervously toward the hill. The Gorgons had taken off their green vests. Wings sprouted from their backs, small bat wings, which glinted like brass. Since when did they have wings? Maybe they were ornamental. Maybe they were too small to get a Gorgon into the air. Then the 2 sisters leaped off the apartment building and soared toward him. "Great. Just great." "Yes, a choice," June said, as if she were in no hurry. "You could leave me here at the mercy of the Gorgons and go to the ocean. You'd make it there safely, I guarantee. The Gorgons will be quite happy to attack me and let you go. In the sea, No monster would bother you. You could begin a new life, live to a ripe old age, and escape a great deal of pain and misery that is in your future. Percy was pretty sure he wasn't going to like the second option. Or you could do a good deed for an old lady, she said. Carry me to the camp with you. Carry you. Percy hoped she was kidding. Then June hiked up her skirts and showed him her swollen purple feet. I can't get there by myself, she said. Carry me to camp across the highway, through the tunnel, across the river. Percy didn't know what river she meant, but it didn't sound easy. June looked pretty heavy. The Gorgons were only 50 yards away now, leisurely gliding toward him as if they knew the hunt was almost over. Percy looked at the old lady. And I'd carry you to this camp because it's a kindness, she said. And if you don't, the gods will die, the world we know will perish, and everyone from your old life will be destroyed. Of course, you wouldn't remember them, so I suppose it won't matter. You'd be safe at the bottom of the sea. Percy swallowed. The Gorgons shrieked with laughter as they soared in for the kill. If I go to the camp, he said, will I get my memory back? Eventually, June said. But be warned, you will sacrifice much. You'll lose the mark of Achilles. You'll feel pain, misery, and loss beyond anything you've ever known. But you might have a chance to save your old friends and family, to reclaim your old life. The Gorgons were circling right overhead. They were probably studying the old woman, trying to figure out who the new player was before they struck. What about those guards at the door? Percy asked. June smiled. Oh, they'll let you in, dear. You can trust those two. So, what do you say? Will you help a defenseless old woman? Percy doubted June was defenseless. At worst, this was a trap. At best, it was some kind of test. Percy hated tests. Since he'd lost his memory, his whole life was one big fill-in-the-blank. He felt like, and if the monsters caught him, he thought about Annabeth, the only part of his old life he was sure about. He had to find her. I'll carry you. He scooped up the old woman. She was lighter than he expected. Percy tried to ignore her sour breath and her calloused hands clinging to his neck. He made it across the first lane of traffic. A driver honked. Another yelled something that was lost in the wind. Most just swerved and looked irritated, as if they had to deal with a lot of ratty teenagers carrying old hippie women across the freeway here in Berkeley. A shadow fell over him. Stheno called down gleefully, clever boy. Found a goddess to carry, did you? A goddess? June cackled with delight, muttering, whoops, as a car almost killed them. Somewhere off to his left, Uriel screamed, get them. 2 prizes are better than 1. Percy bolted across the remaining lanes. Somehow he made it to the median alive. He saw the Gorgons swooping down, cars swerving as the monsters passed overhead. He wondered what the mortals saw through the mist. Giant pelicans? Off-course hang gliders? The wolf Lupa had told him that mortal minds could believe just about anything except the truth. Percy ran for the door in the hillside. June got heavier with every step. Percy's heart pounded. His ribs ached. One of the guards yelled. The guy with the bow knocked an arrow. Percy shouted, but the boy wasn't aiming at him. The arrow flew over Percy's head. A Gorgon wailed in pain. The second guard readied her spear, gesturing frantically at Percy to hurry. 50 feet from the door. 30 feet. Gotcha, shrieked Uriel. Percy turned as an arrow thudded into her forehead. Uriel tumbled into the fast lane. A truck slammed into her and carried her backward 100 yards, but she just climbed over the cab, pulled the arrow out of her head, and launched back into the air. Percy reached the door. Thanks, he told the guards. Good shot. That should have killed her, the archer protested. Welcome to my world, Percy muttered. Frank, the girl said. Get them inside, quick. Those are Gorgons. Gorgons. The archer's voice squeaked. It was hard to tell much about him under the helmet, but he looked stout like a wrestler, maybe 14 or 15. Will the door hold them? In Percy's arms, June cackled. No, it won't. Onward, Percy Jackson. Through the tunnel, over the river. Percy Jackson. The female guard was darker-skinned, with curly hair sticking out the sides of her helmet. She looked younger than Frank, maybe 13. Her sword scabbard came down almost to her ankle. Still, she sounded like she was the one in charge. Okay, you're obviously a demigod. But who's the? She glanced at June. Never mind. Just get inside. I'll hold them off. Hazel, the boy said. Don't be crazy. Go, she demanded. Frank cursed in another language, was that Latin, and opened the door. Come on. Percy followed, staggering under the weight of the old lady, who was definitely getting heavier. He didn't know how that girl Hazel would hold off the Gorgons by herself, but he was too tired to argue. The tunnel cut through solid rock, about the width and height of a school hallway. At first, it looked like a typical maintenance tunnel, with electric cables, warning signs, and fuse boxes on the walls, light bulbs and wire cages along the ceiling. As they ran deeper into the hillside, the cement floor changed to tiled mosaic. The lights changed to reed torches, which burned but didn't smoke. A few hundred yards ahead, Percy saw a square of daylight. The old lady was heavier now than a pile of sandbags. Percy's arms shook from the strain. June mumbled a song in Latin, like a lullaby, which didn't help Percy concentrate. Behind them, the Gorgons' voices echoed in the tunnel. Hazel shouted. Percy was tempted to dump June and run back to help, but then the entire tunnel shook with the rumble of falling stone. There was a squawking sound, just like the Gorgons had made when Percy had dropped a crate of bowling balls on them in Napa. He glanced back. The west end of the tunnel was now filled with dust. Shouldn't we check on Hazel? He asked. She'll be okay, I hope, Frank said. She's good underground. Just keep moving. We're almost there. Almost where? June chuckled. All roads lead there, child. You should know that. Detention? Percy asked. Rome, child, the old woman said. Rome. Percy wasn't sure he'd heard her right. True, his memory was gone. His brain hadn't felt right since he had woken up at the Wolf House. But he was pretty sure Rome wasn't in California. They kept running. The glow at the end of the tunnel grew brighter, and finally they burst into sunlight. Percy froze. Spread out at his feet was a bowl-shaped valley several miles wide. The basin floor was rumpled with smaller hills, golden plains, and stretches of forest. A small clear river cut a winding course from a lake in the center and around the perimeter, like a capital G. The geography could have been anywhere in Northern California: live oaks and eucalyptus trees, gold hills, and blue skies. That big inland mountain, what was it called? Mount Diablo, rose in the distance, right where it should be. But Percy felt like he'd stepped into a secret world. In the center of the valley, nestled by the lake, was a small city of white marble buildings with red tiled roofs. Some had domes and columned porticos, like national monuments. Others looked like palaces, with golden doors and large gardens. He could see an open plaza with freestanding columns, fountains, and statues. A 5-story tall Roman Colosseum gleamed in the sun, next to a long oval arena like a racetrack. Across the lake to the south, another hill was dotted with even more impressive buildings, temples, Percy guessed. Several stone bridges crossed the river as it wound through the valley, and in the north, a long line of brickwork arches stretched from the hills into the town. Percy thought it looked like an elevated train track. Then he realized it must be an aqueduct. The strangest part of the valley was right below him. About 200 yards away, just across the river, was some sort of military encampment. It was about a quarter-mile square, with earthen ramparts on all 4 sides, the tops lined with sharpened spikes. Outside the walls ran a dry moat, also studded with spikes. Wooden watchtowers rose at each corner, manned by sentries with oversized, mounted crossbows. Purple banners hung from the towers. A wide gateway opened on the far side of camp, leading toward the city. A narrower gate stood closed on the riverbank side. Inside, the fortress bustled with activity, dozens of kids going to and from barracks, carrying weapons, polishing armor. Percy heard the clank of hammers at a forge and smelled meat cooking over a fire. Something about this place felt very familiar, yet not quite right. Camp Jupiter, Frank said. We'll be safe once. Footsteps echoed in the tunnel behind them. Hazel burst into the light. She was covered with stone dust and breathing hard. She'd lost her helmet, so her curly brown hair fell around her shoulders. Her armor had long slash marks in front from the claws of a Gorgon. One of the monsters had tagged her with a 50% off sticker. I slowed them down, she said. But they'll be here any second. Frank cursed. We have to get across the river. June squeezed Percy's neck tighter. Oh, yes, please. I can't get my dress wet. Percy bit his tongue. If this lady was a goddess, she must have been the GC kids of smelly, heavy, useless hippies. But he'd come this far. He'd better keep lugging her along. If to kindness, she'd said. And if you don't, the gods will die, the world we know will perish, and everyone from your old life will be destroyed. If this was a test, he couldn't afford to get an F. He stumbled a few times as they ran for the river. Frank and Hazel kept him on his feet. They reached the riverbank, and Percy stopped to catch his breath. The current was fast, but the river didn't look deep. Only a stone's throw across stood the gates of the fort. Go, Hazel. Frank knocked 2 arrows at once. Escort Percy so the sentries don't shoot him. It's my turn to hold off the baddies. Hazel nodded and waded into the stream. Percy started to follow, but something made him hesitate. Usually he loved the water, but this river seemed powerful, and not necessarily friendly. The little Tiber, said June sympathetically. It flows with the power of the original Tiber, river of the Empire. This is your last chance to back out, child. The mark of Achilles is a Greek blessing. You can't retain it if you cross into Roman territory. The will wash it away. Percy was too exhausted to understand all that, but he got the main point. If I cross, I won't have iron skin anymore. June smiled. So what will it be? Safety, or a future of pain and possibility? Behind him, the Gorgons screeched as they flew from the tunnel. Frank let his arrows fly. From the middle of the river, Hazel yelled, Percy, come on. Up on the watchtowers, horns blew. The sentries shouted and swiveled their crossbows toward the Gorgons. Annabeth, Percy thought. He forged into the river. It was icy cold, much swifter than he'd imagined, but that didn't bother him. New strength surged through his limbs. His senses tingled like he'd been injected with caffeine. He reached the other side and put the old woman down as the camp's gates opened. Dozens of kids in armor poured out. Hazel turned with a relieved smile. Then she looked over Percy's shoulder, and her expression changed to horror. Frank. Frank was halfway across the river when the Gorgons caught him. They swooped out of the sky and grabbed him by either arm. He screamed in pain as their claws dug into his skin. The sentries yelled, but Percy knew they couldn't get a clear shot. They'd end up killing Frank. The other kids drew swords and got ready to charge into the water, but they'd be too late. There was only one way. Percy thrust out his hands. An intense tugging sensation filled his gut, and the Tiber obeyed his will. The river surged. Whirlpools formed on either side of Frank. Giant watery hands erupted from the stream, copying Percy's movements. The giant hands grabbed the Gorgons, who dropped Frank in surprise. Then the hands lifted the squawking monsters in a liquid vice grip. Percy heard the other kids yelping and backing away, but he stayed focused on his task. He made a smashing gesture with his fists, and the giant hands plunged the Gorgons into the Tiber. The monsters hit bottom and broke into dust. Glittering clouds of Gorgon essence struggled to reform, but the river pulled them apart like a blender. Soon every trace of the Gorgons was swept downstream. The whirlpools vanished, and the current returned to normal. Percy stood on the riverbank. His clothes and his skin steamed as if the Tiber's waters had given him an acid bath. He felt exposed, raw, vulnerable. In the middle of the Tiber, Frank stumbled around, looking stunned but perfectly fine. Hazel waded out and helped him ashore. Only then did Percy realize how quiet the other kids had become. Everyone was staring at him. Only the old lady June looked unfazed. Well, that was a lovely trip, she said. Thank you, Percy Jackson, for bringing me to Camp Jupiter. One of the girls made a choking sound. Percy Jackson. She sounded as if she recognized his name. Percy focused on her, hoping to see a familiar face. She was obviously a leader. She wore a regal purple cloak over her armor. Her chest was decorated with medals. She must have been about Percy's age, with dark, piercing eyes and long black hair. Percy didn't recognize her, but the girl stared at him as if she'd seen him in her nightmares. June laughed with delight. Oh, yes. You'll have such fun together. Then, just because the day hadn't been weird enough already, the old lady began to glow and change form. She grew until she was a shining, 7-foot-tall goddess in a blue dress, with a cloak that looked like goat's skin over her shoulders. Her face was stern and stately. In her hand was a staff topped with a lotus flower. If it was possible for the campers to look more stunned, they did. The girl with the purple cloak knelt. The others followed her lead. One kid got down so hastily he almost impaled himself on his sword. Hazel was the first to speak. Juno. She and Frank also fell to their knees, leaving Percy the only one standing. He should probably kneel too, but after carrying the old lady so far, he didn't feel like showing her that much respect. Juno, he said. If I passed your test, can I have my memory and my life back? The goddess smiled. In time, Percy Jackson, if you succeed here at camp. You've done well today, which is a Gok K1 start. Perhaps there's hope for you yet. She turned to the other kids. Romans, I present to you the son of Neptune. For months he has been slumbering, but now he is awake. His fate is in your hands. The feast of fortune comes quickly, and death must be unleashed if you are to stand any hope in the battle. Do not fail me. Juno shimmered and disappeared. Percy looked at Hazel and Frank for some kind of explanation, but they seemed just as confused as he was. Frank was holding something Percy hadn't noticed before, 2 small clay flasks with cork stoppers, like potions, one in each hand. Percy had no idea where they'd come from, but he saw Frank slip them into his pockets. Frank gave him a look like, we'll talk about it later. The girl in the purple cloak stepped forward. She examined Percy warily, and Percy couldn't shake the feeling that she wanted to run him through with her dagger. So, she said coldly, a son of Neptune, who comes to us with the blessing of Juno. Look, he said, my memory's a little fuzzy. It's gone, actually. Do I know you? The girl hesitated. I am Reyna, praetor of the 12th Legion. And? No, I don't know you. That last part was a lie. Percy could tell from her eyes. But he also understood that if he argued with her about it here, in front of her soldiers, she wouldn't appreciate it. Hazel, said Reyna, bring him inside. I want to question him at the Principia. Then we'll send him to Octavian. We must consult the auguries before we decide what to do with him. What do you mean? Percy asked. Decide what to do with me? Reyna's hand tightened on her dagger. Obviously she was not used to having her orders questioned. Before we accept anyone into camp, we must interrogate them and read the auguries. Juno said your fate is in our hands. We have to know whether the goddess has brought us as a new recruit. Reyna studied Percy as if she found that doubtful. Or, she said more hopefully, if she's brought us an enemy to kill. 111 Percy wasn't scared of ghosts, which was lucky. Half the people in camp were dead. Shimmering purple warriors stood outside the armory, polishing ethereal swords. Others hung out in front of the barracks. A ghostly boy chased a ghostly dog down the street. And at the stables, a big glowing red dude with the head of a wolf guarded a herd of. Were those unicorns? None of the campers paid the ghosts much attention, but as Percy's entourage walked by, with Reyna in the lead and Frank and Hazel on either side, all the spirits stopped what they were doing and stared at Percy. A few looked angry. The little boy ghost shrieked something like Gregus, and turned invisible. Percy wished he could turn invisible too. After weeks on his own, all this attention made him uneasy. He stayed between Hazel and Frank and tried to look inconspicuous. Am I seeing things? He asked. Or are those ghosts? Hazel turned. She had startling eyes, like 14-karat gold. They're Laris. House gods. House gods, Percy said. Like. Smaller than real GCK-1s, but larger than apartment gods. They're ancestral spirits, Frank explained. He'd removed his helmet, revealing a babyish face that didn't go with his military haircut or his big burly frame. He looked like a toddler who'd taken steroids and joined the Marines. The Laris are kind of like mascots, he continued. Most lie they're harmless, but I've never seen them so agitated. They're staring at me, Percy said. That ghost kid called me Gregus. My name isn't Greg. Grycus, Hazel said. Once you've been here a while, you'll start understanding Latin. Demigods have a natural sense for it. Grycus means Greek. Is that bad? Percy asked. Frank cleared his throat. Maybe not. You've got that type of complexion, the dark hair and all. Maybe they think you're actually Greek. Is your family from there? Don't know. Like I said, my memory is gone. Or maybe. Frank hesitated. What? Percy asked. Probably nothing, Frank said. Romans and Greeks have an old rivalry. Sometimes Romans use Grycus as an insult for someone who's an outsider, an enemy. I wouldn't worry about it. He sounded pretty worried. They stopped at the center of camp, where 2 wide stone-paved roads met at a T. A street sign labeled the road to the main gates as Via Praetoria. The other road, cutting across the middle of camp, was labeled Via Principalis. Under those markers were hand-painted signs like Berkeley 5 miles, New Rome 1 mile, Old Rome 7,280 miles, Hades 2,310 miles, pointing straight down, Reno 208 miles, and certain death, you are here. For certain death, the place looked pretty clean and orderly. The buildings were freshly whitewashed, laid out in neat grids like the camp had been designed by a fussy math teacher. The barracks had shady porches, where campers lounged in hammocks or played cards and drank sodas. Each dorm had a different collection of banners out front displaying Roman numerals and various animals: eagle, bear, wolf, horse, and something that looked like a hamster. Along the Via Praetoria, rows of shops advertised food, armor, weapons, coffee, gladiator equipment, and toga rentals. A chariot dealership had a big advertisement out front: Caesar XLS Wanti Lock Bullet in KES, no denarii down. At one corner of the crossroads stood the most impressive building, a 2-story wedge of white marble with a columned portico like an old-fashioned bank. Roman guards stood out front. Over the doorway hung a big purple banner with the gold letters SPQR embroidered inside a laurel wreath. Your headquarters? Percy asked. Reyna faced him, her eyes still cold and hostile. It's called the Principia. She scanned the mob of curious campers who had followed them from the river. Everyone back to your duties. I'll give you an update at evening muster. Remember, we have war games after dinner. The thought of dinner made Percy's stomach rumble. The scent of barbecue from the dining hall made his mouth water. The bakery down the street smelled pretty wonderful too, but he doubted Reyna would let him get an order to go. The crowd dispersed reluctantly. Some muttered comments about Percy's chances. He's dead, said one. Would be those two who found him, said another. Yeah, muttered another. Let him join the 5th cohort. Greeks and geeks. Several kids laughed at that, but Reyna scowled at them, and they cleared off. Hazel, Reyna said. Come with us. I want your report on what happened at the gates. Me too. Frank said. Percy saved my life. We've got to let him. Reyna gave Frank such a harsh look, he stepped back. I'd remind you, Frank John, she said, you are on probation yourself. You've caused enough trouble this week. Frank's ears turned red. He fiddled with a little tablet on a cord around his neck. Percy hadn't paid much attention to it, but it looked like a name tag made out of lead. Go to the armory, Reyna told him. Check our inventory. I'll call you if I need you. But Frank caught himself. Yes, Reyna. He hurried off. Reyna waved Hazel and Percy toward the headquarters. Now, Percy Jackson, let's see if we can improve your memory. The Principia was even more impressive inside. On the ceiling glittered a mosaic of Romulus and Remus under their adopted mama she-wolf. Lupa had told Percy that story a million times. The floor was polished marble. The walls were draped in velvet, so Percy felt like he was inside the world's most expensive camping tent. Along the back wall stood a display of banners and wooden poles studded with bronze medals, military symbols, Percy guessed. In the center was one empty display stand, as if the main banner had been taken down for cleaning or something. In the back corner, a stairwell led down. It was blocked by a row of iron bars like a prison door. Percy wondered what was down there. Monsters? Treasure? Amnesiac demigods who had gotten on Reyna's bad side? In the center of the room, a long walk K1 table was cluttered with scrolls, notebooks, tablet computers, daggers, and a large bowl filled with jelly beans, which seemed kind of out of place. 2 life-sized statues of greyhounds, 1 silver, 1 gold, flanked the table. Reyna walked behind the table and sat in one of 2 high-backed chairs. Percy wished he could sit in the other, but Hazel remained standing. Percy got the feeling he was supposed to also. So, he started to say. The dog statues bared their teeth and growled. Percy froze. Normally he liked dogs, but these glared at him with ruby eyes. Their fangs looked sharp as razors. Easy, guys, Reyna told the greyhounds. They stopped growling, but kept eyeing Percy as though they were imagining him in a doggy bag. They won't attack, Reyna said, unless you try to steal something, or unless I tell them to. That's argentum and aurum. Silver and gold, Percy said. The Latin meanings popped into his head like Hazel had said they would. He almost asked which dog was which. Then he realized that that was a stupid question. Reyna set her dagger on the table. Percy had the vague feeling he'd seen her before. Her hair was black and glossy as volcanic rock, woven in a single braid down her back. She had the poise of a sword fighter, relaxed yet vigilant, as if ready to spring into action at any moment. The worry lines around her eyes made her look older than she probably was. "We have met," he decided. "I don't remember when." "Please, if you can tell me anything first things first," Raina said. "I want to hear your story. What do you remember? How did you get here? And don't lie. My dogs don't like liars." Argentum and Aurum snarled to emphasize the point. Percy told his story, how he'd woken up at the ruined mansion in the WOCK-1S of Sonoma. He described his time with Lupa and her pack, learning their language of gestures and expressions, learning to survive and fight. Lupa had taught him about demigods, monsters, and gods. She'd explained that she was one of the guardian spirits of ancient Rome. Demigods like Percy were still responsible for carrying on Roman traditions in modern times, fighting monsters, serving the gods, protecting mortals, and upholding the memory of the empire. She'd spent weeks training him, until he was as strong and tough and vicious as a wolf. When she was satisfied with his skills, she'd send him south, telling him that if he survived the journey, he might find a new home and regain his memory. None of it seemed to surprise Raina. In fact, she seemed to find it pretty ordinary except for one thing. "No memory at all?" she asked. "You still nothing? Fuzzy bits and pieces?" Percy glanced at the greyhounds. He didn't want to mention Annabeth. It seemed too private, and he was still confused about where to find her. He was sure they'd met at a camp, but this one didn't feel like the right place. Also, he was reluctant to share his one clear memory, Annabeth's face, her blonde hair and grey eyes, the way she laughed, threw her arms around him, and gave him a kiss whenever he did something stupid. She must have kissed me a lot, Percy thought. He feared that if he spoke about that memory to anyone, it would evaporate like a dream. He couldn't risk that. Raina spun her dagger. "Most of what you're describing is normal for demigods. At a certain age, one way or another, we find our way to the wolf house. We're tested and trained. If Lupa thinks we're worthy, she sends us south to join the Legion. But I've never heard of someone losing his memory. How did you find Camp Jupiter?" Percy told her about the last 3 days, the Gorgons who wouldn't die, the old lady who turned out to be a goddess, and finally meeting Hazel and Frank at the tunnel in the Hazel took the story from there. She described Percy as brave and heroic, which made him uncomfortable. All he'd done was carry a hippie bag. Lady Raina studied him. "You're old for a recruit. You're what, 16? "I think so," Percy said. "If you spent that many years on your own, without training or help, you should be dead. A son of Neptune? You'd have a powerful aura that would attract all kinds of monsters." "Yeah," Percy said. "I've been told that I smell." Raina almost cracked a smile, which gave Percy hope. Maybe she was human after all. "You must have been somewhere before the wolf house," she said. Percy shrugged. Juno had said something about him slumbering, and he did have a vague feeling that he'd been asleep maybe for a long time. But that didn't make sense. Raina sighed. "Well, the dogs haven't eaten you, so I suppose you're telling the truth." "Great," Percy said. "Next time, can I take a polygraph?" Raina stood. She paced in front of the banners. Her metal dogs watched her go back and forth. "Even if I accept that you're not an enemy," she said, "you're not a typical recruit. The Queen of Olympus simply doesn't appear at camp, announcing a new demigod. The last time a major god visited us in person like that." She shook her head. "I've only heard legends about such things. And a son of Neptune, that's not a good omen. Especially now." "What's wrong with Neptune?" Percy asked. "And what do you mean, especially?" Hazel shot him a warning look. Raina kept pacing. "You've fought Medusa's sisters, who haven't seen in thousands of years. You've agitated our Lares, who are calling you a Grycus. And you wear strange symbols, that shirt, the beads on your necklace. What do they mean?" Percy looked down at his tattered orange t-shirt. It might have had words on it at one point, but they were too faded to read. He should have thrown the shirt away weeks ago. It was worn to shreds, but he couldn't bear to get rid of it. He just kept washing it in streams and water fountains as best he could and putting it back on. As for the necklace, the 4 clay beads were each decorated with a different symbol. One showed a trident. Another displayed a miniature golden fleece. The third was etched with the design of a maze, and the last had an image of a building, maybe the Empire State Building, with names Percy didn't recognize engraved around it. The beads felt important, like pictures from a family album, but he couldn't remember what they meant. "I don't know," he said. "And your sword?" Reyna asked. Percy checked his pocket. The pen had reappeared as it always did. He pulled it out but then realized he'd never shown Reyna the sword. Hazel and Frank hadn't seen it either. How had Reyna known about it? Too late to pretend it didn't exist. He uncapped the pen. Riptide sprang to full form. Hazel gasped. The greyhounds barked apprehensively. "What is that?" Hazel asked. "I've never seen a sword like that." "I have," Reyna said darkly. "It's very old, a Greek design. We used to have a few in the armory before." She stopped herself. "The metal is called celestial bronze. It's deadly to monsters, like imperial gold, but even rarer." "Imperial gold?" Percy asked. Reyna unsheathed her dagger. Sure enough, the blade was gold. The metal was consecrated in ancient times, at the Pantheon in Rome. Its existence was a closely guarded secret of the emperors, a way for their champions to slay monsters that threatened the empire. We used to have more weapons like this, but now. Well, we scrape by. I use this dagger. Hazel has a spada, a cavalry sword. Most legionnaires use a shorter sword called a gladius. But that weapon of yours is not Roman at all. It's another sign you're not a typical demigod. And your arm? What about it?" Percy asked. Reyna held up her own forearm. Percy hadn't noticed before, but she had a tattoo on the inside, the letters SPQR, a crossed sword and torch, and under that, 4 parallel lines like score marks. Percy glanced at Hazel. "We all have them," she confirmed, holding up her arm. "All full members of the Legion do." Hazel's tattoo also had the letters SPQR, but she only had one score mark, and her emblem was different, a black glyph like a cross with curved arms and a head. Percy looked at his own arms. A few scrapes, some mud, and a fleck of crispy cheese and wiener, but no tattoos. "So you've never been a member of the Legion," Reyna said. "These marks can't be removed." "I thought perhaps." She shook her head, as if dismissing an idea. Hazel leaned forward. "If he's survived as a loner all this time, maybe he's seen Jason." She turned to Percy. "Have you ever met a demigod like us before? A guy in a purple shirt, with marks on his arm." Hazel. Reyna's voice tightened. "Percy's got enough to worry about." Percy touched the point of his sword, and Riptide shrank back into a pen. "I haven't seen anyone like you guys before." "Who's Jason?" Reyna gave Hazel an irritated look. He was my colleague." She waved her hand at the second empty chair. "The Legion normally has 2 elected praetors. Jason Crace, son of Jupiter, was our other praetor until he disappeared last October." Percy tried to calculate. He hadn't paid much attention to the calendar out in the wilderness, but Juno had mentioned that it was now June. "You mean he's been gone 8 months, and you haven't replaced him?" "He might not be dead," Hazel said. "We haven't given up." Reyna grimaced. Percy got the feeling this guy Jason might have been more to her than just a colleague. "Elections only happen in 2 ways, Reyna said. Either the Legion raises someone on a shield after a major success on the battlefield and we haven't had any major battles, or we hold a ballot on the evening of June 24th, at the Feast of Fortuna. That's in 5 days." Percy frowned. "You have a feast Fortuna?" "Fortuna," Hazel corrected. "She's the goddess of luck. Whatever happens on her feast day can affect the entire rest of the year. She can grant the camp good luck. Or really bad luck." Reyna and Hazel both glanced at the empty display stand, as if thinking about what was Nuzum. A chill went down Percy's back. The Feast of Fortune. The Gorgons mentioned that. So did Juno. They said the camp was going to be attacked on that day, something about a big bad goddess named Gia, and an army, and death being unleashed. "You're telling me that day is this week?" Reyna's fingers tightened around the hilt of her dagger. "You will say nothing about that outside this room," she ordered. "I will not have you spreading more panic in the camp." "So it's true," Percy said. "Do you know what's going to happen? Can we stop it?" Percy had just met these people. He wasn't sure he even liked Reyna, but he wanted to help. They were demigods, the same as him. They had the same enemies. Besides, Percy remembered what Juno had told him, it wasn't just this camp at risk. His old life, the gods, and the entire world might be destroyed. Whatever was coming down, it was huge. We've talked enough for now, Reyna said. Hazel, take him to Temple Hill. Find Octavian. On the way you can answer Percy's questions. Tell him about the Legion. Yes, Reyna. Percy still had so many questions, his brain felt like it would melt. But Reyna made it clear the audience was over. She sheathed her dagger. The metal dogs stood and growled, inching toward Percy. Good luck with the augury, Percy Jackson, she said. If Octavian lets you live, perhaps we can compare notes about your past. Percy on the way out of camp, Hazel bought him an espresso drink and a cherry muffin from Bombolo the two-headed coffee merchant. Percy inhaled the muffin. The coffee was great. Now, Percy thought, if he could just get a shower, a change of clothes, and some sleep, he'd be golden. Maybe even imperial golden. He watched a bunch of kids in swimsuits and towels head into a building that had steam coming out of a row of chimneys. Laughter and watery sounds echoed from inside, like it was an indoor pool, Percy's kind of place. Bathhouse, Hazel said. We'll get you in there before dinner, hopefully. You haven't lived until you've had a Roman bath. Percy sighed with anticipation. As they approached the front gate, the barracks got bigger and nicer. Even the ghosts looked better with fancier armor and shinier auras. Percy tried to decipher the banners and symbols hanging in front of the buildings. You guys are divided into different cabins, he asked. Sort of. Hazel ducked as a kid riding a giant eagle swooped overhead. We have 5 cohorts of about 40 kids each. Each cohort is divided into barracks of 10 like roommates, kind of. Percy had never been great at math, but he tried to multiply. You're telling me there's 200 kids at camp? Roughly. And all of them are children of the gods? The gods have been busy. Hazel laughed. Not all of them are children of major gods. There are hundreds of minor Roman gods. Plus, a lot of the campers are legacies 2nd or 3rd generation. Maybe their parents were demigods. Or their grandparents. Percy blinked. Children of demigods. Why? Does that surprise you? Percy wasn't sure. The last few weeks he'd been so worried about surviving day to day. The idea of living long enough to be an adult and have kids of his own, that seemed like an impossible dream. These Legos legacies, Hazel corrected. They have powers like a demigod. Sometimes. Sometimes not. But they can be trained. All the best Roman generals and emperors you know, they all claimed to be descended from gods. Most of the time, they were telling the truth. The camp augur we're going to meet, Octavian, he's a legacy, descendant of Apollo. He's got the gift of prophecy, supposedly. Supposedly. Hazel made a sour face. You'll see. That didn't make Percy feel so great, if this dude Octavian had Percy's fate in his hands. So the divisions, he asked, the cohorts, whatever, you're divided according to who your godly parent is. Hazel stared at him. What a horrible idea. No, the officers decide where to assign recruits. If we were divided according to God, the cohorts would be all uneven. I'd be alone. Percy felt a twinge of sadness, like he'd been in that situation. VVHY? It's your ancestry. Before she could answer, someone behind them yelled, wait. A ghost ran toward them, an old man with a medicine ball belly and toga so long he kept tripping on it. He caught up to them and gasped for air, his purple aura flickering around him. This is him, the ghost panted. A new recruit for the 5th, perhaps. Vitellius, Hazel said, we're sort of in a hurry. The ghost scowled at Percy and walked around him, inspecting him like a used car. I don't know, he grumbled. We need only the best for the cohort. Does he have all his teeth? Can he fight? Does he clean stables? Yes, and no, Percy said. Who are you? Percy, this is Vitellius. Hazel's expression said, just humor him. He's one of our lorries, takes an interest in new recruits. On a nearby porch, other ghosts snickered as Vitellius paced back and forth, tripping over his toga and hiking up his sword belt. Yes, Vitellius said, back in Caesar's day, that's Julius Caesar. Mind you, the 5th cohort was something. 12th Legion Fulminata, pride of Rome. But these days? Disgraceful what we've come to. Look at Hazel here, using a spada. Ridiculous weapon for a Roman legionnaire, that's for cavalry. And you, boy, you smell like a Greek sewer. Haven't you had a bath? I've been a little busy fighting gorgons, Percy said. Vitellius, Hazel interrupted, we've got to get Percy's augury before he can join. Don't you check on Frank. He's in the armory doing inventory. You know how much he values your help. The ghost's furry purple eyebrows shot up. Mars Almighty. They let the probatio check the armor? We'll be ruined. He stumbled off down the street, stopping every few feet to pick up his sword or rearrange his toga. OHHK, Percy said. Sorry, Hazel said. He's eccentric, but he's one of the oldest Lares. Been around since the Legion was founded. He called the Legion, Fulminata. Percy said. Armed with lightning, Hazel translated. That's our motto. The 12th Legion was around for the entire Roman Empire. When Rome fell, a lot of legions just disappeared. We went underground, acting on secret orders from Jupiter himself, stay alive, recruit demigods and their children, keep Rome going. We've been doing that ever since, moving around to wherever Roman influence was strongest. The last few centuries, we've been in America. As bizarre as that sounded, Percy had no trouble believing it. In fact, it sounded familiar, like something he'd always known. And you're in the 5th cohort, he guessed, which maybe isn't the most popular. Hazel scowled. Yeah. I joined up last September. So, just a few weeks before that guy Jason disappeared. Percy knew he'd hit a sore spot. Hazel looked down. She was silent long enough to count every paving stone. Come on, she said at last. I'll show you my favorite view. They stopped outside the main gates. The fort was situated on the highest point in the valley, so they could see pretty much everything. The road led down to the river and divided. One path led south across a bridge, up to the hill with all the temples. The other road led north into the city, a miniature version of ancient Rome. Unlike the military camp, the city looked chaotic and colorful, with buildings crowded together at haphazard angles. Even from this far away, Percy could see people gathered in the plaza, shoppers milling around an open-air market, parents with kids playing in the parks. You've got families here, he asked. In the city, absolutely, Hazel said. When you're accepted into the Legion, you do 10 years of service. After that, you can muster out whenever you want. Most demigods go into the mortal world. But for some, well, it's pretty dangerous out there. This valley is a sanctuary. You can go to college in the city, get married, have kids, retire when you get old. It's the only safe place on Earth for people like us. So yeah, a lot of veterans make their homes there, under the protection of the Legion adult demigods. Demigods who could live without fear, get married, raise a family. Percy couldn't quite wrap his mind around that. It seemed too good to true. But if this valley is attacked... Hazel pursed her lips. We have defenses. The borders are magical. But our strength isn't what it used to be. Lately, the monster attacks have been increasing. What you said ATM_LT, the Gorgon's not dying. We've noticed that too, with other monsters. Do you know what's causing it? Hazel looked away. Percy could tell that she was holding something back, something she wasn't supposed to say. It's complicated, she said. My brother says death isn't. She was interrupted by an elephant. Someone behind them shouted, make way. Hazel dragged Percy out of the road as a demigod rode past on a full-grown pachyderm covered in black Kevlar armor. The word elephant was printed on the side of his armor, which seemed a little obvious to Percy. The elephant thundered down the road and turned north, heading toward a big open field where some fortifications were under construction. Percy spit dust out of his mouth. What the? Elephant, Hazel explained. Yeah, I read the sign. VVH, why do you have an elephant in a bulletproof vest? War games tonight, Hazel said. That's Hannibal. If we didn't include him, he'd get upset. We can't have that. Hazel laughed. It was hard to believe she'd looked so moody a moment ago. Percy wondered what she'd been about to say. She had a brother. Yet she had claimed she'd be alone if the camp sorted her by her godly parent. Percy couldn't figure her out. She seemed nice and easygoing, mature for somebody who couldn't have more than 13. But she also seemed to be hiding a deep sadness, like she felt guilty about something. Hazel pointed south across the river. Dark clouds were gathering over Temple Hill. Red flashes of lightning washed the monuments in blood-colored light. Octavian is busy, Hazel said. We'd better get over there. On the way, they passed some goat-legged guys hanging out on the side of the road. Hazel, one of them cried. He trotted over with a big grin on his face. He wore a faded Hawaiian shirt and nothing for pants except thick brown goat fur. His massive afro jiggled. His eyes were hidden behind little round rainbow-tinted glasses. He held a cardboard sign that read, "We'll go for high, Don," Hazel said. "Sorry, we don't have time." "Oh, that's cool. That's cool." Don trotted along with them. "Hey, this guy's new." He grinned at Percy. "Do you have 3 denarii for the bus?" "Because I left my wallet at home, and I've got to get to work." "And Don," Hazel chided. "Fawns don't have wallets. Or jobs. Or homes. And we don't have buses." "Right," he said cheerfully, "but do you have denarii?" "Your name is Don the Fawn?" Percy asked. "Yeah. So? Nothing." Percy tried to keep a straight face. "Why don't fawns have jobs? Shouldn't they work for the camp?" Don bleated. "Fawns work for the camp? Hilarious. Fawns are, free spirits," Hazel explained. "They hang out here because, well, it's a safe place to hang out and beg. We tolerate them, but, oh, Hazel is awesome," Don said. "She's so nice. All the other campers are like, 'Go away, Don.' But she's like, 'Please go away, Don.' I love her." The fawn seemed harmless, but Percy still found him unsettling. He couldn't shake the feeling that fawns should be more than just homeless guys begging for denarii. Don looked at the ground in front of them and gasped. "Score." He reached for something, but Hazel screamed, "Don, no." She pushed him out of the way and snatched up a small shiny object. Percy caught a glimpse of it before Hazel slipped it into her pocket. He could have sworn it was a diamond. "Come on, Hazel," Don complained. "I could have bought a year's worth of donuts with that." "Don, please," Hazel said. "Go away." She sounded shaken, like she'd just saved Don from a charging bulletproof elephant. The fawn sighed. "Ah, I can't stay mad at you. But I swear, it's like your good luck. Every time you walk by goodbye, Don," Hazel said quickly. "Let's go, Percy." She started jogging. Percy had to sprint to catch up. "What was that about?" Percy asked. "That diamond in the road, please," she said. "Don't ask." They walked in uneasy silence the rest of the way to Temple Hill. A crooked stone path led past a crazy assortment of tiny altars and massive domed vaults. Statues of gods seemed to follow Percy with their eyes. Hazel pointed out the Temple of Bellona. "Goddess of war," she said. "That's Raina's mom." Then they passed a massive red crypt decorated with human skulls on iron spikes. "Please tell me we're not going in there," Percy said. Hazel shook her head. "That's the Temple of Mars altar. Mars Ares, the war god. That's his Greek name," Hazel said. "But, yeah, same guy. Altar means the Avenger. He's the second most important god of Rome." Percy wasn't thrilled to hear that. For some reason, just looking at the ugly red building made him feel angry. He pointed toward the summit. Clouds swirled over the largest temple, a round pavilion with a ring of white columns supporting a domed roof. "I'm guessing that's Zeus, Jupiter's? That's where we're heading." "Yeah." Hazel sounded edgy. "Octavian reads auguries there, the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus." Percy had to think about it, but the Latin words clicked into English. Jupiter. The best and the greatest. Right. "What's Neptune's title?" Percy asked. "The coolest and most awesome." Not quite." Hazel gestured to a small blue building the size of a tool shed. A cobweb-covered trident was nailed above the door. Percy peeked inside. On a small altar sat a bowl with 3 dried-up, moldy apples. His heart sank. "Popular place." "I'm sorry, Percy," Hazel said. "It's just. Romans were always scared of the sea. They only used ships if they had to. Even in modern times, having a child of Neptune around has always been a bad omen. The last time one joined the Legion, well, it was 1906, when Camp Jupiter was located across the bay in San Francisco. There was this huge earthquake. You're telling me a child of Neptune caused that?" "So they say." Hazel looked apologetic. "Anyway, Romans fear Neptune, but they don't love him much." Percy stared at the cobwebs on the trident. Great, he thought. Even if he joined the camp, he would never be loved. His best hope was to be scary to his new campmates. Maybe if he did really well, they'd give him some moldy apples. Still. Standing at Neptune's altar, He felt something stirring inside him, like waves rippling through his veins. He reached in his backpack and dug out the last bit of food from his trip, a stale bagel. It wasn't much, but he set it on the altar. Hey. Dad. He felt pretty stupid talking to a bowl of fruit. If you can hear me, help me out, okay? Give me my memory back. Tell me what to do. His voice cracked. He hadn't meant to get emotional, but he was exhausted and scared, and he'd been lost for so long, he would have given anything for some guidance. He wanted to know something about his life for sure, without grabbing for missing memories. Hazel put her hand on his shoulder. It'll be okay. You're here now. You're one of us. He felt awkward, depending on an 8th grade girl he barely knew for comfort, but he was glad she was there. Above them, thunder rumbled. Red lightning lit up the hill. Octavian's almost done, Hazel said. Let's go. Compared to Neptune's tool shed, Jupiter's temple was definitely Optimus and Maximus. The marble floor was etched with fancy mosaics and Latin inscriptions. 60 feet above, the domed ceiling sparkled gold. The whole temple was open to the wind. In the center stood a marble altar, where a kid in a toga was doing some sort of ritual in front of a massive golden statue of the big dude himself, Jupiter the sky god, dressed in a silk XXXL purple toga, holding a lightning bolt. It doesn't look like that, Percy muttered. What? Hazel asked. The master bolt, Percy said. What are you talking about? Percy frowned. For a second, he'd thought he remembered something. Now it was gone. Nothing, I guess. The kid at the altar raised his hands. More red lightning flashed in the sky, shaking the temple. Then he put his hands down, and the rumbling stopped. The clouds turned from gray to white and broke apart. A pretty impressive trick, considering the kid didn't look like much. He was tall and skinny, with straw-colored hair, oversized jeans, a baggy t-shirt, and a drooping toga. He looked like a scarecrow wearing a bed sheet. What's he doing? Percy murmured. The guy in the toga turned. He had a crooked smile and a slightly crazy look in his eyes, like he'd just been playing an intense video game. In one hand he held a knife. In the other hand was something like a dead animal. That didn't make him look any less crazy. Percy, Hazel said, this is Octavian. The Gricus. Octavian announced. How interesting. Hi, Percy said. Are you killing small animals? Octavian looked at the fuzzy thing in his hand and laughed. No. Once upon a time, yes. We used to read the will of the gods by examining animal guts, chickens, goats, that sort of thing. Nowadays, we use these. He tossed the fuzzy thing to Percy. It was a disemboweled teddy bear. Then Percy noticed that there was a whole pile of mutilated stuffed animals at the foot of Jupiter's statue. Seriously? Percy asked. Octavian stepped off the dais. He was probably about 18, but so skinny and sickly pale, he could have passed for younger. At first he looked harmless, but as he got closer, Percy wasn't so sure. Octavian's eyes glittered with harsh curiosity, like he might gut Percy just as easily as a teddy bear if he thought he could learn something from it. Octavian narrowed his eyes. You seem nervous. You remind me of someone, Percy said. I can't remember who. Possibly my namesake, Octavian Augustus Caesar. Everyone says I a remarkable resemblance. Percy didn't think that was it, but he couldn't pin down the memory. Why did you call me the Greek? I saw it in the auguries. Octavian waved his knife at the pile of stuffing on the altar. The message said, the Greek has arrived. Or possibly, the goose has cried. I'm thinking the first interpretation is correct. You seek to join the Legion. Hazel spoke for him. She told Octavian everything that had happened since they met at the tunnel, the Gorgons, the fight at the river, the appearance of Juno, their conversation with Rhena. When she mentioned Juno, Octavian looked surprised. Juno, he mused. We call her Juno Maneta. Juno the Warner. She appears in times of crisis, to counsel Rome about great threats. He glanced at Percy, as if to say, like mysterious Greeks, for instance. I hear the Feast of Fortuna is this week, Percy said. The Gorgons warned there'd be an invasion on that day. Did you see that in your stuffing? Sadly, no. Octavian sighed. The will of the GCK-1S is hard to discern. And these days, my vision is even darker. Don't you have? One don't know, Percy said, an oracle or something. An oracle? Octavian smiled. What a cute idea. No, I'm afraid we're fresh out of oracles. Now, if we'd gone questing for the Sibylline books, like I recommended, the Sibyl what? Percy asked. Books of prophecy, Hazel said, which Octavian is obsessed with. Romans used to consult them when disasters happened. Most people believe they burned up when Rome fell. Some people believe that, Octavian corrected. Unfortunately, our present leadership won't authorize a quest to look for them, because Reyna isn't stupid, Hazel said. So we have only a few remaining scraps from the books, Octavian continued. A few mysterious predictions, like these. He nodded to the inscriptions on the marble floor. Percy stared at the lines of words, not really expecting to understand them. He almost choked. That one. He pointed, translating as he read aloud, 7 half-bloods shall answer the call. To store more fire the world must fall, yes, yes. Octavian finished it without looking, an oath to keep with a final breath, and foes bear arms to the doors of death. I know that one. Percy thought thunder was shaking the temple again. Then he realized his whole body was trembling. That's important. Octavian arched an eyebrow. Of course it's important. We call it the prophecy of 7, but it's several thousand years old. We don't know what it means. Every time someone tries to interpret it, well, Hazel can tell you. Bad things happen. Hazel glared at him. Just read the augury for Percy. Can he join the Legion or not? Percy could almost see Octavian's mind working, calculating whether or not Percy would be useful. He held out his hand for Percy's backpack. That's a beautiful specimen. May 1. Percy didn't understand what he meant, but Octavian snatched the bargain mart panda pillow that was sticking out of the top of his pack. It was just a silly stuffed toy, but Percy had carried it a long way. He was kind of fond of it. Octavian turned toward the altar and raised his knife. Hey! Percy protested. Octavian slashed open the panda's belly and poured its stuffing over the altar. He tossed the panda carcass aside, muttered a few words over the fluff, and turned with a big smile on his face. Good news, he said. Percy may join the Legion. We'll assign him a cohort at evening muster. Tell Reyna that I approve. Hazel's shoulders relaxed. Great. Come on, Percy. Oh, and Hazel, Octavian said. I'm happy to welcome Percy into the Legion. But when the election for praetor comes up, I hope you'll remember, Jason isn't dead, Hazel snapped. You're the augur. You're supposed to be looking for him. Oh, I am. Octavian pointed at the pile of gutted stuffed animals. I consult the gods every day. Alas, after 8 months, I've found nothing. Of course, I'm still looking. But if Jason doesn't return by the Feast of Fortuna, we must act. We can't have a power vacuum any longer. I hope you'll support me for praetor. It would mean so much to me. Hazel clenched her fists. Me support. You. Octavian took off his toga, setting it and his knife on the altar. Percy noticed 7 lines on Octavian's arm. 7 years of camp, Percy guessed. Octavian's mark was a harp, the symbol of Apollo. After all, Octavian told Hazel, I might be able to help you. It would be a shame if those awful rumors about you kept circulating, or, forbid, if they turned out to be true. Percy slipped his hand into his pocket and grabbed his pen. This guy was blackmailing Hazel. That was obvious. One sign from Hazel, and Percy was ready to bust out Riptide and see how Octavian liked being at the other end of a blade. Hazel took a deep breath. Her knuckles were white. I'll think about it. Excellent, Octavian said. By the way, your brother is here. Hazel stiffened. My brother? Why? Octavian shrugged. Why does your brother do anything? He's waiting for you at your father's shrine. Just. Da-da, don't invite him to stay too long. He has a disturbing effect on the others. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to keep searching for our poor lost friend, Jason. Nice to meet you, Percy. Hazel stormed out of the pavilion, and Percy followed. He was sure he'd never been so glad to leave a temple in his life. As Hazel marched down the hill, she cursed in Latin. Percy didn't understand all of it, but he got son of a Gorgon, power-hungry snake, and a few choice suggestions about where Octavian could stick his knife. I hate that guy, she muttered in English. If I had my way, he won't really get elected praetor, will he? Percy asked. I wish I could be certain. Octavian has a lot of friends, most of them bought. The rest of the campers are afraid of him. Afraid of that skinny little guy. Don't underestimate him. Reina's not so bad by herself, but if Octavian shares her power. Hazel shuddered. Let's go see my brother. He'll want to meet you. Percy didn't argue. He wanted to meet this mysterious brother, maybe learn something. ATM_LT Hazel's background, who her dad was, what secret she was hiding. Percy couldn't believe she'd done anything to be guilty about. She seemed too nice. But Octavian had acted like he had some first-class dirt on her. Hazel led Percy to a black crypt built into the side of the hill. Standing in front was a teenage boy in black jeans and an aviator jacket. "Hey," Hazel called. "I've brought a friend." The boy turned. Percy had another one of those weird flashes, like this was somebody he should know. The kid was almost as pale as Octavian, but with dark eyes and messy black hair. He didn't look anything like Hazel. He wore a silver skull ring, a chain for a belt, and a black t-shirt with skull designs. At his side hung a pure black sword. For a microsecond when he saw Percy, the boy seemed shocked, panicked even, like he'd been caught in a searchlight. "This is Percy Jackson," Hazel said. "He's a good guy." "Percy, this is my brother, the son of Pluto." The boy regained his composure and held out his hand. "Pleased to meet you," he said. "I'm Nico D'Angelo." Hazel felt like she'd just introduced two nuclear bombs. Now she was waiting to see which one exploded first. Until that morning, her brother Nico had been the most powerful demigod she knew. The others at Camp Jupiter saw him as a traveling oddball, L1T as harmless as the fawns. Hazel knew better. She hadn't grown up with Nico, hadn't even known him very long. But she knew Nico was more dangerous than Reina, or Octavian, or maybe even Jason. Then she'd met Percy. At first, when she saw him stumbling up the highway with the old lady in his arms, Hazel had thought he might be a god in disguise. Even though he was beat up, dirty, and stooped with exhaustion, he'd had an aura of power. He had the good looks of a Roman god, with sea-green eyes and wind-blown black hair. She'd ordered Frank not to fire on him. She thought the gods might be testing them. She'd heard myths like that: a kid with an old lady begs for shelter, and when the rude mortals refuse, boom, they get turned into banana slugs. Then Percy had controlled the river and destroyed the Gorgons. He'd turned a pen into a bronze sword. He'd stirred up the whole camp with talk about the Gricus, a son of the sea god. Long ago, Hazel had been told that a descendant of Neptune would save her. But could Percy really take away her curse? It seemed too much to hope for. Percy and Nico shook hands. They studied each other warily, and Hazel fought the urge to run. If these two busted out the magic swords, things could get ugly. Nico didn't appear scary. He was skinny and sloppy in his rumpled black clothes. His hair, as always, looked like he'd just rolled out of bed. Hazel remembered when she'd met him. The first time she'd seen him draw that black sword of his, she'd almost laughed. The way he called it, Stygian iron, all serious, like he'd looked ridiculous. This scrawny white boy was no fighter. She certainly hadn't believed they were related. She had changed her mind about that quick enough. Percy scowled. I know you." Nico raised his eyebrows. "Do you?" He looked at Hazel for explanation. Hazel hesitated. Something about her brother's reaction wasn't right. He was trying hard to act casual, but when he had first seen Percy, Hazel had noticed his momentary look of panic. Nico already knew Percy. She was sure of it. Why was he pretending otherwise? Hazel forced herself to speak. Percy's lost his memory." She told her brother what had happened since Percy had arrived at the gates. "So, Nico," she continued carefully, "I thought. You know, you travel all over. Maybe you've met demigods like Percy before, or..." Nico's expression turned as dark as Tartarus. Hazel didn't understand why, but she got the message. "Drop it. This story about Gia's army," Nico said. "You warned Reina." Percy nodded. "Who is Gia, anyway?" Hazel's mouth went dry. Just hearing that name. It was all she could do to keep her knees from buckling. She remembered a woman's soft sleepy voice, a glowing cave, and feeling her lungs fill with black oil. "She's the earth goddess." Nico glanced at the ground as if it might be listening. "The oldest goddess of all. She's in a deep sleep most of the time, but she hates the gods and their children." "Mother Earth is evil?" Percy asked. "Very," Nico said gravely. "She convinced her son, the Titan Cronus Saturn to kill his dad, Uranus, and take over the world. The Titans ruled for a long time. Then the Titans' children, the Olympian gods, overthrew them. That story seems familiar. Percy sounded surprised, like an old memory had partially surfaced. But I don't think I ever heard the part about Gia. Nico shrugged. She got mad when the gods took over. She took a new husband, Tartarus, the spirit of the abyss, and gave birth to a race of giants. They tried to destroy Mount Olympus, but the gods finally beat them. At least. The first time. The first time. Percy repeated. Nico glanced at Hazel. He probably wasn't meaning to make her feel guilty, but she couldn't help it. If Percy knew the truth about her, and the horrible things she'd done. Last summer, Nico continued, Saturn tried to make a comeback. There was a second Titan War. The Romans at Camp Jupiter stormed his headquarters on Mount Othrys, across the bay, and destroyed his throne. Saturn disappeared. He hesitated, watching Percy's face. Hazel got the feeling her brother was nervous that more of Percy's memory might come back. Anyway, Nico continued, Saturn probably faded back to the abyss. We all thought the war was over. Now it looks like the Titans' defeat stirred up Gia. She's starting to wake. I've heard reports of giants being reborn. If they mean to challenge the gods again, they'll probably start by destroying the Demig K1s. You've told Reyna this? Percy asked. Of course. Nico's jaw tensed. The Romans don't trust me. That's why I was hoping she'd listen to you. Children of Pluto. Well, no offense, but they think we're even worse than children of Neptune. We're bad luck. They let Hazel stay here. Percy noted. That's different, Nico said. Percy, Hazel cut in, look, the giants aren't the worst problem. Even Gia isn't the worst problem. The thing you noticed about the Gorgons, how they wouldn't die, that's our biggest worry. She looked at Nico. She was getting dangerously close to her own secret now, but for some reason Hazel trusted Percy. Maybe because he was also an outsider, maybe because he'd saved Frank at the river. He deserved to know what they were facing. Nico and I, she said carefully, we think that what's happening is death isn't. Before she could finish, a shout came from down the hill. Frank jogged toward them, wearing his jeans, purple kemp shirt, and denim jacket. His hands were covered with grease from cleaning weapons. As it did every time she saw Frank, Hazel's heart performed a little skip-beat tap dance which really irritated her. Sure, he was a good friend, one of the only people at camp who didn't treat her as if she had a contagious disease. But she didn't like him in that way. He was 3 years older than she was, and he wasn't exactly Prince Charming, with that strange combination of baby face and bulky wrestler's body. He looked like a cuddly koala bear with muscles. The fact that everyone always tried to pair them up, the two biggest losers at camp. You guys are perfect for each other, just made Hazel more determined not to like him. But her heart wasn't with the program. It went nuts whenever Frank was around. She hadn't felt like that since Sammy. Stop it, she thought. You're here for one reason, and it isn't to get a new boyfriend. Besides, Frank didn't know her secret. If he knew, he wouldn't be so nice to her. He reached the shrine. Hey, Nico. Frank. Nico smiled. He seemed to find Frank amusing, maybe because Frank was the only one at camp who wasn't uneasy around the children of Pluto. Reyna sent me to get Percy, Frank said. Did Octavian accept you? Yeah, Percy said. He slaughtered my panda. Oh. The augury? Yeah, teddy bears must have nightmares about that guy. But you're in. We need to get you cleaned up before evening muster. Hazel realized the sun was getting low over the hills. How had the day gone so fast? You're right, she said. We'd better. Frank, Nico interrupted, why don't you take Percy down? Hazel and I will be along soon. Oh, Hazel thought. She tried not to look anxious. That's a good idea, she managed. Go ahead, guys. We'll catch up. Percy LCK, ked at Nico one more time, as though he was still trying to place a memory. I'd like to talk with you some more. I can't shake the feeling. Sure, Nico agreed. Later. I'll be staying overnight. You will? Hazel blurted. The campers were going to love that, the son of Neptune and the son of Pluto arriving on the same day. Now all they needed was some black cats and broken mirrors. Go on, Percy, Nico said. Settle in. He turned to Hazel, and she got the sense that the worst part of her day was yet to come. My sister and I need to talk. You know him, don't you? Hazel said. They sat on the roof of Pluto's shrine, which was covered with bones and diamonds. As far as Hazel knew, the bones had always been there. The diamonds were her fault. If she sat anywhere too long, or just got anxious, they started popping up all around her like mushrooms after a rain. Several $1 million worth of stones glittered on the roof, but fortunately the other campers wouldn't touch them. They knew better than to steal from temples, especially Pluto's, and the fawns never came up here. Hazel shuddered, remembering her close call with Dawn that afternoon. If she hadn't moved quickly and snatched that diamond off the road. She didn't want to think about it. She didn't need another death on her conscience. Nico swung his feet like a little kid. His Stygian iron sword lay by his side, next to Hazel's spade. He gazed across the valley, where construction crews were working in the field of Mars, building fortifications for tonight's games. Percy Jackson. He said the name like an incantation. Hazel, I have to be careful what I say. Important things are at work here. Some secrets need to stay secret. You of all people, you should understand that. Hazel's cheeks felt hot. But he's not like me. No, Nico said. I'm sorry, I can't tell you more. I can't interfere. Percy has to find his own way at this camp. Is he dangerous? She asked. Nico managed a dry smile. Very. To his enemies. But he's not a threat to Camp Jupiter. You can trust him like I trust you, Hazel said bitterly. Nico twisted his skull ring. Around him, bones began to quiver as if they were trying to form a new skeleton. Whenever he got moody, Nico had that effect on the dead, kind of like Hazel's curse. Between them, they represented Pluto's two spheres of control, death and riches. Sometimes Hazel thought Nico had gotten the better end of the deal. Look, I know this is hard, Nico said. But you have a second chance. You can make things right. Nothing about this is right, Hazel said. If they find out the truth about me, they won't, Nico promised. They'll call a quest soon. They have to. You'll make me proud. Trust me, he caught himself, but Hazel knew what he'd almost called her, Bianca. Nico's real sister, the one he'd grown up with. Nico might care about Hazel, but she'd never be Bianca. Hazel was simply the next best thing Nico could manage, a consolation prize from the underworld. I'm sorry, he said. Hazel's mouth tasted like metal, as if gold nuggets were popping up under her tongue. Then it's true about death? Is Alcywanius to blame? I think so, Nico said. It's getting bad in the underworld. Dad's going crazy trying to keep things under control. From what Percy said about the Gorgons, things are getting worse up here, too. But look, that's why you're here. All that stuff in your past, you can make something good come out of it. You belong at Camp Jupiter. That sounded so ridiculous, Hazel almost laughed. She didn't belong in this place. She didn't even belong in this century. She should have known better than to focus on the past, but she remembered the day when her old life had been shattered. The blackout hit her so suddenly, she didn't even have time to say, oh. She shifted back in time. Not a dream or a vision. The memory washed over her with such perfect clarity, she felt she was actually there. Her most recent birthday. She'd just turned 13. But not last December 17th, 1941, the last day she had lived in New Orleans. Hazel was walking home alone from the riding stables. Despite the cold evening, she was buzzing with warmth. Sammy had just kissed her on the cheek. The day had been full of ups and downs. Kids at school had teased her about her mother, calling her a witch and a lot of other names. That had been going on for a long time, of course, but it was getting worse. Rumors were spreading about Hazel's curse. The school was called St. Agnes Academy for Colored Children and Indians, a name that hadn't changed in 100 years. Just like its name, the place masked a whole lot of cruelty under a thin veneer of kindness. Hazel didn't understand how other black kids could be so mean. They should have known better, since they themselves had to put up with name-calling all the time. But they yelled at her and stole her lunch, always asking for those famous jewels. Where's those cursed diamonds, girl? Gimme some or I'll hurt you. They pushed her away at the water fountain, and threw rocks at her if she tried to approach them on the playground. Despite how horrible they were, Hazel never gave them diamonds or gold. She didn't hate anyone that much. Besides, she had one friend, Sammy, and that was enough. Sammy liked to joke that he was the perfect St. Agnes student. He was Mexican American, so he considered himself colored and Indian. "They should give me a double scholarship," he said. He wasn't big or strong, but he had a crazy smile and he made Hazel laugh. That afternoon he'd taken her to the stables where he worked as a groom. It was a whites-only riding club, of course, but it was closed on weekdays, and with the war on, there was talk that the club might have to shut down completely until the Japanese were whipped and the soldiers came back home. Sammy could usually sneak Hazel in to help take care of the horses. Once in a while they'd go riding. Hazel loved horses. They seemed to be the only living things that weren't scared of her. People hated her. Cats hissed. Dogs growled. Even the stupid hamster in Miss Finley's classroom squeaked in terror when she gave it a carrot. But horses didn't mind. She was in the saddle, she could ride so fast that there was no chance of gemstones cropping up in her wake. She almost felt free of her curse. That afternoon, she'd taken out a tan roan stallion with a gorgeous black mane. She galloped into the fields so swiftly, she left Sammy behind. By the time he caught up, he and his horse were both winded. "What are you running from?" He laughed. "I'm not that ugly, am I?" It was too cold for a picnic, but they had one anyway, sitting under a magnolia tree with the horses tethered to a split-rail fence. Sammy had brought her a cupcake with a birthday candle, which had gotten smashed on the ride but was still the sweetest thing Hazel had ever seen. They broke it in half and shared it. Sammy talked about the war. He wished he were old enough to go. He asked Hazel if she would write him letters if he were a soldier going overseas. "Course, dummy," she said. He grinned. Then, as if moved by a sudden impulse, he lurched forward and kissed her on the cheek. "Happy birthday, Hazel." It wasn't much. Just one kiss, and not even on the lips. But Hazel felt like she was floating. She hardly remembered the ride back to the stables, or telling Sammy goodbye. He said, "See you tomorrow," like he always did. But she would never see him again. By the time she got back to the French Quarter, it was getting dark. As she approached home, her warm feeling faded, replaced by dread. Hazel and her mother Queen Marie, she liked to be called, lived in an old apartment at jazz club. Despite the war, there was a festive mood in the air. New recruits would roam the streets, laughing and talking about fighting the Japanese. They'd get tattoos in the parlors or propose to their sweethearts right on the sidewalk. Some would go upstairs to Hazel's mother to have their fortunes read or to buy charms from Marie Levesque, the famous Gris Gris queen. "Did you hear?" one would say. "2 bits for this good luck charm. I took it to a guy I know, and he says it's a real silver nugget. Worth $20. That voodoo woman is crazy." For a while, that kind of talk brought Queen Marie a lot of business. Hazel's curse had started out slowly. At first it seemed like a blessing. The precious stones and gold only appeared once in a while, never in huge quantities. Queen Marie paid her bills. They ate steak for dinner once a week. Hazel even got a new dress. But then stories started spreading. The locals began to realize how many horrible things happened to people who bought those gokmuk charms or got paid with Queen Marie's treasure. Charlie Gassiez lost his arm in a harvester while wearing a gold bracelet. Mr. Henry at the general store dropped dead from a heart attack after Queen Marie settled her tab with a ruby. Folks started whispering about Hazel, how she could find cursed jewels just by walking down the street. These days only out-of-towners came to visit her mother, and not so many of them, either. Hazel's mom had become short-tempered. She gave Hazel resentful looks. Hazel climbed the stairs as quietly as she could, in case her mother had a customer. In the club downstairs, the band was tuning their instruments. The bakery next door had started making beignets for tomorrow morning, filling the stairwell with the smell of melting butter. When she got to the top, Hazel thought she heard 2 voices inside the apartment. But when she peeked into the parlor, her mother was sitting alone at the séance table, her eyes closed, as if in a trance. Hazel had seen her that way many times, pretending to talk to spirits for her clients, but not ever when she was by herself. Queen Marie had always told Hazel her Gris Gris was bunk and hokum. She didn't really believe in charms or fortune-telling or ghosts. She was just a performer, like a singer or an actress, doing a show for money. But Hazel knew her mother did believe in some magic. Hazel's curse wasn't hokum. Queen Marie just didn't want to think it was her fault that somehow she had made Hazel the way she was. "It was your blasted father," Queen Marie would grumble in her darker moods. "Coming here in his fancy silver and black suit. The one time I actually summon a spirit, and what do I get? Fulfills my wish and ruins my life. I should have been a real queen. It's his fault you turned out this way. She would never explain what she meant, and Hazel had learned not to ask about her father. It just made her mother angrier. As Hazel watched, Queen Marie muttered something to herself. Her face was calm and relaxed. Hazel was struck by how beautiful she looked, without her scowl and the creases on her brow. She had a lush mane of gold-brown hair like Hazel's, and the same dark complexion, brown as a roasted coffee bean. She wasn't wearing the fancy saffron robes or gold bangles she wore to impress clients, just a simple white dress. Still, she had a regal air, sitting straight and dignified in her gilded chair as if she really were a queen. "You'll be safe there," she murmured. "Far from the gods." Hazel stifled a scream. The voice coming from her mother's mouth wasn't hers. It sounded like an older woman's. The tone was soft and soothing, but also commanding, like a hypnotist giving orders. Queen Marie tensed. She grimaced in her trance, then spoke in her normal voice. "It's too far. Too cold. Too dangerous. He told me not to." The other voice responded, "What has he ever done for you? He gave you a poisoned child. But we can use her gift for good. We can strike back at the gods. You will be under my protection in the north, far from the gods' domain. I'll make my son your protector. You'll live like a queen at last." Queen Marie winced. "But what about Hazel?" Then her face contorted in a sneer. Both voices spoke in unison, as if they'd found something to agree on: a poisoned child. Hazel fled down the stairs, her pulse racing. At the bottom, she ran into a man in a dark suit. He gripped her shoulders with strong, cold fingers. "Easy, child," the man said. Hazel noticed the silver skull ring on his finger, then the strange fabric of his suit. In the shadows, the solid black wool seemed to shift and boil, forming images of faces in agony, as if lost souls were trying to escape from the folds of his clothes. His tie was black with platinum stripes. His shirt was tombstone gray. His face, Hazel's heart nearly leaped out of her throat. His skin was so white it looked almost blue. Like cold milk. He had a flap of greasy black hair. His smile was kind enough, but his eyes were fiery and angry, full of mad power. Hazel had seen that look in the newsreels at the movie theater. This man looked like that awful Adolf Hitler. He had no mustache, but otherwise he could have been Hitler's twin or his father. Hazel tried to pull away. Even when the man let go, she couldn't seem to move. His eyes froze her in place. "Hazel Levesque," he said in a melancholy voice. "You've grown." Hazel started to tremble. At the base of the stairs, the cement stoop cracked under the man's feet. A glittering stone popped up from the concrete like the earth had spit out a watermelon seed. The man looked at it, unsurprised. He bent down. "Don't!" Hazel cried. "It's cursed." He picked up the stone, a perfectly formed emerald. "Yes, it is. But not to me. So beautiful, worth more than this building, I imagine." He slipped the emerald in his pocket. "I'm sorry for your fate, child. I imagine you hate me." Hazel didn't understand. The man sounded sad, as if he were personally responsible for her life. Then the truth hither, a spirit in silver and black, who'd fulfilled her mother's wishes and ruined her life. Her eyes widened. "You? You're my..." He cupped his hand under her chin. "I am Pluto. Life is never easy for my children, but you have a special burden. Now that you're 13, we must make provisions." She pushed his hand away. "You did this to me," she demanded. "You cursed me and my mother? You left us alone." Her eyes stung with tears. This rich white man in a fine suit was her father? Now that she was 13, he showed up for the first time and said he was sorry? "You're evil," she shouted. "You ruined our lives." Pluto's eyes narrowed. "What has your mother told you, Hazel? Has she never explained her wish? Or told you why you were born under a curse?" Hazel was too angry to speak, but Pluto seemed to read the answers in her face. "No." He sighed. "I suppose she wouldn't. Much easier to blame me." "What do you mean?" Pluto sighed. "Poor child. You were born too soon. I cannot see your future clearly, but someday you will find your place. A descendant of Neptune will wash away your curse and give you peace. I fear, though, that is not for many years." Hazel didn't follow any of that. Before she could respond, Pluto held out his hand. A sketchpad and a box of colored pencils appeared in his palm. "I understand you enjoy art and horseback riding," he said. "These are for your art. As for the horse, his eyes gleamed. That, you'll have to manage yourself. Now I must speak with your mother. Happy birthday, Hazel. He turned and headed up the stairs just like that, as if he'd checked Hazel off his to-do list and had already forgotten her. Happy birthday. Go draw a picture. See you in another 13 years. She was so stunned, so angry, so upside down confused that she just paralyzed at the base of the steps. She wanted to throw down the colored pencils and stomp on them. She wanted to charge after Pluto and kick him. She wanted to run away, find Sammy, steal a horse, leave town, and never come back. But she didn't do any of those things. Above her, the apartment door opened, and Pluto stepped inside. Hazel was still shivering from his cold touch, but she crept up the stairs to see what he would do. Would he say to Queen Marie? Viviho would speak back Hazel's mother, or that awful voice. When she reached the doorway, Hazel heard arguing. She peeked in. Her mother seemed back to normal, screaming and angry, throwing things around the parlor while Pluto tried to reason with her. Marie, it's insanity, he said. You'll be far beyond my power to protect you. Protect me. Queen Marie yelled. Myman, have you ever protected me? Pluto's dark suit shimmered, as if the souls trapped in the fabric were getting agitated. You have no idea, he said. I've kept you alive, you and the child. My enemies are everywhere among gods and men. Now with the war on, it will only get worse. You must stay where I can, the police think I'm a murderer. Queen Marie shouted. My clients want to hang me as a witch. And Hazel, her curse is getting worse. Your protection is killing us. Pluto spread his hands in a pleading gesture. Marie, please no. Queen Marie turned to the closet, pulled out a leather valise, and threw it on the table. We're leaving, she announced. You can keep your protection. We're going north. Marie, it's a trap, Pluto warned. Whoever's whispering in your ear, whoever's turning you against me, you turned me against you. She picked up a porcelain vase and threw it at him. It shattered on the floor, and precious stones spilled everywhere, emeralds, rubies, diamonds. Hazel's entire collection. You won't survive, Pluto said. If you go north, you'll both die. I can foresee that clearly. Get out, she said. Hazel wished Pluto would stay and argue. Whatever her mother was talking about, Hazel didn't like it. But her father slashed his hand across the air and dissolved into shadows, like he really was a spirit. Queen Marie closed her eyes. She took a deep breath. Hazel was afraid the strange voice might possess her again. But when she spoke, she was her regular self. Hazel, she snapped, come out from behind that door. Trembling, Hazel obeyed. She clutched the sketchpad and colored pencils to her chest. Her mother studied her like she was a bitter disappointment. A poisoned child, the voices had said. Pack a bag, she ordered. We're moving. Where? Hazel asked. Alaska, Queen Marie answered. You're going to make yourself useful. We're going to start a new life. The way her mother said that, it sounded as if they were going to create a new life for someone else or something else. What did Pluto mean? Hazel asked. Is he really my father? He said you made a wish. Go to your room, her mother shouted. Pack. Hazel fled, and suddenly she was ripped out of the past. Nico was shaking her shoulders. You did it again. Hazel blinked. They were still sitting on the roof of Pluto's shrine. The sun was lower in the sky. More diamonds had surfaced around her, and her eyes stung from crying. Sorry, she murmured. Don't be, Nico said. Where were you? My mother's apartment. The day we moved. Nico nodded. He understood her history better than most people could. He was also a kid from the 1940s. He'd been born only a few years after Hazel, and had been locked away in a magic hotel for decades. But Hazel's past was much worse than Nico's. She'd caused so much damage and misery. You have to work on controlling those memories, Nico warned. If a flashback like that happens when you're in combat, I know, she said. I'm trying. Nico squeezed her hand. It's okay. I think it's a side effect from, your time in the underworld. Hopefully it'll get easier. Hazel wasn't so sure. After 8 months, the blackouts seemed to be getting worse, as if her soul were attempting to live in 2 different time periods at once. No one had ever come back from the dead before, at least, not the way she had. Nico was trying to reassure her, but neither of them knew what would happen. I can't go north again, Hazel said. Nico, if I have to go back to where it happened, you'll be fine, he promised. You'll have friends this time. Percy Jackson, he's got a role to play in this. You can sense that, can't you? He's a good person to have at your side. Hazel remembered what Pluto told her long ago, a descendant of Neptune will wash away your curse and give you peace. Was Percy the one? Maybe, but Hazel sensed it wouldn't so easy. She wasn't sure even Percy could survive what was waiting in the north. Where did he come from, she asked. Why do the ghosts call him the Greek? Before Nico could respond, horns blew across the river. The legionnaires were gathering for evening muster. We'd better get down there, Nico said. I have a feeling tonight's war games are going to be interesting. 7 Hazel. On the way back, Hazel tripped over a gold bar. She should have known not to run so fast, but she was afraid of being late for muster. The 5th cohort had the nicest centurions in camp. Still, even they would have to punish her if she was tardy. Roman punishments were harsh, scrubbing the streets with a toothbrush, cleaning the bullpens at the Colosseum, getting sewn inside a sack full of angry weasels and dumped into the little Tiber. The options were not great. The gold bar popped out of the ground just in time for her foot to hit it. Nico tried to catch her, but she spill and scraped her hands. You okay? Nico knelt next to her and reached for the bar of gold. Don't. Hazel warned. Nico froze. Right. Sorry. It's just, geez. That thing is huge. He pulled a flask of nectar from his aviator jacket and poured a little on Hazel's hands. Immediately the cuts started to heal. Can you stand? He helped her up. They both stared at the gold. It was the size of a bread loaf, stamped with a serial number and the words U.S. Treasury. Nico shook his head. How in Tartarus? I don't know, Hazel said miserably. It could have been buried there by robbers or dropped off a wagon 100 years ago. Maybe it migrated from the nearest bank vault. Whatever's in the ground, anywhere close to me it just pops up. And the more valuable it is the more dangerous it is. Nico frowned. Should we cover it up? If the fawns find it. Hazel imagined a mushroom cloud billowing up from the road, charbroiled fawns tossed in every direction. It was horrible to consider. It should sink back underground after I leave, eventually, but just to be sure. She'd been practicing this trick, but never with something so heavy and dense. She pointed at the gold bar and tried to concentrate. The gold levitated. She channeled her anger, which wasn't hard. She hated that gold, she hated her curse, she hated thinking about her past and all the ways she'd failed. Her fingers tingled. The gold bar glowed with heat. Nico gulped. Hazel, are you sure? She made a fist. The gold bent like putty. Hazel forced it to twist into a giant, lumpy ring. Then she flicked her hand toward the ground. Her $1 million donut slammed into the earth. It sank so deep, nothing was left but a scar of fresh dirt. Nico's eyes widened. That was terrifying. Hazel didn't think it was so impressive compared to the powers of a guy who could reanimate skeletons and bring people back from the dead, but it felt good to surprise him for a change. Inside the camp, horns blew again. The cohorts would be starting roll call, and Hazel had no desire to be sewn into a sack of weasels. Hurry, she told Nico, and they ran for the gates. The first time Hazel had seen the Legion assemble, she'd been so intimidated, she'd almost slunk back to the barracks to hide. Even after being at camp for 9 months, she still found it an impressive sight. The first 4 cohorts, each 40 kids strong, stood in rows in front of their barracks on either side of the Via Praetoria. The 5th cohort assembled at the very end, in front of the Principia, since their barracks were tucked in the back corner of camp next to the stables and the latrines. Hazel had to run right down the middle of the Legion to reach her place. The campers were dressed for war. Their polished chainmail and greaves gleamed over purple t-shirts and jeans. Sardan skull designs decorated their helmets. Even their leather combat boots looked ferocious with their iron cleats, great for marching through mud or stomping on faces. In front of the legionnaires, like a line of giant dominoes, stood their red and gold shields, each the size of a refrigerator door. Every legionnaire carried a harpoon-like spear called a pilum, a gladius, a dagger, and about 100 pounds of other equipment. If you were out of shape when you came to the Legion, you didn't stay that way for long. Just walking around in your armor was a full-body workout. Hazel and Nico jogged down the street as everyone was coming to attention, so their entrance was really obvious. Their footsteps echoed on the stones. Hazel tried to avoid eye contact, but she caught Octavian at the head of the first cohort smirking at her, looking smug in his plumed centurion's helmet with a dozen medals pinned on his chest. Hazel was still seething from his blackmail threats earlier. Stupid augur and his gift of prophecy of all the people at camp to discover her secrets, why did it have to be him? She was sure he would have told on her weeks ago, except that he knew her secrets were worth more to him as leverage. She wished she'd kept that bar of gold so she could hit him in the face with it. She ran past Reyna, who was cantering back and forth on her Pegasus Scipio, nicknamed Skippy because he was the color of peanut butter. The metal dogs Aurum and Argentum trotted at her side. Her purple officer's cape billowed behind her. "Hazel Levesque," she called, "so glad you could join us." Hazel knew better than to respond. She was missing most of her equipment, but she hurried to her place in line next to Frank and stood at attention. Their lead centurion, a big 17-year-old guy named Dakota, was just calling her name, the last one on the roll. "Present," she squeaked. Thank the gods. Technically, she wasn't late. Nico joined Percy Jackson, who was standing off to one side with a couple of guards. Percy's hair was wet from the baths. He'd put on fresh clothes, but he still looked uncomfortable. Hazel couldn't blame him. He was about to be introduced to 200 heavily armed kids. The lorries were the last ones to fall in. Their purple forms flickered as they jockeyed for places. They had an annoying habit of standing halfway inside living people, so that the ranks looked like a blurry photograph, but finally the centurions got them sorted out. Octavian shouted, "Colors!" The standard bearers stepped forward. They wore lion skin capes and held poles decorated with each cohort's emblems. The last to present his standard was Jacob, the Legion's eagle bearer. He held a long pole with absolutely nothing on top. The job was supposed to be a big honor, but Jacob obviously hated it. Even though Reyna insisted on following tradition, every time the eagleless pole was raised, Hazel could feel embarrassment rippling through the Legion. Reyna brought her Pegasus to a halt. "Romans," she announced. "You've probably heard about the incursion today. 2 Gorgons were swept into the river by this newcomer, Percy Jackson. Juno herself guided him here, and proclaimed him a son of Neptune." The kids in the back rows craned their necks to see Percy. He raised his hand and said, "Hi. He seeks to join the Legion," Reyna continued. "What do the auguries say?" "I have read the entrails," Octavian announced, as if he'd killed a lion with his bare hands rather than ripping up a stuffed panda pillow. "The auguries are favorable. He is qualified to serve." The campers gave a shout, "Ave! Hail!" Frank was a little late with his Ave, so it came out as a high-pitched echo. The other legionnaires snickered. Reyna motioned the senior officers forward, one from each cohort. Octavian, as the most senior centurion, turned to Percy. "Recruit," he asked, "do you have credentials? Letters of reference?" Hazel remembered this from her own arrival. A lot of kids brought letters from older demigods in the outside world, adults who were veterans of the camp. Some recruits had rich and famous sponsors. Some were 3rd or 4th generation campers. A good letter could get you a position in the better cohorts, sometimes even special jobs like Legion Messenger, which made you exempt from the grunt work like digging ditches or conjugating Latin verbs. Percy shifted. "Letters? No." Octavian wrinkled his nose. "Unfair." Hazel wanted to shout. Percy had carried a goddess into camp. What better recommendation could you want? But Octavian's family had been sending kids to camp for over a century. He loved reminding recruits that they were less important than he was. "No letters," Octavian said regretfully. "Will any legionnaires stand for him?" "I will." Frank stepped forward. "He saved my life." Immediately there were shouts of protest from the other cohorts. Reyna raised her hand for quiet and glared at Frank. "Frank John," she said, "for the second time today, I remind you that you are on probation. Your godly parent has not even claimed you yet. You're not eligible to stand for another camper until you've earned your first stripe." Frank looked like he might die of embarrassment. Hazel couldn't leave him hanging. She stepped out of line and said, "What Frank means is that Percy saved both our lives. I am a full member of the Legion. I will stand for Percy Jackson." Frank glanced at her gratefully, but the other campers started to mutter. Hazel was barely eligible. She'd only gotten her stripe a few weeks ago, and the act of valor that earned it for her had been mostly an accident. Besides, she was a daughter of Pluto, and a member of the disgraced 5th cohort. She wasn't doing Percy much of a favor by giving him her support. Raina wrinkled her nose, but she turned to Octavian. The augur smiled and shrugged, like the idea amused him. Why not? Hazel thought. Putting Percy in the fifth would make him less of a threat, and Octavian liked to keep all his enemies in one place. Very well, Raina announced. Hazel Levesque, you may stand for the recruit. Does your cohort accept him? The other cohorts started coughing, trying not to laugh. Hazel knew what they were thinking, another loser for the fifth. Frank pounded his shield against the ground. The other members of the fifth followed his lead, though they didn't seem very excited. Their centurions, Dakota and Gwen, exchanged pained looks, like, here we go again. My cohort has spoken, Dakota said. We accept the recruit. Raina looked at Percy with pity. Congratulations, Percy Jackson. You stand on probation. You will be given a tablet with your name and cohort. In 1 year's time, or as soon as you complete an act of valor, you will become a full member of the 12th Legion Fulminata. Serve Rome, obey the rules of the Legion, and defend the camp with honor. Senatus Populusque Romanus. The rest of the Legion echoed the cheer. Raina wheeled her Pegasus away from Percy, like she was glad to be done with him. Skippy spread his beautiful wings. Hazel couldn't help feeling a pang of envy. She'd give anything for a horse like that, but it would never happen. Horses were for officers only, or barbarian cavalry, not for Roman legionnaires. Centurions, Raina said, you and your troops have 1 hour for dinner. Then we will meet on the field of Mars. The first and second cohorts will defend. The third, fourth, and fifth will attack. Good fortune. A bigger cheer went up for the war games and for dinner. The cohorts broke ranks and ran for the mess hall. Hazel waved at Percy, who made his way through the crowd with Nico at his side. To Hazel's surprise, Nico was beaming at her. Good job, sis, he said. That took guts, standing for him. He had never called her sis before. She wondered if that was what he had called Bianca. One of the guards had given Percy his probation nameplate. Percy strung it on his leather necklace with the strange beads. Thanks, Hazel, he said. What exactly does it mean you're standing for me? I guarantee your good behavior, Hazel explained. I teach you the rules, answer your questions, make sure you don't disgrace the Legion. And if I do something wrong, then I get killed along with you, Hazel said. Hungry? Let's eat veal. Hazel. At least the camp food was good. Invisible wind spirits Ori waited on the campers and seemed to know exactly what everyone wanted. They blew plates and cups around so quickly, the mess hall looked like a delicious hurricane. If you got up too fast, you were likely to get beaned by beans or potted by a pot roast. Hazel got shrimp gumbo, her favorite comfort food. It made her think about being a little girl in New Orleans, before her curse set in and her mom got so bitter. Percy got a cheeseburger and a strange-looking soda that was bright blue. Hazel didn't understand that, but Percy tried it and grinned. This makes me happy, he said. I don't know why, but it does. Just for a moment, one of the Ori became visible, an elfin girl in a white silk dress. She giggled as she topped off Percy's glass, then disappeared in a gust. The mess hall seemed especially noisy tonight. Laughter echoed off the walls. War banners rustled from cedar ceiling beams as Ori blew back and forth, keeping everyone's plates full. The campers dined Roman style, sitting on couches around low tables. Kids were constantly getting up and trading places, spreading rumors about who liked whom and all the other gossip. As usual, the fifth cohort took the place of least honor. Their tables were at the back of the dining hall next to the kitchen. Hazel's table was always the least crowded. Tonight it was she and Frank, as usual, with Percy and Nico and their centurion Dakota, who sat there, Hazel figured, because he felt obligated to welcome the new recruit. Dakota reclined glumly on his couch, mixing sugar into his drink and chugging it. He was a beefy guy with curly black hair and eyes that didn't quite line up straight, so Hazel felt like the world was leaning whenever she at him. It wasn't a good sign that he was drinking so much so early in the night. So, he burped, waving his goblet. Welcome to the Percy party, he frowned. Party, Percy whatever. Thanks, Percy said, but his attention was focused on Nico. I was wondering if we could talk, you know about where I might have seen you before. Sure, Nico said a little too quickly. The thing is, I spend most of my time in the underworld. So unless I met you there somehow, Dakota belched. Ambassador from Pluto, they call him. Reina's never sure what to do with this guy when he visits. You should have seen her face when he showed up with Hazel, asking Reina to take her in. No offense. None taken. Nico seemed relieved to change the topic. Dakota was really helpful, standing for Hazel. Dakota blushed. Yeah, well, she seemed like a good kid. Turned out I was right. Last month, when she saved me from, you know. Oh, man. Frank looked up from his fish and chips. Percy, you should have seen her. That's how Hazel got her stripe. The unicorns decided to stampede. It was nothing, Hazel said. Nothing. Frank protested. Dakota would have gotten trampled. You stood right in front of them, shooed them away, saved his hide. I've never seen anything like it. Hazel bit her lip. She didn't like to talk about it, and she felt uncomfortable, the way Frank made her sound like a hero. In truth, she'd been mostly afraid that the unicorns would hurt themselves in their panic. Their horns were precious metal, silver and gold, so she'd managed to turn them aside simply by concentrating, steering the animals by their horns and guiding them back to the stables. It had gotten her a full place in the Legion, but it had also started rumors about her strange powers, rumors that reminded her of the bad old days. Percy studied her. Those sea green eyes made her unsettled. Did you and Nico grow up together? He asked. No, Nico answered for her. I found out that Hazel was my sister only recently. She's from New Orleans. That was true, of course, but not the whole truth. Nico let people think he'd stumbled upon her in modern New Orleans and brought her to camp. It was easier than telling the real story. Hazel had tried to pass herself off as a modern kid. It wasn't easy. Thankfully, demigods didn't use a lot of technology at camp. Their powers tended to make electronic gadgets go haywire. But the first time she went on furlough to Berkeley, she had nearly had a stroke. Televisions, computers, iPods, the internet. LT made her glad to get back to the world of ghosts, unicorns, and gods. That seemed much less of a fantasy than the 21st century. Nico was still talking about the children of Pluto. There aren't many of us, he said, so we have to stick together. When I found Hazel, you have other sisters? Percy asked, almost as if he knew the answer. Hazel wondered again when he and Nico had met, and what her brother was hiding. One, Nico admitted. But she died. I saw her spirit a few times in the underworld, except that the last time I went down there. To bring her back, Hazel thought, though Nico didn't say that. She was gone. Nico's voice turned hoarse. She used to be in Elysium, like the underworld paradise, but she chose to be reborn into a new life. Now I'll never see her again. I was just lucky to find Hazel. In New Orleans, I mean. Dakota grunted. Unless you believe the rumors. Not saying that I do. Rumors? Percy asked. From across the room, Don the Fawn yelled, Hazel. Hazel had never been so glad to see the Fawn. He wasn't allowed in camp, but of course he always managed to get in. He was working his way toward their table, grinning at everybody, sneaking food off plates, and pointing at campers. Hey. Call me. A flying pizza smacked him in the head, and he disappeared behind a couch. Then he popped up, still grinning, and made his way over. My favorite girl. He smelled like a wet goat wrapped in old cheese. He leaned over their couches and checked out their food. Say, new kid, you going to eat that? Percy frowned. Aren't fawns vegetarian? Not the cheeseburger, man. The plate. He sniffed Percy's hair. Hey. What's that smell? Don. Hazel said. Don't be rude. No, man, I just their house god. Vitellius shimmered into existence, standing half embedded in Frank's couch. Fawns in the dining hall. What are we coming to? Centurion Dakota, do your duty. I am, Dakota grumbled into his goblet. I'm having dinner. Don was still sniffing around Percy. Man, you've got an empathy link with a fawn. Percy leaned away from him. A what? An empathy link. It's real faint, like somebody's suppressed it, but I know what. Nico stood suddenly. Hazel, how about we give you and Frank time to get Percy oriented? Dakota and I can visit the Praetor's table. Don and Vitellius, you come too. We can discuss strategies for the war games. Strategies for losing. Dakota muttered. Death Boy is right. Vitellius said. This legion fights worse than we did in Judea, and that was the first time we lost our eagle. Why, if I were in charge could I just eat the silverware first? Dawn asked. Let's go. Nico stood and grabbed Dawn and Vitellius by the ears. Nobody but Nico could actually touch the lorries. Vitellius spluttered with outrage as he was dragged off to the praetor's table. 0W. Dawn protested. Man, watch the fro. Come on, Dakota. Nico called over his shoulder. The centurion got up reluctantly. He wiped his mouth uselessly, since it was permanently stained red. Back soon. He shook all over, like a dog trying to get dry, then he staggered away, his goblet sloshing. What was that about? Percy asked. And what's wrong with Dakota? Frank sighed. He's okay. He's a son of Bacchus, the wine god. He's got a drinking problem. Percy's eyes widened. You let him drink wine? Gods, no. Hazel said. That would a disaster. He's addicted to red Kool-Aid. Drinks it with 3 times the normal sugar, and he's already ADHD, you know, attention deficit / hyperactive. One of these days, his head is going to explode. Percy looked over at the praetor's table. Most of the senior officers were in deep conversation with Reyna. Nico and his 2 captives, Dawn and Vitellius, stood on the periphery. Dakota was running back and forth along a line of stacked shields, banging his goblet on them like they were a xylophone. ADHD, Percy said. You don't say. Hazel tried not to laugh. Well, most demigods are. Or dyslexic. Just being a demigod means that our brains are wired differently. Like you said you had trouble reading. Are you guys that way too? Percy asked. I don't know, Hazel admitted. Back in my day, they just called kids like us lazy. Percy frowned. Back in your day? Hazel cursed herself. Luckily for her, Frank spoke up. I wish I was ADHD or dyslexic. All I got is lactose intolerance. Percy grinned. Seriously. Frank might have been the silliest demigod ever, but Hazel thought he was cute when he pouted. His shoulders slumped. And I love ice cream, too. Percy laughed. Hazel couldn't help joining in. It was good to sit at dinner and actually feel like she was among friends. Okay, so tell me, Percy said, why is it bad to be in the 5th cohort? You guys are great. The compliment made Hazel's toes tingle. It's complicated. Aside from being Pluto's kid, I want to ride horses. That's why you use a cavalry sword. She nodded. It's stupid, I guess. Wishful thinking. There's only one Pegasus at Kempranus. The unicorns are just kept for medicine, because the shavings off their horns cure poison and stuff. Anyway, Roman fighting is always done on foot. Cavalry, they kind of look down on that. So they look down on me. Their loss, Percy said. I'm mad about you, Frank. Archery, he muttered. They don't like that either, unless you're a child of Apollo. Then you've got an excuse. I hope my dad is Apollo, but I don't know. I can't do poetry very well. And I'm not sure I want to be related to Octavian. Can't blame you, Percy said. But you're excellent with the bow, the way you pegged those gorgons. Forget what other people think. Frank's face turned as red as Dakota's KCH/LA'd. Wish I could. They all think I should be a sword fighter because I'm big and bulky. He looked down at his body, like he couldn't quite believe it was his. They say I'm too stocky for an archer. Maybe if my dad would ever claim me. They ate in silence for a few minutes. A dad who wouldn't claim you. Hazel knew that feeling. She sensed Percy could relate, too. You asked about the 5th, she said at last. Why, it's the worst cohort. That actually started way before us. She pointed to the back wall, where the Legion's standards were on display. See the empty pole in the middle? The eagle, Percy said. Hazel was stunned. How do you know? Percy shrugged. Vitellius was talking about how the Legion lost its eagle a long time ago, the first time, he said. He acted like it was a huge disgrace. I'm guessing that's what's missing. And from the way you and Reyna were talking earlier, I'm guessing your eagle got lost a second time, more recently, and it had something to do with the 5th cohort. Hazel made a mental note not to underestimate Percy again. When he'd first arrived, she'd thought he was a little goofy from the questions he'd asked about the Feast of Tuna and all, but clearly he was smarter than he let on. You're right, she said. That's exactly what happened. So what is this eagle, anyway? Why is it a big deal? Frank looked around to make sure no one was eavesdropping. It's the symbol of the whole camp, a big eagle made of gold. It's supposed to protect us in battle and make our enemies afraid. Each legion's eagle gave it all sorts of power, and ours came from Jupiter himself. Supposedly Julius Caesar nicknamed our legion Fulminata, armed with lightning, because of what the eagle could do. I don't like lightning, Percy said. Yeah, well, Hazel said, it didn't make us invincible. The 12th lost its eagle the first time way back in ancient days, during the Jewish rebellion. I think I saw a movie like that, Percy said. Hazel shrugged. Could be. There have been lots of books and movies about legions losing their eagles. Unfortunately, it happened quite a few times. The eagle was so important. Well, archaeologists have never recovered a single eagle from ancient Rome. Each legion guarded theirs to the last man, because it was charged with power from the gods. They'd rather hide it or melt it down than surrender it to an enemy. The 12th was lucky the first time. We got our eagle back. But the second time. You guys were there? Percy asked. They both shook their heads. I'm almost as new as you. Frank tapped his probatio plate. Just got here last month. But everyone's heard the story. It's bad luck to even talk about this. There was this huge expedition to Alaska back in the 80s. That prophecy you noticed in the temple, Hazel continued, the one about the 7 demigods and the doors of death? Our senior praetor at the time was Michael Varus, from the 5th cohort. Back then the 5th was the best in camp. He thought it would bring glory to the legion if he could figure out the prophecy and make it come true, save the world from storm and fire and all that. He talked to the augur, and the augur said the answer was in Alaska. But he warned Michael it wasn't time yet. The prophecy wasn't for, but he went anyway, Percy guessed. What happened? Frank lowered his voice. Long, gruesome story. Almost the entire 5th cohort was wiped out. Most of Legion's imperial gold weapons were lost, along with the eagle. The survivors went crazy or refused to talk about what had attacked them. I know, Hazel thought solemnly. But she kept silent. Since the eagle was lost, Frank continued, the camp has been getting weaker. Quests are more dangerous. Monsters attack the borders more often. Morale is lower. The last month or so, things have been getting much worse, much faster. And the 5th cohort took the blame, Percy guessed. So now everyone thinks we're cursed. Hazel realized her gumbo was cold. She sipped a spoonful, but the comfort food didn't taste very comforting. We've been the outcasts of the Legion since, well, since the Alaska disaster. Our reputation got when Jason became praetor, the kid who's missing. Percy asked. Yeah, Frank said. I never met him. Before my time. But I hear he was a good leader. He practically grew up in the 5th cohort. He didn't care what people thought ATM_LT us. He started to rebuild our reputation. Then he disappeared. Which put us back at square one, Hazel said bitterly. Made us look cursed all over again. I'm sorry, Percy, now you know what you've gotten yourself into. Percy sipped his blue soda and gazed thoughtfully across the dining hall. I don't even know where I come from, but I've got a feeling this isn't the first time I've been an underdog. He focused on Hazel and managed a smile. Besides, joining the Legion is better than being chased through the wilderness by monsters. I've got myself some new friends. Maybe together we can turn things around for the 5th cohort, huh? A horn blew at the end of the hall. The officers at the praetor's table got to their feet, even Dakota, his mouth vampire red from Kool-Aid. The games begin. Reyna announced. The campers cheered and rushed to collect their equipment from the stacks along the walls. So we're the attacking team? Percy asked over the noise. Is that good? Hazel shrugged. GCK, D news, we get the elephant. Bad news, let me guess, said Percy. The 5th cohort always loses. Frank slapped Percy on the shoulder. I love this guy. Come on, new friend. Let's go chalk up my 13th defeat in a row. Frank, as he marched to the war games, Frank replayed the day in his mind. He couldn't believe how close he'd come to death. That morning on sentry duty, before Percy showed up, Frank had almost told Hazel his secret. The two of them had been standing for hours in the chilly fog, watching the commuter traffic on Highway 24. Hazel had been complaining about the cold. I'd give anything to be warm, she said, her teeth chattering. I wish we had a fire. Even with her armor on, she looked great. Frank liked the way her cinnamon toast-colored hair curled around the edges of her helmet, and the way her chin dimpled when she frowned. She was tiny compared to Frank, which made him feel like a big clumsy ox. He wanted to put his arms around her to warm her up, but he'd never do that. She'd probably hit him, and he'd lose the only friend he had at camp. I could make a really impressive fire, he thought. Of course, it would only burn for a few minutes, and then I'd die. It was scary that he even considered it. Hazel had that effect on him. Whenever she wanted something, he had the irrational urge to provide it. He wanted to be the old-fashioned knight riding to her rescue, which was stupid, as she was way more capable at everything than he was. He imagined what his grandmother would say, Frank Jong riding to the rescue. He'd fall off his horse and break his neck. Hard to believe it had been only 6 weeks since he'd left his grandmother's house, 6 weeks since his mom's funeral. Everything had happened since then, wolves arriving at his grandmother's door, the journey to Camp Jupiter, the weeks he'd spent in the 5th cohort trying not to be a complete failure. Through it all, he'd kept the half-burned piece of firewood wrapped in a cloth in his coat pocket. Keep it close, his grandmother had warned. As long as it is safe, you are safe. The problem was that it burned so easily. He remembered the trip south from Vancouver. When the temperature dropped below freezing near Mount Hood, Frank had brought out the piece of tinder and held it in his hands, imagining how nice it would be to have some fire. Immediately, the charred end blazed with a searing yellow flame. It lit up the night and warmed Frank to the bone, but he could feel his life slipping away, as if he were being consumed rather than the wood. He'd thrust the flame into a snowbank. For a horrible moment it kept burning. When it finally went out, Frank got his panic under control. He wrapped the piece of wood and put it back in his coat pocket, determined not to bring it out again. But he couldn't forget it. It was as though someone had said, "Whatever you do, don't think about that stick bursting into flame." So of course, that's all he thought about. On sentry duty with Hazel, he would try to take his mind off it. He loved spending time with her. He asked her about growing up in New Orleans, but she got edgy at his questions, so they made small talk instead. Just for fun, they tried to speak French to each other. Hazel had some Creole blood on her mother's side. Frank had taken French in school. Neither of them was very fluent, and Louisiana French was so different from Canadian French it was almost impossible to converse. When Frank asked Hazel how her beef was feeling today, and she replied that his shoe was green, they decided to give up. Then Percy Jackson had arrived. Sure, Frank had seen kids fight monsters before. He'd fought plenty of them himself on his journey from Vancouver. But he'd never seen Gorgons. He'd never seen a goddess in person. And the way Percy had controlled the little Tiber, wow. Frank wished he had powers like that. He could still feel the Gorgon's claws pressing into his arms and smell their snaky breath like dead mice and poison. If not for Percy, those grotesque hags would have carried him away. He'd be a pile of bones in the back of a bargain mart by now. After the incident at the river, Raina had sent Frank to the armory, which had given him way too much time to think. While he polished swords, he remembered Juno, warning them to unleash death. Unfortunately, Frank had a pretty good idea of what the goddess meant. He had tried to hide his shock when Juno had appeared, but she looked exactly like his grandmother had described, right down to the goatskin cape. "She chose your path years ago," grandmother had told him. "And it will not be easy." Frank glanced at his bow in the corner of the armory. He'd feel better if Apollo would claim him as a son. Frank had been sure his godly parent would speak up on his 16th birthday, which had passed 2 weeks ago. 16 was an important milestone for Romans. It had been Frank's first birthday at camp. But nothing had happened. Now Frank hoped he would be claimed on the Feast of Fortuna, though from what Juno had said, they'd be in a battle for their lives on that day. His father had to be Apollo. Archery was the only thing Frank was good at. Years ago, his mother had told him that their family name, Zhang, meant master of bows in Chinese. That must have been a hint about his dad. Frank put down his polishing rags. He looked at the ceiling. "Please, Apollo, if you're my dad, tell me. I want to be an archer like you." "No, you don't," a voice grumbled. Frank jumped out of his seat. Vitellius, the 5th cohort's Lar, was shimmering behind him. His full name was Gaius Vitellius Reticulus, but the other cohorts called him Vitellius the Ridiculous. "Hazel Levesque sent me to check on you," Vitellius said, hiking up his sword belt. "Good thing, too. Look at the state of this armor." Vitellius wasn't one to talk. His toga was baggy, His tunic barely fit over his and his scabbard fell off his belt every 3 seconds, but Frank didn't bother pointing that out. As for archers, the ghost said, they're wimps. Back in my day, archery was a job for barbarians. A good Roman should be in the fray, gutting his enemy with spear and sword like a civilized man. That's how we did it in the Punic Wars. Roman up, boy. Frank sighed. I thought you were in Caesar's army. I was. Vitellius, Caesar was hundreds of years after the Punic Wars. You couldn't have been alive that long. Questioning my honor. Vitellius looked so mad, his purple aura glowed. He drew his ghostly gladius and yelled, take that. He ran the sword, which was about as deadly as a laser pointer, through Frank's chest a few times. Ouch, Frank said, just to be nice. Vitellius looked satisfied and put his sword away. Perhaps you'll think twice about doubting your elders next time. Now, it was your 16th birthday recently, wasn't it? Frank nodded. He wasn't sure how Vitellius knew this, since Frank hadn't told anyone except Hazel, but ghosts had ways of finding out secrets. Eavesdropping while invisible was probably one of them. So that's why you're such a grumpy gladiator, the Lar said. Understandable. The 16th birthday is your day of manhood. Your godly parents should have claimed you, no doubt about it, even if with only a small omen. Perhaps he thought you were younger. You look younger, you know, with that pudgy baby face. Thanks for reminding me, Frank muttered. Yes, I remember my 16th, Vitellius said happily. Wonderful omen. A chicken in my underpants. Excuse me. Vitellius puffed up with pride. That's right. I was at the river changing my clothes for my liberalia. Rite of passage into manhood, you know. We did things properly back then. I'd taken off my childhood toga and was washing up to don the adult one. Suddenly, a pure white chicken ran out of nowhere, dove into my loincloth, and ran off with it. I wasn't wearing it at the time. That's good, Frank said. And can I just say, too much information. Vitellius wasn't listening. That was the sign I was descended from Aesculapius, the god of medicine. I took my cognomen, my third name, Reticulus, because it meant undergarment, to remind me of the blessed day when a chicken stole my loincloth. So. Your name means Mr. Underwear. Praise the gods. I became a surgeon in the Legion, and the rest is history. He spread his arms generously. Don't give up, boy. Maybe your father is running late. Most omens are not as dramatic as a chicken, of course. I knew a fellow once who got a dung beetle. Thanks, Vitellius, Frank said. But I have to finish polishing this armor and the Gorgon's blood. Frank froze. He hadn't told anyone about that. As far as he knew, only Percy had seen him pocket the vials at the river, and they hadn't had a chance to talk about it. Come now, Vitellius chided. I'm a healer. I know the legends about Gorgon's blood. Show me the vials. Reluctantly, Frank brought out the 2 ceramic flasks she'd retrieved from the little Tiber. Spoils of war were often left when a monster dissolved, sometimes a tooth, or a weapon, or even the monster's entire head. Frank had known what the 2 vials were immediately. By tradition they belonged to Percy, who had killed the Gorgons, but Frank couldn't help thinking, what if I could use them? Yes. Vitellius studied the vials approvingly. Blood taken from the right side of a Gorgon's body can cure any disease, even bring the dead back to life. The goddess Minerva once gave a vial of it to my divine ancestor, Aesculapius. But blood taken from the left side of a Gorgon instantly fatal. So, which is which? Frank looked down at the vials. I don't know. They're identical. Ha. But you're hoping the right vial could solve your problem with the burned stick, eh? Maybe break your curse. Frank was so stunned, he couldn't talk. Oh, don't worry, boy. The ghost chuckled. I won't tell anyone. I'm a Lar, a protector of the cohort. I wouldn't do anything to endanger you. You stabbed me through the chest with your sword. Trust me, boy. I have sympathy for you, carrying the curse of that Argonaut. The what? Vitellius waved away the question. Don't be modest. You've got ancient roots. Greek as well as Roman. It's no wonder Juno. He tilted his head, as if listening to a voice from above. His face went slack. His entire aura flickered green. But I've said enough. At any rate, I'll let you work out who gets the Gorgon's blood. I suppose that newcomer Percy could use it too, with his memory problem. Frank wondered what Vitellius had been about to say and what had made him so scared, but he got the feeling that for once Vitellius was going to keep his mouth shut. He looked down at the 2 vials. He hadn't even thought of Percy's needing them. He felt guilty that he'd been intending to use the blood for himself. Yeah. Of course. He should have it. Ah, but if you want my advice. Vitellius looked up nervously again. You should both wait on that Gorgon blood. If my sources are right, you are going to need it on your quest. Quest. The doors of the armory flew open. Reyna stormed in with her metal greyhounds. Vitellius vanished. He might have liked chickens, but he did not like the Praetor's dogs. Frank. Reyna looked troubled. That's enough with the armor. Go find Hazel. Get Percy Jackson down here. He's been up there too long. I don't want Octavian. She hesitated. Just get Percy down here. So Frank had run all the way to Temple Hill. Walking back, Percy had asked tons of questions about Hazel's brother, Nico, but Frank didn't know that much. He's okay, Frank said. He's not like Hazel, how do you mean? Percy asked. Oh, Frank coughed. He'd meant that Hazel was better looking and nicer, but he decided not to say that. Nico is kind of mysterious. He makes everybody else nervous, being the son of Pluto, and all. But not you. Frank shrugged. Pluto's cool. It's not his fault he runs the underworld. He just got bad luck when the gods were dividing up the world, you know? Jupiter got the sky, Neptune got the sea, and Pluto got the shaft. Death doesn't scare you. Frank almost wanted to laugh. Not at all. Got a match? Instead he said, back in the old times, like the Greek times, when Pluto was called Hades, he was more of a death god. When he became Roman, he got more. Point 1 don't know, respectable. He became the god of wealth, too. Everything under the earth belongs to him. So I don't think of him as being real scary. Percy scratched his head. How does a GCK1 become Roman? If he's Greek, wouldn't he stay Greek? Frank walked a few steps, thinking about that. Vitellius would have given Percy an hour-long lecture on the subject, probably with a PowerPoint presentation, but Frank took his best shot. The way Romans saw it, they adopted the Greek stuff and perfected it. Percy made a sour face. Perfected it? Like there was something wrong with it. Frank remembered what Vitellius had said, you've got ancient roots. Greek as well as Roman. His grandmother had said something similar. I don't know, he admitted. Rome was more successful than Greece. They made this huge empire. The gods became a bigger deal in Roman times, more powerful and widely known. That's why they're still around today. So many civilizations base themselves on Rome. The gods changed to Roman because that's where the center of power was. Jupiter was, well, more responsible as a Roman god than he had been when he was Zeus. Mars became a lot more important and disciplined. And Juno became a hippie bag lady, Percy noted. So you're saying the old Greek gods they just changed permanently to Roman? There's nothing left of the Greek. Frank looked around to make sure there were no campers or lorries nearby, but the main gates were still 100 yards away. That's a sensitive topic. Some people say Greek influence is still around, like it's still a part of the gods' personalities. I've heard stories of demigods occasionally leaving Camp Jupiter. They reject Roman training and try to follow the older Greek style, like being solo heroes instead of working as a team the way the Legion does. And back in the ancient days, when Rome fell, the eastern half of the empire survived the Greek half. Percy stared at him. I didn't know that. It was called Byzantium. Frank liked saying that word. It sounded cool. The Eastern Empire lasted another 1,000 years, but it was always more Greek than Roman. For those of us who follow the Roman way, it's kind of a sore subject. That's why, whatever country we settle in, Camp Jupiter is always in the west, the Roman part of the territory. The east is considered bad luck. Percy frowned. Frank couldn't blame him for feeling confused. The Greek/Roman stuff gave him a headache, too. They reached the gates. I'll take you to the baths to get you cleaned up, Frank said. But first, about those vials I found at the river. Gorgon's blood, Percy said. 1 vial heals. 1 is deadly poison. Frank's eyes widened. You know about that? Listen, I wasn't going to keep them. I know why you did it, Frank. You do? Yeah. Percy smiled. If I'd come into camp carrying a vial of poison, that would have looked bad. You were trying to protect me. Oh. Right. Frank wiped the sweat off his palms. But if we could figure out which vial was which, it might heal your memory. Percy's smile faded. He gazed across the hills. Maybe. One guess. But you should hang on to those vials for now. There's a battle coming. We may need them to save lives. Frank stared at him, a little bit in awe. Percy had a chance to get his memory back, and he was willing to wait in case someone else needed the vial more. Romans were supposed to be unselfish and help their comrades, but Frank wasn't sure anyone else at camp would have made that choice. So you don't remember anything? Frank asked. Family, friends. Percy fingered the clay beads around his neck. Only glimpses. Murky stuff. A girlfriend, Elle thought she'd be at camp. He looked at Frank carefully, as if making a decision. Her name was Annabeth. You don't know her, do you? Frank shook his head. I know everybody at camp, but no Annabeth. What about your family? Is your mom mortal? I guess so. She's probably worried out of her mind. Does your mom get to see you much? Frank stopped at the bathhouse entrance. He grabbed some towels from the supply shed. She died. Percy knit his brow. How? Usually Frank would lie. He'd say an accident and shut off the conversation. Otherwise his emotions got out of control. He couldn't cry at Camp Jupiter. He couldn't show weakness. But with Percy, Frank found it easier to talk. She died in the war, he said. Afghanistan. She was in the military. Canadian. Yeah. Canada? I didn't know, most Americans don't. Frank sighed. But yeah, Canada has troops there. My mom was a captain. She was one of the first women to die in combat. She saved some soldiers who were pinned down by enemy fire. She didn't make it. The funeral was right before I came down here. Percy nodded. He didn't ask for more details, which Frank appreciated. He didn't say he was sorry, or make any of the well-meaning comments Frank always hated. Oh, you poor guy. That must be so hard on you. You have my deepest condolences. It was like Percy had faced death before, like he knew about grief. What mattered was listening. You didn't need to say you were sorry. The only thing that helped was moving forward. How about you show me the baths now? Percy suggested. I'm filthy. Frank managed a smile. Yeah. You kind of are. As they walked into the steam room, Frank thought of his grandmother, his mom, and his cursed childhood. Thanks to Juno and her piece of he almost wished he could forget his past, the way Percy had. Frank FMNK didn't remember much about the funeral itself. But he remembered the hours leading up to it, his grandmother coming out into the backyard to find him shooting arrows at her porcelain collection. His grandmother's house was a rambling gray stone mansion on 12 acres in North Vancouver. Her backyard ran straight into Lynn Canyon Park. The morning was cold and drizzly, but Frank didn't feel the chill. He wore a black wool suit and a black overcoat that had once belonged to his grandfather. Frank had been startled and upset to find that they fit him fine. The clothes smelled like wet mothballs and jasmine. The fabric was itchy but warm. With his bow and quiver, he probably looked like a very dangerous butler. He'd loaded some of his grandmother's porcelain in a wagon and toted it into the yard, where he set up targets on old fence posts at the edge of the property. He'd been shooting so long, his fingers were starting to lose their feeling. With every arrow, he imagined he was striking down his problems. Snipers in Afghanistan. Smash. A teapot exploded with an arrow through the middle. The sacrifice medal, a silver disc on a red and black ribbon, given for death in the line of duty, presented to Frank as if it were something important, something that made everything all right. Thwack. A teacup spun into the woods. The officer who came to tell him, "Your mother is a hero. Captain Emily Jung died trying to save her comrades." Crack. A blue and white plate split into pieces. His grandmother's chastisement, "Men do not cry. Especially young men. You will endure, FAI." No one called him FAI except his grandmother. "What sort of name is Frank?" she would scold. "That is not a Chinese name." "I'm not Chinese," Frank thought, but he didn't dare say that. His mother had told him years ago, "There is no arguing with grandmother. It'll only make you suffer worse." She'd been right. And now Frank had no one except his grandmother. Thud. A fourth arrow hit the fence post and stuck there, quivering. "Fai," said his grandmother. Frank turned. She was clutching a shoebox-sized mahogany chest that Frank had never seen before. With her high-collared black dress and severe bun of gray hair, she looked like a school teacher from the 1800s. She surveyed the carnage, her porcelain in the wagon, the shards of her favorite tea sets scattered over the lawn, Frank's arrows sticking out of the ground, the trees, the fence posts, and one in the head of a smiling garden gnome. Frank thought she would yell, or hit him with the box. He'd never done anything this bad. He'd never felt so angry. Grandmother's face was full of bitterness and disapproval. She looked nothing like Frank's mom. He wondered how his mother had turned out to be so nice, always laughing, always gentle. Frank couldn't imagine his mom growing up with grandmother any more than he could imagine her on the battlefield, though the two situations probably weren't that different. He waited for grandmother to explode. Maybe he'd be grounded and wouldn't have to go to the funeral. He wanted to hurt her for being so mean all the time, for letting his mother go off to war, for scolding him to get over it. All she cared about was her stupid collection. "Stop this ridiculous behavior," grandmother said. She didn't sound very irritated. "It is beneath you." To Frank's astonishment, she kicked aside one of her favorite teacups. "The car will be here soon," she said. "We must talk." Frank was dumbfounded. He looked more closely at the mahogany box. For a horrible moment, he wondered if it contained his mother's ashes, but that was impossible. Grandmother had told him there would be a military burial. Then why did grandmother hold the box so gingerly, as if its contents grieved her? "Come inside," she said. Without waiting to see if he would follow, she turned and marched toward the house. In the parlor, Frank sat on a velvet sofa, surrounded by vintage family photos, porcelain vases that had too large for his wagon, and red Chinese calligraphy banners. Frank didn't know what the calligraphy said. He'd never had much interest in learning. He didn't know most of the people in the photographs, either. Whenever grandmother started lecturing him about his ancestors, how they'd come over from China and prospered in the import/export business, eventually becoming one of the wealthiest Chinese families in Vancouver, well, it was boring. Frank was fourth-generation Canadian. He didn't care about China and all these musty antiques. The only Chinese characters he could recognize were his family name, Zhang. Master of Bows. That was cool. Grandmother sat next to him, her posture stiff, her hands folded over the box. "Your mother wanted you to have this," she said with reluctance. "She kept it since you were a baby. She went away to the war, she entrusted it to me. But now she is gone. And soon you will be going, too." Frank's stomach fluttered. "Going? I am old," grandmother said, as if that were a surprising announcement. "I have my own appointment with death soon enough. I cannot teach you the skills you will need, and I cannot keep this burden. If something were to happen to it, I would never forgive myself. You would die." Frank wasn't sure he'd heard her right. It sounded like she had said his life depended on that box. He wondered why he'd never seen it before. She must have kept it locked in the attic, the one room Frank was forbidden to explore. She'd always said she kept her most valuable treasures up there. She handed the box to him. He opened the lid with trembling fingers. Inside, cushioned in velvet lining, was a terrifying, life-altering, incredibly important piece of wood. It looked like driftwood, hard and smooth, sculpted into a wavy shape. It was about the size of a TV remote control. The tip was charred. Frank touched the burned end. It still felt warm. The ashes left a black smudge on his finger. "It's a stick," he said. He couldn't figure out why grandmother was acting so tense and serious about it. Her eyes glittered. "Fai, do you know of prophecies? Do you know of the gods?" The questions made him uncomfortable. He thought about grandmother's silly gold statues of Chinese immortals, her superstitions about putting furniture in certain places and avoiding unlucky numbers. Prophecies made him think of fortune cookies, which weren't even Chinese, not really, but the bullies at school teased him about stupid stuff like that. Confucius say, all that garbage. Frank had never even been to China. He wanted nothing to do with it. But of course, grandmother didn't want to hear that. "A little, grandmother," he said. "Not much. Most would have scoffed at your mother's tale," she said, "but I did not. I know of prophecies and gods. Greek, Roman, Chinese, they intertwine in our family. I did not question what she told me. L1T your father." "Wait. What?" "Your father was a god," she said plainly. If grandmother had had a sense of humor, Frank would have thought she was kidding. But grandmother never teased. Was she going senile? Stop gaping at me, she snapped. My mind is not addled. Haven't you ever wondered why your father never came back? He was. Frank faltered. Losing his mother was painful enough. He didn't want to think about his father, too. He was in the army, like Mom. He went missing in action. In Iraq. Bah. He was a god. He fell in love with your mother because she was a natural warrior. She was like me, strong, brave, GCKD, beautiful. Strong and brave, Frank could believe. Picturing grandmother as good or beautiful was more difficult. He still suspected she might be losing her marbles, but he asked, what kind of god? Roman, she said. Beyond that, I don't know. Your mother wouldn't say, or perhaps she didn't know herself. It is no surprise a god would fall in love with her, given our family. He must have known she was of ancient blood. Wait. We're Chinese. Would Roman gods want to date Chinese Canadians? Grandmother's nostrils flared. If you bothered to learn the family history, FAI, you might know this. China and Rome are not so different, nor as separate as you might believe. Our family is from Gansu province, a town once called Legion. And before that, as I said, ancient blood. The blood of princes and heroes. Frank just stared at her. She sighed in exasperation. My words are wasted on this young ox. You will learn the truth when you go to camp. Perhaps your father will claim you. But for now, I must explain the firewood. She pointed at the big stone fireplace. Shortly after you were born, a visitor appeared at our hearth. Your mother and I sat here on the couch, just where you and I are sitting. You were a tiny thing, swaddled in a blue blanket, and she cradled you in her arms. It sounded like a sweet memory, but grandmother told it in a bitter tone, as if she knew, even then, that Frank would turn into a big lumbering oaf. A woman appeared at the fire, she continued. She was a white woman, a guipo dressed in blue silk, with a strange cloak like the skin of a goat. A goat, Frank said numbly. Grandmother scowled. Yes, clean your ears, FAI John. I'm too old to tell every story twice. The woman with the goat skin was a goddess. I can always tell these things. She smiled at the baby at you and she told your mother, in perfect Mandarin, no less, he will close the circle. He will return your family to its roots and bring you great honor. Grandmother snorted. I do not argue with goddesses, but perhaps this one did not see the future clearly. The case, she said, he will go to camp and restore your reputation there. He will free Thanatos from his icy chains. Wait, who? Thanatos, grandmother said impatiently. The Greek name for death. Now may I continue without interruptions? The goddess said, the blood of Pylos is strong in this child from his mother's side. He will have the Zhang family gift, but he will also have the powers of his father. Suddenly Frank's family history didn't seem so boring. He desperately wanted to ask what it all meant: powers, gifts, blood of Pylos. What was this camp, and who was his father? Buthe didn't want to interrupt grandmother again, he wanted her to keep talking. No power comes without a price, FAI, she said. Before the goddess disappeared, she pointed at the fire and said, he will be the strongest of your clan, and the greatest. But the fates have decreed he will also be the most vulnerable. His life will burn bright and short. As soon as that piece of tinder is consumed, that stick at the edge of the fire, your son is destined to die. Frank could hardly breathe. He looked at the box in his lap, and the smudge of ash on his finger. The story sounded ridiculous, but suddenly the piece of driftwood seemed more sinister, colder, and heavier. This, yes, my thick-headed ox, grandmother said. That is the very stick. The goddess disappeared, and I snatched the wood from the fire immediately. We have kept it ever since. If it burns up, I die. It is not so strange, grandmother said. Roman, Chinese, the destinies of men can often be predicted, and sometimes guarded against, at least for a time. The firewood is in your possession now. Keep it close. As long as it is safe, you are safe. Frank shook his head. He wanted to protest that this was just a stupid legend. Maybe grandmother was trying to scare him as some sort of revenge for breaking her porcelain. But her eyes were defiant. She seemed to be challenging Frank. If you do not believe it, burn it. Frank closed the box. If it's so dangerous, why not seal the wood in something that won't burn, like plastic or steel? Why not put it in a safe deposit box? What would happen, grandmother wondered, if we coated the stick in another substance? Would you, too, suffocate? I do not know. Your mother would not take the risk. She couldn't bear to part with it, for fear something would go wrong. Banks can be robbed. Buildings can burn down. Strange things conspire when one tries to cheat fate. Your mother thought the stick was only safe in her possession, until she went to war. Then she gave it to me. Grandmother exhaled sourly. Emily was foolish, going to war, though I suppose I always knew it was her destiny. She hoped to meet your father again. She thought he'd be in Afghanistan. Grandmother spread her hands, as if this was beyond her understanding. She went. She died bravely. She thought the family gift would protect her. No doubt that's how she saved those soldiers. But the gift has never kept our family safe. It did not help my father, or his father. It did not help me. And now you have become a man. You must follow the path. But, what path? What's our gift? Archery. You and your archery. Foolish boy. Soon you will find out. Tonight, after the funeral, you must go south. Your mother said if she did not come back from combat, Lupa would send messengers. They will escort you to a place where the children of the gods can be trained for their destiny. Frank felt as if he were being shot with arrows, his heart splitting into porcelain's hearts. He didn't understand most of what grandmother said, but one thing was clear, she was kicking him out. You'd just let me go, he asked. Your last family? Grandmother's mouth quivered. Her eyes looked moist. Frank was shocked to realize she was near tears. She'd lost her husband years ago, then her daughter, and now she was ATM_LT to send away her only grandson. But she rose from the couch and stood tall, her posture as stiff and correct as ever. When you arrive at camp, she instructed, you must speak to the praetor in private. Tell her your great-grandfather was Shen Lun. It has been many years since the San Francisco incident. Hopefully they will not kill you for what he did, but you might want to beg forgiveness for his actions. This is sounding better and better, Frank mumbled. The goddess said you would bring our family full circle. Grandmother's voice had no trace of sympathy. She chose your path years ago, and it will not be easy. But now it is time for the funeral. We have obligations. Come. The car will be waiting. The ceremony was a blur, solemn faces, the patter of rain on the graveside awning, the crack of rifles from the honor guard, the casket sinking into the earth. That night, the wolves came. They howled on the front porch. Frank came out to meet them. He took his travel pack, his warmest clothes, his bow, and his quiver. His mother's sacrifice medal was tucked in his pack. The charred stick was wrapped carefully in 3 layers of cloth in his coat pocket. Next to his heart his journey south began to the Wolf House in Sonoma, and eventually to Camp Jupiter, where he spoke to Raina privately as grandmother had instructed. He begged forgiveness for the great-grandfather he knew nothing about. Raina let him join the Legion. She never did tell him what his great-grandfather had done, but she obviously knew. Frank could tell it was bad. I judge people by their own merits, Raina had told him. But do not mention the name Shenlun to anyone else. It must remain our secret, or you'll be treated badly. Unfortunately, Frank didn't have many merits. His first month at camp was spent knocking over rows of weapons, breaking chariots, and tripping entire cohorts as they marched. His favorite job was caring for Hannibal the elephant, but he'd managed to mess that up, too, giving Hannibal indigestion by feeding him peanuts. Who knew elephants could be peanut intolerant? Frank figured Raina was regretting her decision to let him join. Every day, he woke up wondering if the stick would somehow catch fire and burn, and he would cease to exist. All of this ran through Frank's head as he walked with Hazel and Percy to the war games. He thought about the stick wrapped inside his coat pocket, and what it meant that Juno had appeared at camp. Was he about to die? He hoped not. He hadn't brought his family any honor yet, that was for sure. Maybe Apollo would claim him today and explain his powers and gifts. Once they got out of camp, the 5th cohort formed 2 lines behind their centurions, Dakota and Gwen. They marched north, skirting the edge of the city, and headed to the Field of Mars, the largest, flattest part of the valley. The grass was cropped short by all the unicorns, bulls, and homeless fawns that grazed here. The earth was pitted with explosion craters and scarred with trenches from past games. At the north end of the field stood their target. The engineers had built a stone fortress with an iron portcullis, guard towers, scorpion ballistae, water cannons, and no doubt many other nasty surprises for the defenders to use. They did a good job today, Hazel noted. That's bad for us. Wait, Percy said. You're telling me that fortress was built today? Hazel grinned. Legionnaires are trained to build. If we had to, we could break down the entire camp and rebuild it somewhere else. Take maybe 3 or 4 days, but we could do it. Let's not, Percy said. So you attack a different fort every night? Not every night, Frank said. We have different training exercises. Sometimes deathball which is like paintball, except with, poison and acid and fireballs. Sometimes we do chariots and gladiator competitions, sometimes war games. Hazel pointed at the fort. Somewhere inside, the first and second cohorts are keeping their banners. Our job is to get inside and capture them without getting slaughtered. We do that, we win. Percy's eyes lit up. Like capture the flag. I think I like capture the flag. Frank laughed. Yeah, well. It's harder than it sounds. We have to get past those scorpions and water cannons on the walls, fight through the inside of the fortress, find the banners, and defeat the guards, all while protecting our own banners and troops from capture. And our cohort is in competition with the other 2 attacking cohorts. We sort of work together, but not really. The cohort that captures the banners gets all the glory. Percy stumbled, trying to keep time with the left-right marching rhythm. Frank sympathized. He'd spent his first 2 weeks falling down. So why are we practicing this, anyway? Percy asked. Do you guys spend a lot of time laying siege to fortified cities? Teamwork, Hazel said. Quick thinking. Tactics. Battle skills. You'd be surprised what you can learn in the war games. Like who will stab you in the back, Frank said. Especially that, Hazel agreed. They marched to the center of the field of Mars and formed ranks. The 3rd and 4th cohorts assembled as far as possible from the 5th. The centurions for the attacking side gathered for a conference. In the sky above them, Reyna circled on her Pegasus, Scipio, ready to play referee. Half a dozen giant eagles flew in formation behind her, prepared for ambulance airlift duty if necessary. The only person not participating in the game was Nico D'Angelo, Pluto's ambassador, who had climbed an observation tower about 100 yards from the fort and would be watching with binoculars. Frank propped his pilum against his shield and checked Percy's armor. Every strap was correct. Every piece of armor was properly adjusted. You did it right, he said in amazement. Percy, you must have done war games before. I don't know. Maybe. The only thing that wasn't regulation was Percy's glowing bronze sword, not imperial gold, and not a gladius. The blade was leaf-shaped, and the writing on the hilt was Greek. Looking at it made Frank uneasy. Percy frowned. We can use real weapons, right? Yeah, Frank agreed. For sure. I've just never seen a sword like that. What if I hurt somebody? We heal them, Frank said. Or try to. The Legion medics are pretty good with ambrosia and nectar, and unicorn draft. No one dies, Hazel said. Well, not usually. And if they do, Frank imitated the voice of Vitellius, they're wimps. Back in my day, we died all the time, and we liked it. Hazel laughed. Just stay with us, Percy. Chances are we'll get the worst duty and get eliminated early. They'll throw us at the walls first to soften up the defenses. Then the 3rd and 4th cohorts will march in and get the honors, if they can even breach the fort. Horns blew. Dakota and Gwen walked back from the officers' conference, looking grim. All right, here's the plan. Dakota took a quick swig of Kool-Aid from his travel flask. They're throwing us at the walls first to soften up the defenses. The whole cohort groaned. I know, Gwen said. But maybe this time we'll have some luck. Leave it to Gwen to be the optimist. Everybody liked her because she took care of her people and tried to keep their spirits up. She could even control Dakota during his hyperactive bug juice fits. Still, the campers grumbled and complained. Nobody believed in luck for the 5th. First line with Dakota, Gwen said. Lock shields and advance in turtle formation to the main gates. Try to stay in one piece. Draw their fire. Second line. Gwen turned to Frank's row without much enthusiasm. U-17, from Bobby over, take charge of the elephant and the scaling ladders. Try a flanking attack on the western wall. Maybe we can spread the defenders too thin. Frank, Hazel, Percy. Well, just do whatever. Show Percy the ropes. Try to keep him alive. She turned back to the whole cohort. If anybody gets over the wall first, I'll make sure you get the mural crown. Victory for the 5th. The cohort cheered half-heartedly and broke ranks. Percy frowned. Do whatever. Yeah, Hazel sighed. Big vote of confidence. What's the mural crown? He asked. Military medal, Frank said. He'd been forced to memorize all the possible awards. Big honor for the first soldier to breach an enemy fort. You'll notice nobody in the 5th is wearing one. Usually we don't even get into the fort because we're burning or drowning, he faltered, and looked at Percy. Water cannons. What? Percy asked. The cannons on the walls, Frank said, they draw water from the aqueduct. There's a pump system. Heck, I don't know how they work, but they're under a lot of pressure. If you could control them, like you controlled the river. Frank. Hazel beamed. That's brilliant. Percy didn't look so sure. I don't know how I did that at the river. I'm not sure I can control the cannons from this far away. We'll get you closer. Frank pointed to the eastern wall of the fort, where the 5th cohort wouldn't be attacking. That's where the defense will be weakest. They'll never take 3 kids seriously. I think we can sneak up pretty close before they see us. Sneak up how? Percy asked. Frank turned to Hazel. Can you do that thing again? She punched him in the chest. You said you wouldn't tell anybody. Immediately Frank felt terrible. He'd gotten so caught up in the idea. Hazel muttered under her breath. Never mind. It's fine. Percy, he's talking about the trenches. The field of Mars is riddled with tunnels from over the years. Some are collapsed, or buried deep, but a lot of them are still passable. I'm pretty good at finding them and using them. I can even collapse them if I have to. Like you did with the Gorgons, Percy said, to slow them down. Frank nodded approvingly. I told you Pluto was cool. He's the god of everything under the earth. Hazel can find caves, tunnels, trapdoors, and it was our secret, she grumbled. Frank felt himself blushing. Yeah, sorry. But if we can get close and if I can knock out the water cannons. Percy nodded, like he was warming to the idea. What do we do then? Frank checked his quiver. He always stocked up on special arrows. He'd never gotten to use them before, but maybe tonight was the night. Maybe he could finally do something good enough to get Apollo's attention. The rest is up to me, he said. Let's go. Frank FMNK had never felt so sure of anything, which made him nervous. Nothing he planned ever went right. He always managed to break, ruin, burn, sit on, or knock over something important. Yet he knew this strategy would work. Hazel found them a tunnel with no problem. In fact, Frank had a sneaking suspicion she didn't just find tunnels. It was as though tunnels manufactured themselves to suit her needs. Passages that had been filled in years ago suddenly unfilled, changing direction to lead Hazel where she wanted to go. They crept along by the light of Percy's glowing sword, Riptide. Above, they heard the sounds of battle kids shouting, Hannibal the elephant bellowing with glee, scorpion bolts exploding, and water cannons firing. The tunnel shook. Dirt rained down on them. Frank slipped his hand inside his armor. The piece of wood was still safe and secure in his coat pocket, though one good shot from a scorpion might set his lifeline on fire. Bad Frank, he chided himself. Fire is the F word. Don't think about it. There's an opening just ahead, Hazel announced. We'll come up 10 feet from the east wall. How can you tell? Percy asked. I don't know, she said. But I'm sure. Could we tunnel straight under the wall? Frank wondered. No, Hazel said. The engineers were smart. They built the walls on old foundations that go down to bedrock. And don't ask how I know. I just do. Frank stumbled over something and cursed. Percy brought this sword around for more light. The thing Frank had tripped on was gleaming silver. He crouched down. Don't touch it, Hazel said. Frank's hand stopped a few inches from the chunk of metal. It looked like a giant Hershey's kiss, about the size of his fist. It's massive, he said. Silver. Platinum. Hazel sounded scared out of her wits. It'll go away in a second. Please don't touch it. It's dangerous. Frank didn't understand how a lump of metal could be dangerous, but he took Hazel seriously. As they watched, the chunk of platinum sank into the ground. He stared at Hazel. How did you know? In the light of Percy's sword, Hazel looked as ghostly as a lar. I'll explain later, she promised. Another explosion rocked the tunnel, and they forged ahead. They popped out of a hole just where Hazel had predicted. In front of them, the fort's east wall loomed. Off to their left, Frank could see the main line of the 5th cohort advancing in turtle formation, shields forming a shell over their heads and sides. They were trying to reach the main gates, but the defenders above pelted them with rocks and shot flaming bolts from the scorpions, blasting craters around their feet. A water cannon discharged with a jaw-rattling thrum, and a jet of liquid carved a trench in the dirt right in front of the cohort. Percy whistled. That's a lot of pressure, all right. The 3rd and 4th cohorts weren't even advancing. They stood back and laughed, watching their allies get beat up. The defenders clustered on the wall above the gates, yelling insults at the tortoise formation as it staggered back and forth. War games had deteriorated into beat up the 5th. Frank's vision went red with anger. Let's shake things up. He reached in his quiver and pulled out an arrow heavier than the rest. The iron tip was shaped like the nose cone of a rocket. An ultra-thin gold rope trailed from the fletching. Shooting it accurately up the wall would take more force and skill than most archers could manage, but Frank had strong arms and good aim. Maybe Apollo is watching, he thought hopefully. What does that do? Percy asked. Grappling hook. It's called a Hydra arrow, Frank said. Can you knock out the water cannons? A defender appeared on the wall above them. Hey, he shouted to his buddies. Check it out. More victims. Percy, Frank said, now would be good. More kids came across the battlements to laugh at them. A few ran to the nearest water cannon and swung the barrel toward Frank. Percy closed his eyes. He raised his hand. Up on the wall, somebody yelled, "Open wide, losers." Kaboom! The cannon exploded in a starburst of blue, green, and white. Defenders screamed as a watery shock wave flattened them against the battlements. Kids toppled over the walls but were snatched by giant eagles and carried to safety. Then the entire eastern wall shuddered as the explosion backed up through the pipelines. One after another, the water cannons on the battlements exploded. The scorpions' fires were doused. Defenders scattered in confusion or were tossed through the air, giving the rescue eagles quite a workout. At the main gates, the 5th cohort forgot about their formation. Mystified, they lowered their shields and stared at the chaos. Frank shot his arrow. It streaked upward, carrying its glittering rope. Then it reached the top. The metal point fractured into a dozen lines that lashed out and wrapped around anything they could find: parts of the wall, a scorpion, a broken water cannon, and a couple of defending campers, who yelped and found themselves slammed against the battlements as anchors. From the main rope, handholds extended at 2-foot intervals, making a ladder. Go. Frank said. Percy grinned. You first, Frank. This is your party. Frank hesitated. Then he slung his bow on his back and began to climb. He was halfway up. The defenders recovered their senses enough to sound the alarm. Frank glanced back at 5th cohort's main group. They were staring up at him, dumbfounded. Well. Frank screamed. Attack. Gwen was the first to unfreeze. She grinned and repeated the order. A cheer went up from the battlefield. Hannibal the elephant trumpeted with happiness, but Frank couldn't afford to watch. He clambered to the top of the wall, where 3 defenders were trying to hack down his rope ladder. One good thing about being big, clumsy, and clad in metal: Frank was like a heavily armored bowling ball. He launched himself at the defenders, and they toppled like pins. Frank got to his feet. He took command of the battlements, sweeping his pylon back and forth and knocking down defenders. Some shot arrows. Some tried to get under his guard with their swords, but Frank felt unstoppable. Then Hazel appeared next to him, swinging her big cavalry sword like she was born for battle. Percy leaped onto the wall and raised Riptide. Fun, he said. Together they cleared the defenders off the walls. Below them the gates broke. Hannibal barreled into the fort, arrows and rucks harmlessly off his Kevlar armor. The 5th cohort charged in behind the elephant, and the battle went hand to hand. Finally, from the edge of the field of Mars, a battle cry went up. The 3rd and 4th cohorts ran to join the fight. A little late, Hazel grumbled. We can't let them get the banners, Frank said. No, Percy agreed. Those are ours. No more talk was necessary. They moved like a team, as if the 3 of them had been working together for years. They rushed down the interior steps and into the enemy base. Point 12 Frank. After that, the battle was mayhem. Frank, Percy, and Hazel waded through the enemy, plowing down anyone who stood in their way. The first and second cohorts pride of Camp Jupiter, a well-oiled, highly disciplined war machine, fell apart under the assault and the sheer novelty of being on the losing side. Part of their problem was Percy. He fought like a demon, whirling through the defenders' ranks in a completely unorthodox style, rolling under their feet, slashing with his sword instead of stabbing like a Roman would, whacking campers with the flat of his blade, and generally causing mass panic. Octavian screamed in a shrill voice, maybe ordering the first cohort to stand their ground, maybe trying to sing soprano, but Percy put a stop to it. He somersaulted over a line of shields and slammed the butt of his sword into Octavian's helmet. The centurion collapsed like a sock puppet. Frank shot arrows until his quiver was empty, using blunt-tipped missiles that wouldn't kill but left some nasty bruises. He broke his pilum over a defender's head, then reluctantly drew his gladius. Meanwhile, Hazel climbed onto Hannibal's back. She charged toward the center of the fort, grinning down at her friends. "Let's go, slowpokes. Gods of Olympus, she's beautiful," Frank thought. They ran to the center of the base. The inner keep was virtually unguarded. Obviously the defenders never dreamed an assault would get this far. Hannibal busted down the huge doors. Inside, the first and second cohort standard bearers were sitting around a table playing Mythomagic with cards and figurines. The cohort's emblems were propped carelessly against one wall. Hazel and Hannibal rode straight into the room, and the standard bearers fell backward out of their chairs. Hannibal stepped on the table, and game pieces scattered. By the time the rest of the cohort caught up with them, Percy and Frank had disarmed the enemies, grabbed the banners, and climbed onto Hannibal's back with Hazel. They marched out of the keep triumphantly with the enemy colors. The fifth cohort formed ranks around them. Together they paraded out of the fort, past stunned enemies and lines of equally mystified allies. Reyna circled low overhead on her Pegasus. "The game is won." She sounded as if she were trying not to laugh. "Assemble for honors." Slowly the campers regrouped on the field of Mars. Frank saw plenty of minor injuries, some burns, broken bones, black eyes, cuts and gashes, plus a lot of very interesting hairdos from fires and exploding water cannons, but nothing that couldn't be fixed. He slid off the elephant. His comrades swarmed him, pounding him on the back and complimenting him. Frank wondered if he was dreaming. It was the best night of his life until he saw Gwen. "Help!" somebody yelled. A couple of campers rushed out of the fortress, carrying a girl on a stretcher. They set her down, and other kids started running over. Even from a distance, Frank could tell it was Gwen. She was in bad shape. She lay on her side on the stretcher with a pilum sticking out of her armor, almost like she was holding it between her chest and her arm, but there was too much blood. Frank shook his head in disbelief. "No, no, no," he muttered as he ran to her side. The medics barked at everyone to stand back and give her air. The whole legion fell silent as the healers worked trying to get gauze and powdered unicorn horn under Gwen's armor to stop the bleeding, trying to force some nectar into her mouth. Gwen didn't move. Her face was ashen gray. Finally one of the medics looked up at Reyna and shook his head. For a moment, there was no sound except water from the ruined cannons trickling down the walls of the fort. Hannibal nuzzled Gwen's hair with his trunk. Reyna surveyed the campers from her Pegasus. Her expression was as hard and dark as iron. "There will be an investigation. Whoever did this, you cost the Legion a good officer. Honorable death is one thing, but this." Frank wasn't sure what she meant. Then he noticed the marks engraved in the wooden shaft of the pilum. CHT-1 Legio 12F. The weapon belonged to the first cohort, and the point was sticking out the front of her armor. Gwen had been speared from behind, possibly after the game had ended. Frank scanned the crowd for Octavian. The centurion was watching with more interest than concern, as if he were examining one of his stupid gutted teddy bears. He didn't have a pilum. Blood roared in Frank's ears. He wanted to strangle Octavian with his bare hands, but at that moment, Gwen gasped. Everyone stepped back. Gwen opened her eyes. The color came back to her face. What is it? She blinked. What's everyone staring at? She didn't seem to notice the 7-foot harpoon sticking out through her chest. Behind Frank, a medic whispered, "There's no way. She was dead. She has to be dead." Gwen tried to sit up, but couldn't. There was a river, and a man asking, "For a coin?" I turned around and the exit door was open. So I just... Point one just left. I don't understand. Happened. Everyone stared at her in horror. Nobody tried to help. Gwen. Frank knelt next to her. Don't try to get up. Just close your eyes for a second, okay? Why? What, just trust me? Gwen did what he asked. Frank grabbed the shaft of the pylon below its tip, but his hands were shaking. The wood was slick. Percy, Hazel, help me. One of the medics realized what he was planning. Don't, he said. You might what? Hazel snapped. Make it worse. Frank took a deep breath. Hold her steady. 1, 2, 3. He pulled the pylon out from the front. Gwen didn't even wince. The blood stopped quickly. Hazel bent down to examine the wound. It's closing on its own, she said. I don't know how, but I feel fine, Gwen protested. What's everyone worried about? With Frank and Percy's help, she got to her feet. Frank glowered at Octavian, but the Centurion's face was a mask of polite concern. Later, Frank thought. Deal with him later. Gwen, Hazel said gently, there's no easy way to say this. You were dead. Somehow you came back. I what? She stumbled against Frank. Her hand pressed against the ragged hole in her armor. How? Good question. Reyna turned to Nico, who was watching grimly from the edge of the crowd. Is this some power of Pluto? Nico shook his head. Pluto never lets people return from the dead. He glanced at Hazel as if warning her to stay quiet. Frank wondered what that was about, but he didn't have time to think about it. A thunderous voice rolled across the field. Death loses its hold. This is only the beginning. Campers drew weapons. Hannibal trumpeted nervously. Scipio reared, almost throwing Reyna. I know that voice, Percy said. He didn't sound pleased. In the midst of the legion, a column of fire blasted into the air. Heat seared Frank's eyelashes. Campers who had been soaked by the cannons found their clothes instantly steam-dried. Everyone scrambled backward as a huge soldier stepped out of the explosion. Frank didn't have much hair, but what he did have stood straight up. The soldier was 10 feet tall, dressed in Canadian Forces desert camouflage. He radiated confidence and power. His black hair was cut in a flat-topped wedge like Frank's. His face was angular and brutal, marked with old knife scars. His eyes were covered with infrared goggles that glowed from inside. He wore a utility with a sidearm, a knife holster, and several grenades. In his hands was an oversized M16 rifle. The worst thing was that Frank felt drawn to him. As everyone else stepped back, Frank stepped forward. He realized the soldier was silently willing him to approach. Frank desperately wanted to run away and hide, but he couldn't. He took 3 more steps. Then he sank to one knee. The other campers followed his example and knelt. Even Reyna dismounted. That's good, the soldier said. Kneeling is good. It's been a long time since I've visited Camp Jupiter. Frank noticed that one person wasn't kneeling. Percy Jackson, his sword still in hand, was glaring at the giant soldier. You're Ares, Percy said. What do you want? A collective gasp went up from 200 campers and an elephant. Frank wanted to say something to excuse Percy and placate the god, but he didn't know what. He was afraid the war god would blast his new friend with that extra-large M16. Instead, the bared his brilliant white teeth. You've got spunk, demigod, he said. Ares is my Greek form. But to these followers, to the children of Rome, I am Mars, patron of the empire, divine father of Romulus and Remus. We've met, Percy said. We had a fight. The god scratched his chin, as if trying to recall. I fight a lot of people. But I assure you you've never fought me as Mars. If you had, you'd be dead. Now, kneel, as befits a child of Rome, before you try my patience. Around Mars's feet, the ground boiled in a circle of flame. Percy, Frank said, please. Percy clearly didn't like it, but he knelt. Mars scanned the crowd. Romans, lend me your ears. He laughed a good, hearty bellow, so infectious it almost made Frank smile, though he was still shivering with fear. I've always wanted to say that. I come from Olympus with a message. Jupiter doesn't like us communicating directly with mortals, especially nowadays, but he has allowed this exception, as you Romans have always been my special people. I'm only permitted to speak for a few minutes, so listen up. He pointed at Gwen. This one should be dead, yet she's not. The monsters you fight no longer return to Tartarus when they are slain. Some mortals who died long ago are now walking the earth again. Was it Frank's imagination, or did the god glare at Nico D'Angelo? Then Atos has been chained, Mars announced. The doors of death have been forced open, and no one is policing them, at least, not impartially. Gia allows our enemies to pour forth into the world of mortals. Her sons the giants are mustering armies against you, armies that you will not be able to kill. Unless death is unleashed to return to his duties, you will be overrun. You must find Thanatos and free him from the giants. Only he can reverse the tide. Mars looked around, and noticed that everyone was still silently kneeling. Oh, you can get up now. Any questions? Reyna rose uneasily. She approached the god, followed by Octavian, who was bowing and scraping like a champion groveler. Lord Mars, Reyna said, we are honored. Beyond honored, said Octavian. So far beyond honored, well. Mars snapped. Well, Reyna said, then Atos is the god of death, the lieutenant of Pluto. Right, the god said. And you're saying that he's been captured by giants. Right. And therefore people will stop dying. Not all at once, Mars said. But the barriers between life and death will continue to weaken. Those who know how to take advantage of this will exploit it. Monsters are already harder to dispatch. Soon they will be completely impossible to kill. Some demigods will also able to find their way back from the underworld, like your friend Centurion Shish Kebab. Gwen winced. Centurion Shish Kebab? If left unchecked, Mars continued, even mortals will eventually find it impossible to die. Can you imagine a world in which no one dies ever? Octavian raised his hand. But, mighty all-powerful Lord Mars, if we can't die, isn't that a good thing? If we can stay alive indefinitely, don't foolish, boy. Mars bellowed. Endless slaughter with no conclusion? Carnage without any point? Enemies that rise again and again and can never be killed? Is that what you want? You're the god of war, Percy spoke up. Don't you want endless carnage? Mars's infrared goggles glowed brighter. Insolent, aren't you? Perhaps I have fought you before. I can understand why I'd want to kill you. I'm the god of Rome, child. I am the god of military might used for a righteous cause. I protect the legions. I am happy to crush my enemies underfoot, but I don't fight without reason. I don't want war without end. You will discover this. You will serve me. Not likely, Percy said again. Frank waited for the god to strike him down, but Mars just grinned like they were two old buddies talking trash. I order a quest, the god announced. You will go north and find Thanatos in the land beyond the gods. You will free him and thwart the plans of the giants. Beware Gia. Beware her son, the eldest giant. Next to Frank, Hazel made a squeaking sound. The land beyond the gods. Mars stared down at her, his grip tightening on his M16. That's right, Hazel Levesque. You know what I mean. Everyone here remembers the land where the Legion lost its honor. Perhaps if the quest succeeds, and you return by the Feast of Fortuna, perhaps then your honor will be restored. If you don't succeed, there won't be any camp left to return to. Rome will be overrun, its legacy lost forever. So my advice is, don't fail. Octavian somehow managed to bow even lower. Lord Mars, just one tiny thing. A quest requires a prophecy, a mystical poem to guide us. We used to get them from the Sibylline books, but now it's up to the augur to glean the will of gods. So if I could just run and get about 70 stuffed animals and possibly a knife, you're the augur, the god interrupted. Why yes, my lord. Mars pulled a scroll from his utility belt. Anyone got a pen? The legionnaires stared at him. Mars sighed. 200 Romans, and no one's got a pen? Never mind. He slung his M16 onto his back and pulled out a hand grenade. There were many screaming Romans. Then the grenade morphed into a ballpoint pen, and Mars began to write. Frank looked at Percy with wide eyes. He mouthed, "Can your sword do grenade form?" Percy mouthed back, "No." "Shut up." There. Mars finished writing and threw the scroll at Octavian. A prophecy. You can add it to your books, engrave it on your floor, whatever. Octavian read the scroll. This says, go to Alaska. Find Thanatos and free him. Come back by sundown on June 24th or die. Yes, Mars said. Is that not clear? Well, my lord. Usually prophecies are unclear. They're wrapped in riddles. They rhyme, and Mars casually popped another grenade off his belt. Yes. The prophecy is clear. Octavian announced. A quest. Good answer. Mars tapped the grenade to his chin. Now, what else? There was something else. Oh, yes. He turned to Frank. Semir, kid. No, Frank thought. The burned stick in his coat pocket felt heavier. His legs turned wobbly. A sense of dread settled over him, worse than the day the military officer had come to the door. He knew what was coming, but he couldn't stop it. He stepped forward against his will. Mars grinned. Nice job taking the wall, kid. Who's the ref for this game? Raina raised her hand. You see that play, ref? Mars demanded. That was my kid. First over the wall, won the game for his team. Unless you're blind, that was an MVP play. You're not blind, are you? Raina looked like she was trying to swallow a mouse. No, Lord Mars. Then make sure he gets the mural crown, Mars demanded. My kid, here, he yelled at the Legion, in case anyone hadn't heard. Frank wanted to melt into the dirt. Emily Zhang's son, Mars continued. She was a good soldier. Good woman. This kid Frank proved his stuff tonight. Happy late birthday, kid. Time you stepped up to a real man's weapon. He tossed Frank his M16. For a split second Frank thought they'd be crushed under the weight of the massive assault rifle, but the gun changed in midair, becoming smaller and thinner. When Frank caught it, the weapon was a spear. It had a shaft of imperial gold and a strange point like a white bone, flickering with ghostly light. The tip is a dragon's tooth, Mars said. You haven't learned to use your mom's talents yet, have you? Well, that spear will give you some breathing room until you do. You get 3 charges out of it, so use it wisely. Frank didn't understand, but Mars acted like the matter was closed. Now, my kid Frank Zhang is gonna lead the quest to free the Natos, unless there are any objections. Of course, no one said a word. But many of the campers glared at Frank with envy, jealousy, anger, bitterness. You can take 2 companions, Mars said. Those are the rules. One of them needs to be this kid. He pointed at Percy. He's gonna learn some respect for Mars on this trip, or die trying. As for the second, I don't care. Pick whomever you want. Have one of your Senate debates. You all are good at those. The god's image flickered. Lightning crackled across the sky. That's my cue, Mars said. Until next time, Romans. Do not disappoint me. The god erupted in flames, and then he was gone. Raina turned toward Frank. Her expression was part amazement, part nausea, like she'd finally managed to swallow that mouse. She raised her arm in a Roman salute. Ave, Frank Zhang, son of Mars. The whole legion followed her lead, but Frank didn't want their attention anymore. His perfect night had been ruined. Mars was his father. The god of war was sending him to Alaska. Frank had been handed more than a spear for his birthday. He'd been handed a death sentence. 13 Percy slept like a Medusa victim, which is to say, like a rock. He hadn't crashed in a safe, comfortable bed since. Well, he couldn't even remember. Despite his insane day and the million thoughts running through his head, his body took over and said, "You will sleep now." He had dreams, of course. He always had dreams, but they passed like blurred images from the window of a train. He saw a curly-haired fawn in ragged clothes running to catch up with him. I don't have any spare change, Percy called. What? The fawn said. No, Percy. It's me, Grover. Stay put. We're on our way to find you. Tyson is close, at least we think he's the closest. We're trying to get a lock on your position. What? Percy called, but the fawn disappeared in the fog. Then Annabeth was running along beside him, reaching out her hand. Thank the gods, she called. For months and months we couldn't see you. Are you all right? Percy remembered what Juno had said. For months he has been slumbering, but now he is awake. The goddess had intentionally kept him hidden, but why? Are you real? He asked Annabeth. He wanted so much to believe it. He felt like Hannibal the elephant was standing on his chest. But her face began to dissolve. She cried, stay put. It'll be easier for Tyson to find you. Stay where you are. Then she was gone. The images accelerated. He saw a huge ship in a dry dock, workers scrambling to finish the hull, a guy with a blowtorch welding a bronze dragon figurehead to the prow. He saw the war god stalking toward him in the surf, a sword in his hands. The scene shifted. Percy stood on the field of Mars, looking up at the Berkeley Hills. Golden grass rippled, and a face appeared in the landscape, a sleeping woman, her features formed from shadows and folds in the terrain. Her eyes remained closed, but her voice spoke in Percy's mind. So this is the demigod who destroyed my son Cronus. You don't look like much, Percy Jackson, but you're valuable to me. Come north. Meet Alcywanius. Juno can play her little games with Greeks and Romans, but in the end, you will be my pawn. You will be the key to the gods' defeat. Percy's vision turned dark. He stood in a theater-sized version of the camp's headquarters, a Principia with walls of ice and freezing mist hanging in the air. The floor was littered with skeletons in Roman armor and imperial gold weapons encrusted with frost. In the back of the room sat an enormous shadowy figure. His skin glinted of gold and silver, as if he were an automaton like Raina's dogs. Behind him stood a collection of ruined emblems, tattered banners, and a large golden eagle on a staff of iron. The giant's voice boomed in the vast chamber. This will be fun, son of Neptune. It's been eons since I broke a demigod of your caliber. I await you atop the ice. Percy woke, shivering. For a moment he didn't know where he was. Then he remembered, Camp Jupiter, the 5th cohort barracks. He lay in his bunk, staring at the ceiling and trying to control his racing heartbeat. A golden giant was waiting to break him. Wonderful. But what unnerved him more was that sleeping woman's face in the hills. You will be my pawn. Percy didn't play chess, but he was pretty sure that being a pawn was bad. They died a lot. Even the friendlier parts of his dream were disturbing. A faun named Grover was looking for him. Maybe that's why Dawn had detected what had he called it, an empathy link. Somebody named Tyson was searching for him, too, and Annabeth had warned Percy to stay where he was. He sat up in his bunk. His roommates were rushing around, getting dressed and brushing their teeth. Dakota was wrapping himself in a long piece of red speckled cloth, a toga. One of the Laries was giving him pointers on where to tuck and fold. Breakfast time? Percy asked hopefully. Frank's head popped up from the bunk below. He had bags under his eyes like he hadn't slept well. A quick breakfast. Then we've got the Senate meeting. Dakota's head was stuck in his toga. He staggered around like a Kool-Aid-stained ghost. Percy said, should I wear my bed sheets? Frank snorted. That's just for the senators. There are 10 of them, elected yearly. You've got to be at camp 5 years to qualify. So how come we're invited to the meeting? Because, you know, the quest. Frank sounded worried, like he was afraid Percy would back out. We have to be in on the discussion. You, me, Hazel. I mean, if you're willing. Frank probably didn't mean to guilt him, but Percy Sheart felt pulled like taffy. He had sympathy for Frank. Getting claimed by the war god in front of the whole camp, what a nightmare. Plus, how could Percy say no to that big pouty baby face? Frank had been given a huge task that would most likely get him killed. He was scared. He needed Percy's help. And the 3 of them had made a good team last night. Hazel and Frank were solid, dependable people. They'd accepted Percy like family. Still, he didn't like the idea of this quest, especially since it came from Mars, and especially after his dreams. LD better get ready. He climbed out of bed and got dressed. The whole time, he thought about Annabeth. Help was on the way. He could have his old life back. All he had to do was stay put. At breakfast, Percy was conscious of everyone looking at him. They were whispering ATM_LT the previous night, 2 gods in one day. Un-Roman fighting. Water cannon up my nose. He was too hungry to care. He filled up on pancakes, eggs, bacon, waffles, apples, and several glasses of orange juice. He probably would have eaten more, but Raina announced that the Senate would now convene in the city, and all the folks in togas got up to leave. Here we go. Hazel fidgeted with a stone that looked like a 2-carat ruby. The ghost Vitellius appeared next to them in a purple shimmer. Bona Fortuna, you 3. Senate meetings. I remember the one when Caesar was assassinated. Why, the amount of blood on his toga. Thanks, Vitellius, Frank interrupted. We should get going. Raina and Octavian led the procession of senators out of camp, with Raina's metal greyhounds dashing back and forth along the road. Hazel, Frank, and Percy trailed behind. Percy noticed Nico D'Angelo in the group, wearing a black toga and talking with Gwen, who looked a little pale but surprisingly good considering she'd been dead the night before. Nico waved at Percy, then went back to his conversation, leaving Percy more sure than ever that Hazel's brother was trying to avoid him. Dakota stumbled along in his red speckled robe. A lot of other senators seemed to be having trouble with their togas, too, hiking up their hems, trying to keep the cloth from slipping off their shoulders. Percy was glad he was wearing a regular purple t-shirt and jeans. How could Romans move in those things, he wondered. They were just for formal occasions, Hazel said. Like tuxedos. I bet the ancient Romans hated togas as much as we do. By the way, you didn't bring any weapons, did you? Percy's hand went to his pocket, where his pen always stayed. MVMY? Are we not supposed to? No weapons allowed inside the Pomerian line, she said. The what line? Pomerian, Frank said. The city limits. Inside is a sacred safe zone. Legions can't march through. No weapons allowed. That's so Senate meetings don't get bloody. Like Julius Caesar getting assassinated? Percy asked. Frank nodded. Don't worry. Nothing like that has happened in months. Percy hoped he was kidding. As they got closer to the city, Percy could appreciate how beautiful it was. The tiled roofs and gold domes gleamed in the sun. Gardens bloomed with honeysuckle and roses. The central plaza was paved in white and gray stone, decorated with statues, fountains, and gilded columns. In the surrounding neighborhoods, cobblestone streets were lined with freshly painted townhouses, shops, cafes, and parks. In the distance rose the Colosseum and the horse racing arena. Percy didn't notice they'd reached the city limits until the senators in front of him started slowing down. On the side of the road stood a white marble statue, a life-size muscular man with curly hair, no arms, and an irritated expression. Maybe he looked mad because he'd been carved only from the waist up. Below that, he was just a big block of marble. Single file, please, the statue said. Have your IDs ready. Percy looked to his left and right. He hadn't noticed before, but a line of identical statues ringed the city at intervals of about 100 yards. The senators passed through easily. The statue checked the tattoos on their forearms and called each senator by name. Gwendolyn, Senator, 5th Cohort, yes. Nico D'Angelo, Ambassador of Pluto, very well. Raina, Praetor, of course. Hank, Senator, 3rd Cohort, oh, nice shoes, Hank. Ah, who have we here? Hazel, Frank, and Percy were the last ones. Terminus, Hazel said, this is Percy Jackson. Percy, this is Terminus, the god of boundaries. Nu, said the god. Yes, probatio tablet. Fine. Ah, weapon in your pocket? Take it out. Take it out. Percy didn't know how Terminus could tell, but he out his pen. Quite dangerous, Terminus said. Leave it in the tray. Wait, where's my assistant? Julia. A little girl about 6 years old peeked out from behind the base of the statue. She had pigtails, a pink dress, and an impish grin with 2 missing teeth. Julia. Terminus glanced behind him, and Julia scurried in the other direction. Where did that girl go? Terminus looked the other way and caught sight of Julia before she could hide. The little girl squealed with delight. Oh, there you are, said the statue. Front and center. Bring the tray. Julia scrambled out and brushed off her dress. She picked up a tray and presented it to Percy. On it were several paring knives, a corkscrew, an oversized container of sun lotion, and a water bottle. You can pick up your weapon on the way out, Terminus said. Julia will take good care of it. She's a trained professional. The little girl nodded. Professional. She said each syllable carefully, like she'd been practicing. Percy glanced at Hazel and Frank, who didn't seem to find anything odd about this. Still, he wasn't wild about handing over a deadly weapon to a kid. The thing is, he said, the pen returns to my pocket automatically, so even if I give it, not to worry, Terminus assured him. We'll make sure it doesn't wander off. Won't we, Julia? Yes, Mr. Terminus. Reluctantly, Percy put his pen on the tray. Now, a few rules, since you're new, Terminus said. You are entering the boundaries of the city proper. Keep the peace inside the line. Yield to chariot traffic while walking on public roads. When you get to the Senate House, sit on the left-hand side. And, down there, do you see where I'm pointing? Percy said, you don't have any hands. Apparently this was a sore point for Terminus. His marble face turned a dark shade of gray. A smart aleck, eh? Well, Mr. Rule Flouter, right down there in the forum Julia, point for me, please. Julia dutifully set down the security tray and pointed toward the main plaza. The shop with the blue awning, Terminus continued, that's the general store. They sell tape measures. Buy one. I want those pants exactly 1 inch above the ankles and that hair regulation cut. And tuck your shirt in. Hazel said, thank you, Terminus. We need to get going. Fine, fine, you may pass, the god said testily. But stay on the right side of the road. And that rock right there, no, Hazel, look where I'm pointing. That rock is entirely too close to that tree. Move it 2 inches to the left. Hazel did what she was told, and they continued down the path, Terminus still shouting orders at them while Julia did cartwheels across the grass. Is he always like that? Percy asked. No, Hazel admitted. Today he was laid back. Usually he's more obsessive/compulsive. He inhabits every boundary stone around the city, Frank said. Kind of our last line of defense if the city's attacked. Terminus isn't so bad, Hazel added. Just don't make him angry, or he'll force you to measure every blade of grass in the valley. Percy filed that information. And the kid? Julia. Hazel grinned. Yeah, she's a cutie. Her parents live in the city. Come on. We'd better catch up to the senators. As they approached the forum, Percy was struck by the sheer number of people. College-age kids were hanging out at the fountain. Several of them waved at the senators as they passed. One guy in his late 20s stood at a bakery counter, flirting with a young woman who was buying coffee. An older couple was watching a little boy in diapers in a miniature Camp Jupiter shirt toddle after seagulls. Merchants were opening their shops for the day, putting out signs in Latin that advertised pottery, jewelry, and half-price tickets for the hippodrome. All these people are demigods? Percy asked. Or descended from demigods, Hazel said. Like I told you, it's a good place to go to college or raise a family without worrying about monster attacks every day. Maybe 200-300 people live here. The veterans act as, like, advisors and reserve forces as needed, but mostly they're just citizens living their lives. Percy imagined what that would be like, getting an apartment in this tiny replica of Rome, protected by the Legion and Terminus the OCD god. He imagined holding hands with at a cafe. Maybe when they were older, watching their own kid chase seagulls across the forum. He shook the idea out of his head. He couldn't afford to indulge in that kind of thinking. Most of his memories were gone, but he knew this place wasn't his home. He belonged somewhere else, with his other friends. Besides, Camp Jupiter was in danger. If Juno was right, an attack was coming in less than 5 days. Percy imagined that sleeping woman's face, the face of Gia, forming in the hills above camp. He imagined hordes of monsters descending into this valley. If you don't succeed, Mars had warned, there won't be any camp left to return to. Rome will be overrun, its legacy lost forever. He thought about the little girl Julia, the families with kids, his new friends in the 5th cohort, even those silly fawns. He didn't want to picture what might happen to them if this place was destroyed. The senators made their way to a big white domed building on the west end of the forum. Percy paused at the doorway, trying not to think about Julius Caesar getting slashed to death at a Senate meeting. Then he took a deep breath and followed Hazel and Frank inside. 14 Percy. The Senate House interior looked like a high school lecture hall. A semicircle of tiered seats faced a dais with a podium and 2 chairs. The chairs were empty, but one had a small velvet package on the seat. Percy, Hazel, and Frank sat on the left side of the semicircle. The 10 senators and Nico D'Angelo occupied the rest of the front row. The upper rows were filled with several dozen hosts and a few older veterans from the city, all in formal togas. Octavian stood in front with a knife and a beanie baby lion, just in case anyone needed to consult the god of cutesy collectibles. Raina walked to the podium and raised her hand for attention. Right, this is an emergency meeting, she said. We won't stand on formalities. I love formalities, a ghost complained. Raina shot him a cross look. First of all, she said, we're not here to vote on the quest itself. The quest has been issued by Mars Alter, patron of Rome. We will obey his wishes. Nor are we here to debate the choice of Frank Zhang's companions. All 3 from the 5th cohort, called out Hank from the 3rd. That's not fair. And not smart, said the boy next to him. We know the 5th will mess up. They should take somebody good. Dakota got up so fast, he spilled Kool-Aid from his flask. We were plenty good last night when we whipped your podex, Larry. Enough, Dakota, Reyna said. Let's leave Larry's podexu of this. As quest leader, Frank has the right to choose his companions. He has chosen Percy Jackson and Hazel Levesque. A ghost from the second row yelled, Absurdus. Frank Jong isn't even a full member of the Legion. He's on probation. A quest must be led by someone of Centurion rank or higher. This is completely Cato, Reyna snapped. We must obey the wishes of Mars Ultor. That means certain adjustments. Reyna clapped her hands, and Octavian came forward. He set down his knife and beanie baby and took the velvet package from the chair. Frank Jong, he said, come forward. Frank glanced nervously at Percy. Then he got to his feet and approached the augur. It is my pleasure, Octavian said, forcing out the last word, to bestow upon you the mural crown for being first over the walls in siege warfare. Octavian handed him a bronze badge shaped like a laurel wreath. Also, by order of Praetor Reyna, to promote you to the rank of Centurion. He handed Frank another badge, a bronze crescent, and the Senate exploded in protest. He's still a probie, one yelled. Impossible, said another. Water cannon up my nose, yelled a third. Silence. Octavian's voice sounded a lot more commanding than it had the previous night on the battlefield. Our praetor recognizes that no one below the rank of Centurion may lead a quest. For good or ill, Frank must lead this quest, so our praetor has decreed that Frank Jong must be made Centurion. Suddenly Percy understood what an effective speaker Octavian was. He sounded reasonable and supportive, but his expression was pained. He carefully crafted his words to put all the responsibility on Reyna. This was her idea, he seemed to say. If it went wrong, Reyna was to blame. If only Octavian had been the one in charge, things would have been done more sensibly. But alas, he had no choice but to support Reyna, because Octavian was a loyal Roman soldier. Octavian managed to convey all that without saying it, simultaneously calming the Senate and sympathizing with them. For the first time, Percy realized this scrawny, funny-looking scarecrow of a kid might be a dangerous enemy. Reyna must have recognized this too. A look of irritation flashed across her face. There is an opening for Centurion, she said. One of our officers, also a senator, has decided to step down. After 10 years in the Legion, she will retire to the city and attend college. Gwen of the 5th cohort, we thank you for your service. Everyone turned to Gwen, who managed a brave smile. She looked tired from the previous night's ordeal, but also relieved. Percy couldn't blame her. Compared to getting skewered with a pilum, college sounded pretty good. As praetor, Reyna continued, I have the right to replace officers. I admit it's unusual for a camper on probation to rise directly to the rank of Centurion, but I think we can agree. Last night was unusual. Frank Jong, your ID, please. Frank removed the lead tablet from around his neck and handed it to Octavian. Your arm, Octavian said. Frank held up his forearm. Octavian raised his hands to the heavens. We accept Frank Jong, son of Mars, to the 12th Legion Fulminata for his first year of service. Do you pledge your life to the Senate and people of Rome? Frank muttered something like "ud-dud." Then he cleared his throat and managed, I do. The senators shouted, Senatus Populusque Romanus. Fire blazed on Frank's arm. For a moment his eyes filled with terror, and Percy was afraid his friend might pass out. Then the smoke and flame died, and new marks were seared onto Frank's skin, SPQR, an image of crossed spears, and a single stripe, representing the first year of service. You may sit down. Octavian glanced at the audience as if to say, this wasn't my idea, folks. Now, Reyna said, we must discuss the quest. The senators shifted and muttered as Frank returned to his seat. Did it hurt? Percy whispered. Frank looked at his forearm, which was still steaming. Yeah. A lot. He seemed mystified by the badges in his hand, the Centurion's mark and the mural crown, like he wasn't sure what to do with them. Here. Hazel's eyes shone with pride. Let me. She pinned the medals to Frank's shirt. Percy smiled. He'd only known Frank for a day, but he felt proud of him too. You deserve it, man, he said. What you did last night. Natural leadership. Frank scowled. But Centurion Jong, called Octavian. Did you hear the question? Frank blinked. Sorry. What? Octavian turned to the Senate and smirked, like what did I tell you? I was asking, Octavian said like he was talking to a 3-year-old. Plan for the quest. Do you even know where you are going? If you have a. Hazel put her hand on Frank's shoulder and stood. Weren't you listening last night, Octavian? Mars was pretty clear. We're going to the land beyond the gods, Alaska. The senators squirmed in their togas. Some of the ghosts shimmered and disappeared. Even Raina's metal dogs rolled over on their backs and whimpered. Finally Senator Larry stood. I know what Mars said, but that's crazy. Alaska is cursed. They call it the land beyond the gods for a reason. It's so far north, the Roman gods have no power there. The place is swarming with monsters. No demigod has come back from there alive since you lost your eagle, Percy said. Larry was so startled, he fell back on his podex. Look, Percy continued, I know I'm new here. I know you guys don't like to mention that massacre in the 1980s. He mentioned it, one of the ghosts whimpered. But don't you get it? Percy continued. The 5th cohort led that expedition. We failed, and we have to be responsible for making things right. That's why Mars is sending us. This giant, the son of Gia, he's the one who defeated your forces 30 years ago. I'm sure of it. Now he's sitting up there in Alaska with a chained death god, and all your old equipment. He's mustering his armies and sending them south to attack this camp. Really? Octavian said. You seem to know a lot about our enemy's plans, Percy Jackson. Most insults Percy could shrug off, being called weak or stupid or whatever. But it dawned on him that Octavian was calling him a spy, a traitor. That was such a foreign concept to Percy, so not who he was, he almost couldn't process the slur. Vivian he did, his shoulders tensed. He was tempted to smack Octavian on the head again, but he realized Octavian was baiting him, trying to make him look unstable. Percy took a deep breath. We're going to confront this son of Gia, he said, managing to keep his composure. We'll get back your eagle and unchain this god. He glanced at Hazel. Then Atos, right? She nodded. Lettuce, in Roman. But his old Greek name is Thanatos. Vivian it comes to death. We're happy to let him stay Greek. Octavian sighed in exasperation. Well, whatever you call him, how do you expect to do all this and get back by the Feast of Fortuna? That's the evening of the 24th. It's the 20th now. Do you even know where to look? Do you even know who this son of Gia is? Yes. Hazel spoke with such certainty that even Percy was surprised. I don't know exactly where to look, but I have a pretty idea. The giant's name is Alcywanius. That name seemed to lower the temperature in the room by 50 degrees. The senators shivered. Raina gripped her podium. How do you know this, Hazel? Because you're a child of Pluto. Nico D'Angelo had been so quiet, Percy had almost forgotten he was there. Now he stood in his black toga. Praetor, if I may, he said. Hazel and I. We learned a little about the giants from our father. Each giant was bred specifically to oppose one of the 12 Olympian gods to usurp that god's domain. The king of giants was Porphyrion, the anti-Jupiter. But the eldest giant was Alcywanius. He was born to oppose Pluto. That's why we know of him in particular. Raina frowned. Indeed? You sound quite familiar with him. Nico picked at the edge of his toga. Anyway, the giants were hard to kill. According to prophecy, they could only be defeated by gods and demigods working together. Dakota belched. Sorry, did you say gods and demigods? One Ike fighting side by side? That could never happen. It has happened, Nico said. In the first giant war, the gods called on heroes to join them, and they were victorious. Whether it could happen again, I don't know. But with Alcywanius he was different. He was completely immortal, impossible to kill by god or demigod, as long as he remained in his home territory, the place where he was born. Nico paused to let that sink in. And if Alcywanius has been reborn in Alaska, then he can't defeated there, Hazel finished. Ever. By any means. Vivian is why our 1980s expedition was doomed to fail. Another round of arguing and shouting broke out. The quest is impossible, shouted a senator. We're doomed, cried a ghost. More Kool-Aid, yelled Dakota. Silence. Raina called. Senators, we must act like Romans. Mars has given us this quest, and we have to believe it is possible. These 3 demigods must travel to Alaska. They must free Thanatos and return before the Feast of Fortuna. If they can retrieve the lost eagle in the process, so much the better. All we can do is advise them and make sure they have a plan. Reyna looked at Percy without much hope. You do have a plan? Percy wanted to step forward bravely and say, no, I don't. That was the truth, but looking around at all the nervous faces, Percy knew he couldn't say it. First, I need to understand something. He turned toward Nico. I thought Pluto was the god of the dead. Now I hear about this other guy, Thanatos, and the of death from that prophecy, the prophecy of 7. What does all that mean? Nico took a deep breath. Okay. Pluto is the god of the underworld, but the actual god of death, the one who's responsible for making sure souls go to the afterlife and stay there, that's Pluto's lieutenant, Thanatos. He's like, well, imagine life and death are two different countries. Everybody would like to be in life, right? So there's a guarded border to keep people from crossing back over without permission. But it's a big border, with lots of holes in the fence. Pluto tries to seal up the breaches, but new ones keep popping up all the time. That's why he depends on Thanatos, who's like the border patrol, the police. Thanatos catches souls, Percy said, and deports them back to the underworld. Exactly, Nico said. But now Thanatos has been captured, chained up. Frank raised his hand. How do you chain death? It's been done before, Nico said. In the old days, a guy named Sisyphus tricked death and tied him up. Another time, Hercules wrestled him to the ground. And now a giant has captured him, Percy said. So if we could free Thanatos, then the dead would stay dead. He glanced at Gwen. No offense. It's more complicated than that, Nico said. Octavian rolled his eyes. Why does that not surprise me? You mean the doors of death, Reyna said, ignoring Octavian. They are mentioned in the prophecy of 7, which sent the first expedition to Alaska. Cato the ghost snorted. We all know how that turned out. We Lares remember. The other ghosts grumbled in agreement. Nico put his finger to his lips. Suddenly all the Lares went silent. Some looked alarmed, like their mouths had been glued together. Percy wished he had that power over certain living people, like Octavian, for instance. Thanatos is only part of the solution, Nico explained. The doors of death. Well, that's a concept even I don't completely understand. There are many ways into the underworld, the river Styx, the door of Orpheus plus smaller escape routes that open up from time to time. With Thanatos imprisoned, all those exits will be easier to use. Sometimes it might work to our advantage and let a friendly soul come back like Gwen here. More often, it will benefit evil souls and monsters, the sneaky ones who are looking to escape. Now, the doors of death, those are the personal of Thanatos, his fast lane between life and death. Only Thanatos is supposed to know where they are, and the location shifts over the ages. If I understand correctly, the doors of death have been forced open. Gia's minions have seized control of them, which means Gia controls who can come back from the dead, Percy guessed. Nico nodded. She can pick and choose who to let out, the worst monsters, the most evil souls. If we rescue Thanatos, that means at least he can catch souls again and send them below. Monsters will die when we kill them, like they used to, and we'll get a little breathing room. But unless we're able to retake the doors of death, our enemies won't stay down for long. They'll have an easy way back to the world of the living. So we can catch them and deport them, Percy summed up, but they'll just keep coming back across. In a depressing nutshell, yes, Nico said. Frank scratched his head. But Thanatos knows where the doors are, right? If we free him, he can retake them. I don't think so, Nico said. Not alone. He's no match for Gia. That would take a massive quest, an army of the best demigods. Foes bear arms to the doors of death, Reyna said. That's the prophecy of 7. She looked at Percy, and for just a moment he could see how scared she was. She did a good job of hiding it, but Percy wondered if she'd had nightmares about Gia too, if she'd seen visions of what would happen when the camp was invaded by monsters that couldn't be killed. If this begins the ancient prophecy, we don't have resources to send an army to these doors of death and protect the camp. I can't imagine even sparing 7 demigods. First things first. Percy tried to sound confident, though he could feel the level of panic rising in the room. I don't know who the 7 are, or what that old prophecy means, exactly. But first we have to free Thanatos. Mars told us we only needed 3 people for the quest to Alaska. Let's concentrate on succeeding with that and getting back before the Feast of Fortuna. Then we can worry about the doors of death. Yeah, Frank said in a small voice. That's probably enough for 1 week. So you do have a plan? Octavian asked skeptically. Percy looked at his teammates. We go to Alaska as fast as possible. And we improvise, Hazel said. A lot, Frank added. Raina studied them. She was mentally writing her own obituary. Very well, she said. Nothing remains except for us to vote what support we can give the quest: transportation, money, magic, weapons. Praetor, if I may, Octavian said. Oh, great, Percy muttered. Here it comes. The camp is in grave danger, Octavian said. 2 gods have warned us we will be attacked 4 days from now. We must not spread our resources too thin, especially by funding projects that have a slim chance of success. Octavian looked at the 3 of them with pity, as if to say, poor little things. Mars has clearly chosen the least likely candidates for this quest. Perhaps that is because he considers them the most expendable. Perhaps Mars is playing the long odds. Whatever the case, he wisely didn't order a massive expedition, nor did he ask us to fund their adventure. I say we keep our resources here and defend the camp. This is where the battle will be lost or won. If these 3 succeed, wonderful. But they should do so by their own ingenuity. An uneasy murmur passed through the crowd. Frank jumped to his feet. Before he could start a fight, Percy said, fine. No problem. But at least give us transportation. Gia is the Earth goddess, right? Going overland, across the Earth, I'm guessing we should avoid that. Plus, it'll be too slow. Octavian laughed. Would you like us to charter you an airplane? The idea made Percy nauseous. No. Air travel, I have a feeling that would be bad, too. But a boat. Can you at least give us a boat? Hazel made a grunting sound. Percy glanced over. She shook her head and mouthed, fine. I'm fine. A boat. Octavian turned to the senators. The son of Neptune wants a boat. Sea travel has never been the Roman way, but he isn't much of a Roman. Octavian, Raina said sternly, a boat is little enough to ask. And providing no other aid seems very traditional. Octavian exclaimed. It is very traditional. Let us see if these questers have the strength to survive without help, like true Romans. More muttering filled the chamber. The senator's eyes moved back and forth between Octavian and Raina, watching the test of wills. Raina straightened in her chair. Very well, she said tightly. We'll put it to a vote. Senators, the motion is as follows: the quest shall go to Alaska. The Senate shall provide full access to the Roman navy duked at Alameda. No other aid will be forthcoming. The 3 adventurers will survive or fail on their own merits. All in favor? Every senator's hand went up. The motion is passed. Raina turned to Frank Centurion, your party is excused. The Senate has other matters to discuss. And, Octavian, if I may confer with you for a moment. Percy was incredibly glad to see the sunlight. In that dark hall, with all those eyes on him, he'd felt like the world was riding on his shoulders, and he was fairly sure he'd had that experience before. He filled his lungs with fresh air. Hazel picked up a large emerald from the path and slipped it in her pocket. So, we're pretty much toast. Frank nodded miserably. If either of you wants to back out, I wouldn't blame you. Are you kidding? Hazel said. And pull sentry duty for the rest of the week. Frank managed a smile. He turned to Percy. Percy gazed across the forum. Stay put, Annabeth had said in his dream. But if he stayed put, this camp would be destroyed. He looked up at the hills, and imagined Gia's face smiling in the shadows and ridges. You can't win, little demigod, she seemed to say. Serve me by staying, or serve me by going. Percy made a silent vow, after the Feast of Fortuna, he would find Annabeth. But for now, he had to act. He couldn't let Gia win. I'm with you, he told Frank, besides, I want to check out the Roman navy. They were only halfway across the forum when some called, Jackson. Percy turned and saw Octavian jogging toward them. What do you want? Percy asked. Octavian smiled. Already decided I'm your enemy? That's a rash choice, Percy. I'm a loyal Roman. Frank snarled. You backstabbing, slimy. Both Percy and Hazel had to restrain him. Oh, dear, Octavian said. Hardly the right behavior for a new centurion. Jackson, I only followed you because Raina charged me with a message. She wants you to report to the Principia without your 2 lackeys, here. Reina will meet you there after the Senate adjourns. She'd like a private word with you before you leave on your quest. What about? Percy said. I'm sure I don't know. Octavian smiled wickedly. The last person she had a private talk with was Jason Grace. And that was the last time I ever saw him. Good luck and goodbye, Percy Jackson. Percy was glad Riptide had returned to his pocket. Judging from Reina's expression, he thought he might need to defend himself. She stormed into the Principia with her purple cloak billowing, and her greyhounds at her feet. Percy was sitting in one of the praetor chairs that he'd pulled to the visitor's side, which maybe wasn't the proper thing to do. He started to get up. Stay seated, Reina growled. You leave after lunch. We have a lot to discuss. She plunked down her dagger so hard, the jelly bean bowl rattled. Aurum and Argentum their posts on her left and right and fixed their ruby eyes on Percy. What did I do wrong? Percy asked. If it's about the chair, it's not you. Reina scowled. I hate Senate meetings. Mime Octavian gets talking. Percy nodded. You're a warrior. Octavian is a talker. Put him in front of the Senate, and suddenly he becomes the powerful one. She narrowed her eyes. You're smarter than you look. Gee, thanks. I hear Octavian might get elected praetor, assuming the Kemp survives that long. Which brings us to the subject of doomsday, Reina said, and how you might help prevent it. But I place the fate of Kemp Jupiter in your hands. We need to get a few things straight. She sat down and put a ring on the table, a band of silver etched with a sword and torch design, like Reina's tattoo. Do you know what this is? The sign of your mom, Percy said. The war goddess. He tried to remember the name, but he didn't want to get it wrong, something like Bologna. Or Salami. Bologna, yes. Reina scrutinized him carefully. You don't remember where you saw this ring before? You really don't remember me or my sister, Hyla? Percy shook his head. I'm sorry. It would have been 4 years ago. Just before you came to camp. Reina frowned. How did you? You've got 4 stripes on your tattoo. 4 years. Reina looked at her forearm. Of course. It seems so long ago. I suppose you wouldn't recall me even if you had your memory. I was just a little girl, one attendant among so many at the spa. But you spoke with my sister, just before you and that other one, Annabeth, destroyed our home. Percy tried to remember. He really did. For some reason, Annabeth and he had visited a spa and decided to destroy it. He couldn't imagine why. Maybe they hadn't liked the deep tissue massage? Maybe they'd gotten bad manicures. It's a blank, he said. Since your dogs aren't attacking me, I hope you'll believe me. I'm telling the truth, Aurum and Argentum snarled. Percy got the feeling they were thinking, please lie. Please lie. Reina tapped the silver ring. I believe you're sincere, she said. But not everyone at Kemp does. Octavian thinks you're a spy. He thinks you were sent here by Gia to find our weaknesses and distract us. He believes the old legends about the Greeks. Old legends. Reina's hand rested halfway between her dagger and the jelly beans. Percy had a feeling that if she made a sudden move, she wouldn't be grabbing for the candy. Some believe Greek demigods still exist, she said, heroes who follow the older forms of the gods. There are legends of battles between Roman and Greek heroes in relatively modern times, the American Civil War, for instance. I have no proof of this, and if our Lares know anything, they refuse to say. But Octavian believes the Greeks are still around, plotting our downfall, working with the forces of Gia. He thinks you are one of them. Is that what you believe? I believe you came from somewhere, she said. You're important, and dangerous. 2 gods have taken a special interest in you since you arrived, so I can't believe you'd work against Olympus. Or Rome. She shrugged. Of course, I could be wrong. Perhaps the gods sent you here to test my judgment. But I think you were sent here to make up for the loss of Jason. Jason? Percy couldn't go very far in this camp without hearing that name. The way you talk about him. Percy said. Were you two a couple? Reina's eyes bored into him like the eyes of a hungry wolf. Percy had seen enough hungry wolves to know. We might have been, Reina said, given time. Praetors work closely together. It's common for them to become romantically involved. But Jason was only praetor for a few months before he disappeared. Ever since then, Octavian has been pestering me, agitating for new elections. I've resisted. I need a partner in power, but I'd prefer someone like Jason. A warrior, not a schemer. She waited. Percy realized she was sending him a silent invitation. His throat went dry. Oh, you mean oh. I believe the gods sent you to help me, Reyna said. I don't understand where you come from, any more than I understood it 4 years ago. But I think your arrival is some sort of repayment. You destroyed my home once. Now you've been sent to save my home. I don't hold a grudge against you for the past, Percy. My sister hates you still, it's true, but fate brought me here to Camp Jupiter. I've done well. All I ask is that you work with me for the future. I intend to save this camp. The metal dogs glared at him, their mouths frozen in snarl mode. Percy found Reyna's eyes a lot harder to meet. Look, I'll help, he promised. But I'm new here. You've got a lot of good people who know this camp better than I do. If we succeed on this quest, Hazel and Frank will be heroes. You could ask one of them please, Reyna said. No one will follow a child of Pluto. There's something about that girl. Rumors about where she came from. No, she won't do. As for Frank John, he has a heart, but he's hopelessly naive and inexperienced. Besides, if the others found out about his family history at this camp family history. The point is, Percy, you are the real power on this quest. You are a seasoned veteran. I've seen what you can do. A son of Neptune wouldn't be my first choice, but if you return successfully from this mission, the Legion might be saved. The praetorship will yours for the taking. Together, you and I could expand the power of Rome. We could raise an army and find the doors of death, crush Gia's forces once and for all. You would find me a very helpful friend. She said that word like it could have several meanings, and he could pick which one. Percy's feet started tapping on the floor, anxious to run. Reyna. I'm honored, and all. Seriously. But I've got a girlfriend. And I don't want power, or a praetorship. Percy was afraid he'd make her mad. Instead she just raised her eyebrows. A man who turns down power, she said. That's not very Roman of you. Just think ATM_LT it. In 4 days, I have to make a choice. If we are to fight off an invasion, we must have 2 strong praetors. I'd prefer you, but if you fail on your quest, or don't come back, or refuse my offer, well, I'll work with Octavian. I mean to save this camp, Percy Jackson. Things are worse than you realize. Percy remembered what Frank said about the monster attacks getting more frequent. How bad? Reyna's nails dug into the table. Even the Senate doesn't know the whole truth. I've asked Octavian not to share his auguries, or we'd have mass panic. He's seen a great army marching south, more than we can possibly defeat. They're led by a giant Alcywanius. I don't think so. If he is truly invulnerable in Alaska, he'd be foolish to come here himself. It must be one of his brothers. Great, Percy said. So we've got 2 giants to worry about. The praetor nodded. Lupa and her wolves are trying to slow them down, but this force is too strong even for them. The enemy will be here soon by the Feast of Fortuna at the very latest. Percy shuddered. He'd seen Lupa in action. He knew all about the wolf goddess and her pack. If this enemy was too powerful for Lupa, Camp Jupiter didn't stand a chance. Reyna read his expression. Yes, it's bad, but not hopeless. If you succeed in bringing back our eagle, if you release death so we can actually kill our enemies, then we stand a chance. And there's one more possibility. Reyna slid the silver ring across the table. I can't give you much help, but your journey will take you close to Seattle. I'm asking you for a favor, which may also help you. Find my sister Hyla. Your sister, the one who hates me? Oh, yes, Reyna agreed. She would love to kill you. But show her that ring as a token from me, and she may help you instead. I can't speak for her. In fact. Reyna frowned. In fact, I haven't spoken to her weeks. She's gone silent. With these armies passing through, you want me to check on her, Percy guessed. Make sure she's okay. Partially, yes. I can't imagine she's been overcome. My sister has a powerful force. Her territory is well defended. But if you can find her, she could offer you valuable help. It could mean the difference between success and failure on your quest. And if you tell her what's happening here, she might send help. Percy asked. Reyna didn't answer, but Percy could see the desperation in her eyes. She was terrified, grasping for anything that could save her camp. No wonder she wanted Percy's help. She was the only praetor. The defense of the camp rested on her shoulders alone. Percy took the ring. I'll find her. Where do I? What kind force days she have? Don't worry. Just go to Seattle. They'll find you. That didn't sound encouraging, but Percy slipped the ring onto his leather necklace with his beads and his probatio tablet. Wish me luck, fight well, Percy Jackson, Raina said. And thank you. He could tell the audience was over. Raina was having trouble holding herself together, keeping up the image of the confident commander. She needed some time by herself. But at the door of the Principia, Percy couldn't resist turning. How did we destroy your home, that spa where you lived? The metal greyhounds growled. Raina snapped her fingers to silence them. You destroyed the power of our mistress, she said. You freed some prisoners who took revenge on all of us who lived on the island. My sister and I, well, we survived. It was difficult. But in the long run, I think we are better off away from that place. Still, I'm sorry, Percy said. If I hurt you, I'm sorry. Raina gazed at him for a long time, as if trying to translate his words. An apology? Not very Roman at all, Percy Jackson. You'd make an interesting praetor. I hope you'll think about my offer. 16 Percy lunch felt like a funeral party. Everybody ate. People talked in hushed tones. Nobody seemed particularly happy. The other campers kept glancing over at Percy like he was the corpse of honor. Raina made a brief speech wishing them luck. Octavian ripped open a Beanie Baby and pronounced grave omens and hard times ahead, but predicted the camp would be saved by an unexpected hero, whose initials were probably Octavian. Then the other campers went off to their afternoon classes: gladiator fighting, Latin lessons, paintball with ghosts, eagle training, and a dozen other activities that sounded better than a suicide quest. Percy followed Hazel and Frank to the barracks to pack. Percy didn't have much. He'd cleaned up his backpack from his trip south and had kept most of his bargain mart supplies. He had a fresh pair of jeans and an extra purple t-shirt from the camp quartermaster, plus some nectar, ambrosia, snacks, a little mortal money, and camping supplies. At lunch, Raina had handed him a scroll of introduction from the praetor and camp senate. Supposedly, any retired legionnaires they met on the trip would help them if shown the letter. He also kept his leather necklace with the beads, the silver ring, and the probatio tablet, and of course he had Riptide in his pocket. He folded his tattered orange t-shirt and left it on his bunk. I'll be back, he said. He felt pretty stupid talking to a t-shirt, but he was really thinking of Annabeth, and his old life. I'm not leaving for good. But I have to help these guys. They took me in. They deserve to survive. The t-shirt didn't answer, thankfully. One of their roommates, Bobby, gave them a ride to the border of the valley on Hannibal the elephant. From the hilltops, Percy could see everything below. The little Tiber snaked across golden pastures where the unicorns were grazing. The temples and forums of New Rome gleamed in the sunlight. On the field of Mars, engineers were hard at work, pulling down the remains of last night's fort and setting up barricades for a game of deathball. A normal day for Camp Jupiter, but on the northern horizon, storm clouds were gathering. Shadows moved across the hills, and Percy imagined the face of Gia getting closer and closer. Work with me for the future, Raina had said. I intend to save this camp. Looking down at the valley, Percy understood why she cared so much. Even though he was new to Camp Jupiter, he felt a fierce desire to protect this place. A safe haven where demigods could build their lives. He wanted that to be part of his future. Maybe not the way Raina imagined, but if he could share this place with Annabeth. They got off the elephant. Bobby wished them a safe journey. Hannibal wrapped the 3 questers with his trunk. Then the elephant taxi service headed back into the valley. Percy sighed. He turned to Hazel and Frank and tried to think of something upbeat to say. A familiar voice said, "IDs, please." A statue of Terminus appeared at the summit of the hill. The god's marble face frowned irritably. Well? Come along. You again? Percy asked. I thought you just guarded the city. Terminus huffed. Glad to see you, too, Mr. Ruleflouter. Normally, yes, I guard the city, but for international departures, I like to provide extra security at the camp borders. You really should have allowed 2 hours before your planned departure time, you know. But we'll have to make do. Now, come over here so I can pat you down. But you don't have. Percy stopped himself. Sure. He stood next to the armless statue. Terminus conducted a rigorous mental pat-down. You seem to be clean, Terminus decided. Do you have anything to declare? Yes, Percy said. I declare this is stupid. Humph. Probatio tablet, Percy Jackson, 5th cohort, son of Neptune. Fine, go. Hazel Levesque, daughter of Pluto. Fine. Any foreign currency or, ahem, precious metals to declare? No, she muttered. Are you sure? Terminus asked. Because last time, no. Well, this is a grumpy bunch, said the god. Quest travelers. Always in a rush. Now, let's see Frank Jong. Ah. Centurion? Well done, Frank. And that haircut is regulation perfect. I approve. Off you go, then, Centurion Jong. Do you need any directions? No. No, I guess not. Just down to the BART station, Terminus said anyway. Change trains at 12th Street in Oakland. You want Fruitvale Station. From there, you can walk or take the bus to Alameda. You guys don't have a magical BART train or something? Percy asked. Magic trains. Terminus scoffed. You'll be wanting your own security lane and a pass to the executive lounge next. Just travel safely, and watch out for polyboats. Talk ATM_LT scofflaws bah. I wish I could throttle him with my bare hands. Wait, who? Percy asked. Terminus made a straining expression, like he was flexing his non-existent biceps. Ah, well. Just be careful of him. I imagine he can smell a son of Neptune a mile away. Out you. Go, now. Good luck. An invisible force kicked them across the boundary. When Percy looked back, Terminus was gone. In fact, the entire valley was gone. The Berkeley Hills seemed to be free of any Roman camp. Percy LCK, ked at his friends. Any idea what Terminus was talking about? Watch out for. Political something or other. Polybotes. Hazel sounded out the name carefully. Never heard of him. Sounds Greek, Frank said. That narrows it down. Percy sighed. Well, we probably just appeared on the smell radar for every monster within 5 miles. We'd better get moving. It took them 2 hours to reach the docks in Alameda. Compared to Percy's last few months, the trip was easy. No monsters attacked. Nobody looked at Percy like he was a homeless wild child. Frank had stored his spear, bow, and quiver in a long bag made for skis. Hazel's cavalry sword was wrapped in a bedroll slung on her back. Together the three of them looked like normal high schoolers on their way to an overnight trip. They walked to Rockridge Station, bought their tickets with mortal money, and hopped on the BART train. They got off in Oakland. They had to walk through some rough neighborhoods, but nobody bothered them. Whenever the local gang members came close enough to look in Percy's eyes, they quickly veered away. He'd perfected his wolf stare over the last few months, a look that said, however bad you think you are, I'm worse. After strangling sea monsters and running over gorgons in a police car, Percy wasn't scared of gangs. Pretty much nothing in the mortal world scared him anymore. In the late afternoon, they made it to the Alameda docks. Percy looked out over San Francisco Bay and breathed in the salty sea air. Immediately he felt better. This was his father's domain. Whatever they faced, he'd have the upper hand as long as they were at sea. Dozens of boats were moored at the docks, everything from 50-foot yachts to 10-foot fishing. He scanned the slips for some sort of magic vessel, a trireme, maybe, or a dragon-headed warship like he'd seen in his dreams. You guys know what we're looking for? Hazel and Frank shook their heads. I didn't even know we had a navy. Hazel sounded as if she wished there wasn't one. Oh. Frank pointed. You don't think? At the end of the dock was a tiny boat, like a dinghy, covered in a purple tarp. Embroidered in faded gold along the canvas was SPQR. Percy's confidence wavered. No way. He uncovered the boat, his hands working the knots like he'd been doing it his whole life. Under the tarp was an old steel rowboat with no oars. The boat had been painted dark blue at one point, but the hull was so crusted with tar and salt it looked like one massive nautical bruise. On the bow, the name Pax was still readable, lettered in gold. Painted eyes drooped sadly at the water level, as if the boat were about to fall asleep. On board were 2 benches, some steel wool, an old cooler, and a mound of frayed rope with one end tied to the mooring. At the bottom of the boat, a plastic bag and 2 empty Coke cans floated in several inches of scummy water. Behold, Frank said. The mighty Roman navy. There's got to be a mistake, Hazel said. This is a piece of junk, Percy imagined Octavian laughing at them, but he decided not to let it get him down. The Pax was still he jumped aboard, and the hull hummed under his feet, responding to his presence. He gathered up the garbage in the cooler and put it on the dock. He willed the scummy water to flow over the sides and out of the boat. Then he pointed at the steel wool and it flew across the floor, scrubbing and polishing so fast, the steel began to smoke. When it was done, the boat was clean. Percy pointed at the rope, and it untied itself from the dock. No oars, but that didn't matter. Percy could tell that the boat was ready to move, just awaiting his command. "This'll do," he said. "Hop in." Hazel and Frank looked a little stunned, but they climbed aboard. Hazel seemed especially nervous. When they had settled on the seats, Percy concentrated, and the boat slipped away from the dock. "Juno was right, you know." The sleepy voice of Gia whispered in Percy's mind, startling him so badly the boat rocked. "You could have chosen a new life in the sea. You would have been safe from me there. Now it's too late. You chose pain and misery. You're part of my plan, now my important little pawn." "Get off my ship," Percy growled. What?" Frank asked. Percy waited, but the voice of Gia was silent. "Nothing," he said. "Let's see what this rowboat can do." He turned the boat to the north, and in no time they were speeding along at 15 knots, heading for the Golden Gate Bridge. 17 Hazel hated boats. She got seasick so easily, it was more like sea plague. She hadn't mentioned this to Percy. She didn't want to mess up the quest, but she remembered how horrible her life had been when she and her mother had moved to Alaska. No roads. Everywhere they went, they'd had to take the train or a boat. She hoped her condition might have improved since she'd come back from the dead. Obviously not. And this little boat, the Pax, looked so much like that other boat they'd had in Alaska. It brought back bad memories. As soon as they left the dock, Hazel's stomach started to churn. By the time they passed the piers along the San Francisco Embarcadero, she felt so woozy she thought she was hallucinating. They sped by a pack of sea lions lounging on the docks, and she swore she saw an old homeless guy sitting among them. From across the water, the old man pointed a bony finger at Percy and mouthed something like, "Don't even think about it." "Did you see that?" Hazel asked. Percy's face was red in the sunset. "Yeah. I've been here before. One don't know. I think I was looking for my girlfriend." "Annabeth," Frank said. "You mean, on your way to Camp Jupiter?" Percy frowned. "No. Before that." He scanned the city like he was still looking for Annabeth until they passed under the Golden Gate Bridge and turned north. Hazel tried to settle her stomach by thinking of pleasant things, the euphoria she'd felt last night when they'd won the war games, riding Hannibal into the enemy keep, Frank's sudden transformation into a leader. He'd looked like a different person when he'd scaled the walls, calling on the 5th cohort to attack. The way he'd swept the defenders off the battlements. Hazel had never seen him like that before. She'd been so proud to pin the Centurion's badge to his shirt, then her thoughts turned to Nico. Before they had left, her brother had pulled her aside to wish her luck. Hazel hoped he'd stay at Camp Jupiter to help defend it, but he said he'd be leaving today, heading back to the underworld. "Dad needs all the help he can get," he said. "The fields of punishment look like a prison riot. The Furies can barely keep order. Besides, I'm going to try to track some of the escaping souls. Maybe I can find the doors of death from the other side." "Be careful," Hazel said. "If Gia is guarding those doors, don't worry." Nico smiled. "I know how to stay hidden. Just take care of yourself. The closer you get to Alaska. I'm not sure if it'll make the blackouts better or worse." Take care of myself, Hazel thought bitterly. As if there was any way the quest would end well for her. "If we free Thanatos," Hazel told Nico, "I may never see you again. Thanatos will send me back to the underworld." Nico took her hand. His fingers were so pale, it was hard to believe Hazel and he shared the same godly father. "I wanted to give you a chance at Elysium," he said. "That was the best I could do for you. But now, I wish there was another way. I don't want to lose my sister." He didn't say the word again, but Hazel knew that's what he was thinking. For once, she didn't feel jealous of Bianca D'Angelo. She just wished that she had more time with Nico and her friends at camp. She didn't want to die a second time. "Good luck, Hazel," he said. Then he melted into the shadows just like her father had 70 years before. The boat shuddered, jolting Hazel back to the present. They entered the Pacific Currents and skirted the rocky coastline of Marin County. Frank held his ski bag across his lap. It passed over Hazel's knees like the safety bar on an amusement ride, which made her think of the time Sammy had taken her to the carnival during Mardi Gras. She quickly pushed that memory aside. She couldn't risk a blackout. "You okay?" Frank asked. "You look queasy." "Seasickness," she confessed. "I didn't think it would be this bad." Frank pouted like it was somehow his fault. He started digging in his pack. "I've got some nectar. And some crackers. My grandmother says ginger helps. Point one, don't have any of that, but it's okay." Hazel mustered a smile. "That's sweet of you, though." Frank pulled out a saltine. It snapped in his big fingers. Cracker exploded everywhere. Hazel laughed. "Gods, Frank. Sorry. I shouldn't laugh." No problem," he said sheepishly. "Guess you don't want that one." Percy wasn't paying much attention. He kept his eyes fixed on the shoreline. As they passed Stinson Beach, he pointed inland, where a single mountain rose above the green hills. "That LCK's familiar," he said. "Mount Tam," Frank said. "Kids at camp are always talking about it." Big battle happened on the summit, at the old Titan base. Percy frowned. "Were either of you there?" "No," Hazel said. "That was back in August, before I got to camp. Jason told me about it. The Legion destroyed the enemy's palace and about 1,000,000 monsters. Jason had to battle Cryas hand-to-hand combat with a Titan, if you can imagine." "I can imagine," Percy muttered. Hazel wasn't sure what he meant, but Percy did remind her of Jason, even though they looked nothing alike. They had the same aura of quiet power, plus a kind of sadness, like they'd seen their destiny and knew it was only a matter of time before they met a monster they couldn't beat. Hazel the feeling. She watched the sunset in the ocean, and she knew she had less than a week to live. Whether or not their quest succeeded, her journey would be over by the Feast of Fortuna. She thought about her first death, and the months leading up to it, her house in Seward, the 6 months she'd spent in Alaska, taking that little boat into Resurrection Bay at night, visiting that cursed island. She realized her mistake too late. Her vision went black, and she slipped back in time. Their rental house was a clapboard box suspended on pilings over the bay. When the train from Anchorage rolled by, the furniture shook and the pictures rattled on the walls. At night, Hazel fell asleep to the sound of icy water lapping against the rocks under the floorboards. The wind made the building creak and groan. They had one room, with a hot plate and an icebox for a kitchen. One corner was curtained off for Hazel, where she kept her mattress and storage chest. She'd pinned her drawings and old photos of New Orleans on the walls, but that only made her homesickness worse. Her mother was rarely home. She didn't go by Queen Marie anymore. She was just Marie, the hired help. She'd cook and clean all day at the diner on 3rd Avenue for fishermen, railroad workers, and the occasional crew of Navy men. She'd come home smelling like pine sol and fried fish. At night, Marie Levesque would transform. The voice took over, giving Hazel orders, putting her to work on their horrible project. Winter was the worst. The voice stayed longer because of the constant darkness. The cold was so intense, Hazel thought she would never be warm again. When summer came, Hazel couldn't get enough sun. Every day of summer vacation, she stayed away from home as long as she could, but she couldn't walk around town. It was a small community. The other kids spread rumors about her, the witch's child who lived in the old shack by the docks. If she came too close, the kids jeered at her or threw bottles and rocks. The adults weren't much better. Hazel could have made their lives miserable. She could have given them diamonds, pearls, or gold. Up here in Alaska, gold was easy. There was so much in the hills, Hazel could have buried the town without half trying. But she didn't really hate the locals for pushing her away. She couldn't blame them. She spent the day walking the hills. She attracted ravens. They'd caw at her from the trees and wait for the shiny things that always appeared in her footsteps. The curse never seemed to bother them. She saw brown bears, too, but they kept their distance. When Hazel got thirsty, she'd find a snowmelt waterfall and drink cold, clean water until her throat hurt. She'd climb as high as she could and let the sunshine warm her face. It wasn't a bad way to pass the time, but she knew eventually she'd have to go home. Sometimes she thought about her father, that strange pale man in the silver and black suit. Hazel wished he'd come back and protect her from her mother, maybe use his powers to get rid of that awful voice. If he was a god, He should be able to do that. She looked up at the ravens and imagined they were his emissaries. Their eyes were dark and maniacal, like his. She wondered if they reported her movements to her father. But Pluto had warned her mother about Alaska. It was a land beyond the gods. He couldn't protect them here. If he was watching Hazel, he didn't speak to her. She often wondered if she had imagined him. Her old life seemed as distant as the radio programs she listened to, or President Roosevelt talking about the war. Occasionally the locals would discuss the Japanese and some fighting on the outer islands of Alaska, but even that seemed far away, not nearly as scary as Hazel's problem. One day in midsummer, she stayed out later than usual, chasing a horse. She'd seen it first when she had heard a crunching sound behind her. She turned and saw a gorgeous tan roan stallion with a black mane just like the one she'd ridden her last day in New Orleans, when Sammy had taken her to the stables. It could have been the same horse, though that was impossible. It was eating something off the path, and for a second, Hazel had the crazy impression it was munching one of the gold nuggets that always appeared in her wake. "Hey, fella," she called. The horse looked at her warily. Hazel figured it must belong to someone. It was too well groomed, its coat too sleek for a wild horse. If she could get close enough. Of Matt? She could find its owner? Return no, she thought. I just want to ride again. She got within 10 feet, and the horse bolted. She spent the rest of the afternoon trying to catch it, getting maddeningly close before it ran away again. She lost track of time, which was easy to do with the summer sun staying up so long. Finally she stopped at a creek for a drink and looked at the sky, thinking it must be around 3 in the afternoon. Then she heard a train whistle from down in the valley. She realized it had to be the evening run to Anchorage, which meant it was 10 at night. She glared at the horse, grazing peacefully across the creek. "Are you trying to get me in trouble?" The horse whinnied. Then. Hazel must have imagined it. The horse sped away in a blur of black and tan, faster than forked lightning, almost quick for her eyes to register. Hazel didn't understand how, but the horse was definitely gone. She stared at the spot where the horse had stood. A wisp of steam curled from the ground. The train whistle echoed through the hills again, and she realized how much trouble she was in. She ran for home. Her mother wasn't there. For a second Hazel felt relieved. Maybe her mom had had to work late. Maybe tonight they wouldn't have to make the journey. Then she saw the wreckage. Hazel's curtain was pulled down. Her storage chest was open and her few clothes strewn across the floor. Her mattress had been shredded as if a lion had attacked it. Worst of all, her drawing pad was ripped to pieces. Her colored pencils were all broken. Pluto's birthday gift, Hazel's only luxury, had been destroyed. Pinned to the wall was a note in red on the last piece of drawing paper, in writing that was not her mother's. "Wicked girl. I'm waiting at the island. Don't disappoint me." Hazel sobbed in despair. She wanted to ignore the summons. She wanted to run away, but there was nowhere to go. Besides, her mother was trapped. The voice had promised that they were almost done with their task. If Hazel kept helping, her mother would be freed. Hazel didn't trust the voice, but she didn't see any other option. She took the rowboat, a little skiff her mother had bought with a few gold nuggets from a fisherman, who had a tragic accident with his nets the next day. They had only one boat, but Hazel's mother seemed capable on occasion of reaching the island without any transportation. Hazel had learned not to ask about that. Even in midsummer, chunks of ice swirled in Resurrection Bay. Seals glided by her boat, looking at Hazel hopefully, sniffing for fish scraps. In the middle of the bay, the glistening back of a whale raked the surface. As always, the rocking of the made her stomach queasy. She stopped once to be sick over the side. The sun was finally going down over the mountains, turning the sky red. She rowed toward the bay's mouth. After several minutes, she turned and looked ahead. Right in front of her, out of the fog, the island materialized, an acre of pine trees, boulders, and snow with a black sand beach. If the island had a name, she didn't know it. Once Hazel had made the mistake of asking the townsfolk, but they had stared at her like she was crazy. "Ain't no island there," said one old fisherman, "or my boat would have run into it 1,000 times." Hazel was about 50 yards from the shore when a raven landed on the boat's stern. It was a greasy black bird almost as large as an eagle, with a jagged beak like an obsidian knife. Its eyes glittered with intelligence, so Hazel wasn't much surprised when it talked. "Tonight," it croaked. "The last night." Hazel let the oars rest. She tried to decide if the raven was warning her, or advising her, or making a promise. "Are you from my father?" she asked. The raven tilted its head. "The last night." "Tonight." It pecked at the boat's prow and flew toward the island. "The last night," Hazel told herself. She decided to take it as a promise. "No matter what she tells me, I will make this the last night." That gave her enough strength to row on. The boat slid ashore, cracking through a fine layer of ice and black silt. Over the months, Hazel and her mother had worn a path from the beach into the woods. She hiked inland, careful to stick to the trail. The island was full of dangers, both natural and magical. Bears rustled in the undergrowth, glowing white spirits, vaguely human, drifted through the trees. Hazel didn't know what they were, but she knew they were watching her, hoping she'd stray into their clutches. At the center of the island, two massive black boulders formed the entrance to a tunnel. Hazel made her way into the cavern she called the heart of the earth. It was the only truly warm place Hazel had found since moving to Alaska. The air smelled of freshly turned soil. The sweet, moist heat made Hazel feel drowsy, but she fought to stay awake. She imagined that if she fell asleep here, her body would sink into the earthen floor and turn to mulch. The cave was as large as a church sanctuary, like the St. Louis Cathedral back home on Jackson Square. The walls glowed with luminescent mosses, green, red, and purple. The whole chamber thrummed with energy, an echoing boom, boom, boom that reminded Hazel of a heartbeat. Perhaps it was just the sea's waves battering the island, but Hazel didn't think so. This place was alive. The earth was asleep, but it pulsated with power. Its dreams were so malicious, so fitful, that Hazel felt herself losing her grip on reality. Gia wanted to consume her identity, just as she'd overwhelmed Hazel's mother. She wanted to consume every human, god, and demigod that dared to walk across her surface. "You all belong to me," Gia murmured like a lullaby. "Surrender. Return to the earth." "No," Hazel thought. "I'm Hazel Levesque. You can't have me." Marie Levesque stood over the pit. In 6 months, her hair had turned as gray as lint. She'd lost weight. Her hands were gnarled from hard work. She wore snow boots and waders in a stained white shirt from the diner. She never would have been mistaken for a queen. "It's too late." Her mother's frail voice echoed through the cavern. Hazel realized with a shock that it was her voice, not Gia's. "Mother." Marie turned. Her eyes were open. She was awake and conscious. This should have made Hazel feel relieved, but it made her nervous. The voice had never relinquished control while they were on the island. "What have I done?" her mother asked helplessly. "Oh, Hazel, what did I do to you?" She stared in horror at the thing in the pit. For months they'd been coming here, 4 or 5 nights a week as the voice required. Hazel had cried, she'd collapsed with exhaustion, she'd pleaded, she'd given in to despair. But the voice that controlled her mother had urged her on relentlessly. "Bring valuables from the earth. Use your powers, child. Bring my most valuable possession to me." At first, her efforts had brought only scorn. The fissure in the earth had filled with gold and precious stones, bubbling in a thick soup of petroleum. It looked like a dragon's treasure dumped in a tar pit. Then, slowly, a rock spire began to grow like a massive tulip bulb. It emerged so gradually, night after night, that Hazel had trouble judging its progress. Often she concentrated all night on raising it, until her mind and soul were exhausted, but she didn't notice any difference. Yet the spire did grow. Now Hazel could see how much she'd accomplished. The thing was 2 stories high, a swirl of rocky tendrils jutting like a spear tip from the oily morass. Inside, something glowed with heat. Hazel couldn't see it clearly, but she knew what was happening. A body was forming out of silver and gold, with oil for blood and raw diamonds for a heart. Hazel was resurrecting the son of Gia. He was almost ready to wake. Her mother fell to her knees and wept. "I'm sorry, Hazel. I'm so sorry." She looked helpless and alone, horribly sad. Hazel should have been furious. Sorry? She'd lived in fear of her mother for years. She'd been scolded and blamed for her mother's unfortunate life. She'd been treated like a freak, dragged away from her home in New Orleans to this cold wilderness, and worked like a slave by a merciless evil goddess. Sorry didn't cut it. She should have despised her mother. But she couldn't make herself feel angry. Hazel knelt and put her arm around her mother. There was hardly anything left of her, just skin and bones and stained work clothes. Even in the warm cave, she was trembling. "What can we do?" Hazel said. "Tell me how to stop it." Her mother her head. "She let me go." She knows it's too late. There's nothing we can do. The voice. Hazel was afraid to get her hopes up, but if her mother was really freed, then nothing else mattered. They could get out of here. They could run away, back to New Orleans. Is she gone? Her mother glanced fearfully around the cave. No, she's here. There's only one more thing she needs from me. For that, she needs my free will. Hazel didn't like the sound of that. Let's get out of here, she urged. That thing in the rock. It's going to hatch soon, her mother agreed. She looked at Hazel so tenderly. Hazel couldn't remember the last time she'd seen that kind of affection in her mother's eyes. She felt a sob building in her chest. Pluto warned me, her mother said. He told me my wish was too dangerous. Your wish. All the wealth under the earth, she said. He controlled it. I wanted it. I was so tired of being poor, Hazel. So tired. First I summoned him just to see if I could. I never thought the old gris-gris spell would work on a god. But he courted me, told me I was brave and beautiful. She stared at her bent, calloused hands. When you were born, he was so pleased and proud. He promised me anything. He swore on the river Styx. I asked for all the riches he had. He warned me the greediest wishes cause the greatest sorrows. But I insisted. I imagined living like a queen, the wife of a god. And you? You received the curse. Hazel felt as if she were expanding to the breaking point, just like that spire in the pit. Her misery would soon become too great to hold inside, and her skin would shatter. That's why I can find things under the earth. And why they bring only sorrow. Her mother gestured listlessly around the cavern. That's how she found me, how she was able to control me. I was angry with your father. I blamed him for my problems. I blamed you. I was so bitter, I listened to Gia's voice. I was a fool. There's got to be something we can do, Hazel said. Tell me how to stop her. The ground trembled. Gia's disembodied voice echoed through the cave. My eldest rises, she said, the most precious thing in the earth, and you have brought him from the depths, Hazel Levesque. You have made him anew. His awakening cannot be stopped. Only one thing remains. Hazel clenched her fists. She was terrified, but now that her mother was free, she felt like she could confront her enemy at last. This creature, this evil goddess, had ruined their lives. Hazel wasn't going to let her win. I won't help you anymore, she yelled. But I am done with your help, girl. I brought you here for one reason only. Your mother required. Incentive. Hazel's throat constricted. Mother. I'm sorry, Hazel. If you can forgive me, please know that it was only because I loved you. She promised to let you live if you sacrifice yourself, Hazel said, realizing the truth. She needs you to give your life willingly to raise that thing. Alcywanius, Gia said. Eldest of the giants. He must rise first, and this will be his new homeland far from the gods. He will walk these icy mountains and forests. He will raise an army of monsters. While the gods are divided, fighting each other in this mortal world war, he will send forth his armies to destroy Olympus. The earth goddess's dreams were so powerful, they cast shadows across the cave walls, ghastly shifting images of Nazi armies raging across Europe, Japanese planes destroying American cities. Hazel finally understood. The gods of Olympus would take sides in the battle as they always did in human wars. vs-01 Isle the gods fought each other to a bloco standstill, an army of monsters would rise in the north. Alcywanius would revive his brother giants and send them forth to conquer the world. The weakened gods would fall. The mortal conflict would rage for decades until all civilization was swept away, and the earth goddess awakened fully. Gia would rule forever. All this, the goddess purred, because your mother was greedy and cursed you with the gift of finding riches. In my sleeping state, I would have needed decades more, perhaps even centuries, before I found the power to resurrect Alcywanius myself. But now he will wake, and soon, so shall I. With terrible certainty, Hazel knew what would happen next. The only thing Gia needed was a willing sacrifice, a soul to be consumed for Alcywanius to awaken. Her mother would step into the fissure and touch that horrible spire and she would absorbed. Hazel, go. Her mother rose unsteadily. She'll let you live, but you must hurry. Hazel believed it. That was the most horrible thing. Gia would honor the bargain and let Hazel live. Hazel would survive to see the end of the world, knowing that she'd caused it. No. Hazel made her decision. I won't live. Not for that. She reached deep into her soul. She called on her father, the lord of the underworld, and summoned all the riches that lay in his vast realm. The cavern shook. Around the spire of Alcywanius, oil bubbled, then churned and erupted like a boiling cauldron. Don't be foolish, Gia said, but Hazel detected concern in her tone, maybe even fear. You will destroy yourself for nothing. Your mother will still die. Hazel almost wavered. She remembered her father's promise, someday her curse would be washed away, a descendant of Neptune would bring her peace. He'd even said she might find a horse of her own. Maybe that strange stallion in the hills was meant for her. But none of that would happen if she died now. She'd never see Sammy again, or return to New Orleans. Her life would be 13 short, bitter years with an unhappy ending. She met her mother's eyes. For once, her mother didn't look sad or angry. Her eyes shone with pride. You were my gift, Hazel, she said. My most precious gift. I was foolish to think I needed anything else. She kissed Hazel's forehead and held her close. Her warmth gave Hazel the courage to continue. They would die, but not as sacrifices to Gia. Instinctively Hazel knew that their final act would reject Gia's power. Their souls would go to the underworld, and Alcywanius would not rise, at least not yet. Hazel summoned the last of her willpower. The air turned searing hot. The spire began to sink. Jewels and chunks of gold shot from the fissure with such force, they cracked the cavern walls and sent shrapnel flying, stinging Hazel's skin through her jacket. Stop this! Gia demanded. You cannot prevent his rise. At best, you will delay him a few decades. Half a century. Would you trade your lives for that? Hazel gave her an answer. The last night, the raven had said. The fissure exploded. The roof crumbled. Hazel sank into her mother's arms, into the darkness, as oil filled her lungs and the island collapsed into the bay. 18 Hazel. Frank shook her arms, sounding panicked. Come on, please. Wake up. She opened her eyes. The night sky blazed with stars. The rocking of the boat was gone. She was lying on solid ground, her bundled sword and pack beside her. She sat up groggily, her head spinning. They were on a cliff overlooking a beach. About 100 feet away, the Ying glinted in the moonlight. The surf washed gently against the stern of their beached boat. To her right, hugging the edge of the cliff, was a building like a small church with a searchlight in the steeple. A lighthouse, Hazel guessed. Behind them, fields of tall grass rustled in the wind. Where are we? She asked. Frank exhaled. Thank the gods you're awake. We're in Mendocino, about 150 miles north of the Golden Gate. 150 miles. Hazel groaned. I've been out that long. Percy knelt beside her, the sea wind sweeping his hair. He put his hand on her forehead as if checking for a fever. We couldn't wake you. Finally we decided to bring you ashore. We thought maybe the seasickness. It wasn't seasickness. She took a deep breath. She couldn't hide the truth from them anymore. She remembered what Nico had said, if a flashback like that happens when you're in combat. I haven't honest with you, she said. VV had happened was a blackout. I have them once in a while. A blackout. Frank took Hazel's hand, which startled her. Though pleasantly so. Is it medical? Why haven't I noticed before? I try to hide it, she admitted. I've been lucky so far, but it's getting worse. It's not medical. Not really. Nico says it's a side effect from my past, from where he found me. Percy's intense green eyes were hard to read. She couldn't tell whether he was concerned or wary. Where exactly did Nico find you? He asked. Hazel's tongue felt like cotton. She was afraid if she started talking, she'd slip back into the past, but they deserved to know. If she failed them on this quest, zonked out when they needed her most. She couldn't bear that idea. I'll explain, she promised. She clawed through her pack. Stupidly, she'd forgotten to bring a water bottle. Is there anything to drink? Yeah. Percy muttered a curse in Greek. That was dumb. I left my supplies down at the boat. Hazel felt bad asking them to take care of her, but she'd woken up parched and exhausted, as if she'd lived the last few hours in both the past and the present. She shouldered her pack and sword. Never mind. I can walk, don't even think about it, Frank said. Not until you've had some food and water. I'll get the supplies. No, I'll go. Percy glanced at Frank's hand on Hazel's. Then he scanned the horizon as if he sensed trouble, but there was nothing to see, just the lighthouse and the field of grass stretching inland. You two stay here. I'll be right back. You sure? Hazel said feebly. I don't want you to. It's fine, said Percy Frank, just keep your eyes open. Something about this place. I don't know. I'll keep her safe, Frank promised. Percy dashed off. Once they were alone, Frank seemed to realize he was still holding Hazel's hand. He cleared his throat and let go. One think I understand your blackouts, he said. And where you come from. Her heartbeat stumbled. You do. You seem so different from other girls I've met. He blinked, then rushed on. Not like. Bad different. Just the way you talk. The things that surprise you, like songs, or TV shows, or slang people use. You talk about your life like it happened a long time ago. You were born in a different time, weren't you? You came from the underworld. Hazel wanted to cry, not because she was sad, but because it was such a relief to hear someone say the truth. Frank didn't act revolted or scared. He didn't look at her as if she were a ghost or some awful undead zombie. Frank, I will figure it out, he promised. You're alive now. We're going to keep you that way. The grass rustled behind them. Hazel's eyes stung in the cold wind. I don't deserve a friend like you, she said. You don't know what I am, what I've done. Stop that. Frank scowled. You're great. Besides, you're not the only one with secrets. Hazel stared at him. I'm not. Frank started to say something. Then he tensed. What? Hazel asked. The wind stopped. She looked around and noticed he was right. The air had become perfectly still. So, she asked. Frank swallowed. So why is the grass still moving? Out of the corner of her eye, Hazel saw dark shapes ripple through the field. Hazel. Frank tried to grab her arms, but it was late. Something knocked him backward. Then a force like a grassy hurricane wrapped around Hazel and dragged her into Toth Fields. 19 Hazel was an expert on weird. She'd seen her mother possessed by an earth goddess. She'd created a giant out of gold. She'd destroyed an island, died, and come back from the underworld. But getting kidnapped by a field of grass? That was new. She felt as if she were trapped in a funnel cloud of plants. She'd heard of modern-day singers jumping into crowds of fans and getting passed overhead by thousands of hands. She imagined this was similar, only she was moving 1,000 times faster, and the grass blades weren't adoring fans. She couldn't sit up. She couldn't touch the ground. Her sword was still in her bedroll, strapped to her back, but she couldn't reach it. The plants kept her off balance, tossing her around, slicing her face and arms. She could barely make out the stars through the tumble of green, yellow, and black. Frank's shouting faded into the distance. It was hard to think clearly, but Hazel knew one thing: she was moving fast. Wherever she was being taken, she'd soon be too far away for her friends to find her. She closed her eyes and tried to ignore the tumbling and tossing. She sent her thoughts into the earth below her. Gold, silver, she'd settle for anything that might disrupt her kidnappers. She felt nothing. Riches under the earth, zero. She was about to despair when she felt a huge cold spot pass beneath her. She locked onto it with all her concentration, dropping a mental anchor. Suddenly the ground rumbled. The swirl of plants released her and she was thrown upward like a catapult projectile. Momentarily weightless, she opened her eyes. She twisted her body in midair. The ground was about 20 feet below her. Then she was falling. Her combat training kicked in. She'd practiced dropping from giant eagles before. She tucked into a roll, turned the impact into a somersault, and came up standing. She unslung her bedroll and drew her sword. A few yards to her left, an outcropping of rock the size of a garage jutted from the sea of grass. Hazel realized it was her anchor. She'd caused the rock to appear. The grass rippled around it. Angry voices hissed in dismay at the massive clump of stone that had broken their progress. Before they could regroup, Hazel ran to the rock and clambered to the top. The grass swayed and rustled around her like the tentacles of a gigantic undersea anemone. Hazel could sense her kidnapper's frustration. "Can't grow on this, can you?" she yelled. "Go away, you bunch of weeds. Leave me alone." "Schist," said an angry voice from the grass. Hazel raised her eyebrows. "Excuse me. Schist. Big pile of schist." A nun at St. Agnes Academy had once washed Hazel's mouth with lye soap for saying something very similar, SOS, he wasn't sure how to respond. Then, all around her rock island, the kidnappers materialized from the grass. At first glance they looked like Valentine angels, a dozen chubby little Cupid babies. As they stepped closer, Hazel realized they were neither cute nor angelic. They were the size of toddlers, with rolls of baby fat, but their skin had a strange greenish hue, as if chlorophyll ran through their veins. They had dry, brittle wings like corn husks, and tufts of white hair like corn silk. Their faces were haggard, pitted with kernels of grain. Their eyes were solid green, and their teeth were canine fangs. The largest creature stepped forward. He wore a yellow loincloth, and his hair was spiky, like the bristles on a stalk of wheat. He hissed at Hazel and waddled back and forth so quickly, she was afraid his loincloth might fall off. "Hate this schist," the creature complained. "Wheat cannot grow. Sorghum cannot grow," another piped up. "Barley," yelled a third. "Barley cannot grow. Curse this schist." Hazel's knees wobbled. The little creatures might have been funny if they weren't surrounding her, staring up at her with those pointed teeth and hungry green eyes. They were like Cupid piranhas. "Why, you mean the rock," she managed. "This rock is called schist." "Yes, greenstone." "Schist," the first creature yelled. "Nasty rock." Hazel began to understand how she'd summoned it. "It's a precious stone. It's valuable, bah," said the one in the yellow loincloth. "FCK, Lish native people made jewelry from it, yes." "Valuable? Maybe. Not as good as wheat. Or sorghum. Or barley." The others chimed in, calling out different types of grain. They circled the rock, making no effort to climb it, at least not yet. If they decided to swarm her, there was no way she could fend off all of them. "You're Gia's servants," she guessed, just to keep them talking. Maybe Percy and Frank weren't too far away. Maybe they'd be able to see her, standing so tall above the fields. She wished that her sword glowed like Percy's. The yellow-diapered Cupid snarled. "We are the Carpoi spirits of the grain. Children of the Earth Mother, yes. We have been her attendants since forever. Before nasty humans cultivated us, we were wild. We will be again. Wheat will destroy all. No, sorghum will rule. Barley shall dominate." The others joined in, each Carpos cheering for his own variety. "Right." Hazel swallowed her revulsion. "So you're VV Heat, then you in the yellow, breeches." Said Wheat. "Come down from your schist, demigod. We must take you to our mistress's army. They will reward us. They will kill you slowly." "Tempting," Hazel said, "but no thanks." "I will give you wheat," said Wheat, as if this were a very fine offer in exchange for her life. So much wheat. Hazel tried to think. How far had she been carried? How long would it take her friends to find her? The Carpoi were getting bolder, approaching the rock in 2s and 3s, scratching at the schist to see if it would hurt them. "Before I get down." She raised her voice, hoping it would carry over the fields. Explain something to me, would you? If you're grain spirits, shouldn't you be on the god's side? Isn't the goddess of agriculture Ceres' evil name? Barley wailed. Cultivates us. Sorghum spat. Makes us grow in disgusting rows. Lets humans harvest us. Pa. When Gia is mistress of the world again, we will grow wild, yes. Well, naturally, Hazel said. So this army of hers, where you're taking me in exchange for wheat, or barley, Barley offered. Yeah, Hazel agreed. This army is where, now? Just over the ridge. Sorghum clapped his hands excitedly. The Earth Mother, oh, yes. She told us, look for the daughter of Pluto who lives again. Find her. Bring her alive. I have many tortures planned for her. The giant polyboats will reward us for your life. Then we will march south to destroy the Romans. We can't be killed, you know. But you can, yes. That's wonderful. Hazel tried to sound enthusiastic. It wasn't easy, knowing Gia had special revenge planned for her. So you can't be killed because Alcywanius has captured Death, is that it? Exactly. Barley said. And he's keeping him chained in Alaska, Hazel said, Let's see, what's the name of that place? Sorghum started to answer, but Wheat flew at him and knocked him down. The Carpoi began to fight, dissolving into funnel clouds of grain. Hazel considered making a run for it. Then Heat reformed, holding Sorghum in a headlock. Stop, he yelled at the others. Multi-grain fighting is not allowed. The carpoi solidified into chubby cupid piranhas again. Weed pushed sorghum away. "Oh, clever demigod," he said. "Trying to trick us into giving secrets. No, you'll never find the lair of Alcywanius." "I already know where it is," she said with false confidence. "He's on the island in Resurrection Bay." "Ha!" Wheat sneered. "That place sank beneath the waves long ago. You should know that. Gia hates you for it. When you thwarted her plans, she was forced to sleep again decades and decades. Alcywanius, not until the dark times was he able to rise." "The 1980s, Barley agreed. "Horrible. Horrible." "Yes," Wheat said. "And our mistress still sleeps." Alcywanius was forced to bide his time in the north, waiting, planning. Only now does Gia begin to stir. "Oh, but she remembers you, and so does her son." Sargum cackled with glee. "You will never find the prison of Thanatos. All of Alaska is the giant's home. He could be keeping death anywhere. Years it would take you to find him, and your poor Kemp has only days. Better you surrender. We will give you grain. So much grain." Hazel's sword felt heavy. She'd dreaded returning to Alaska, but at least she'd had an idea where to start looking for Thanatos. She'd assumed that the island where she had died hadn't been completely destroyed, or possibly had risen again when Alcywanius woke. She had hoped that his base would be there. But if the island was really gone, she had no idea how to find the giant. Alaska was huge. They could search for decades and never find him. "Yes," Wheat said, sensing her anguish. "Give up." Hazel gripped her spade. "Never." She raised her voice again, hoping it would somehow reach her friends. "If I have to destroy you all, I will. I am the daughter of Pluto." The carpoi advanced. They gripped the rock, hissing as if it were scalding hot, but they began to climb. "Now you will die," Wheat promised, gnashing his teeth. "You will feel the wrath of grain." Suddenly there was a whistling sound. Of Meat's snarl froze. He looked down at the golden arrow that had just pierced his chest. Then he dissolved into pieces of Chex Mix. Hazel for a heartbeat. Hazel was just as stunned as the carpoi. Then Frank and Percy burst into the open and began to massacre every source of fiber they could find. Frank shot an arrow through Barley, who crumbled into seeds. Percy slashed Riptide through sorghum and charged toward millet and oats. Hazel jumped down and joined the fight. Within minutes, the carpoi had been reduced to piles of seeds and various breakfast cereals. Wheat started to reform, but Percy pulled a lighter from his pack and sparked a flame. "Try it," he warned, "and I'll set this whole field on fire. Stay dead. Stay away from us, or the grass gets it." Frank winced like the flame terrified him. Hazel didn't understand why, but she shouted at the grain piles anyway, "He'll do it. He's crazy." The remnants of the carpoi scattered in the wind. Frank climbed the rock and watched them go. Percy extinguished his lighter and grinned at Hazel. "Thanks for yelling. We wouldn't have found you otherwise. How'd you hold them off so long?" She pointed to the rock. "A big pile of schist." "Excuse me. Guys," Frank called from the top of the rock. "You need to see this." Percy and Hazel climbed up to join him. As soon as Hazel saw what he was looking at, she inhaled sharply. "Percy, no light. Put up your sword." "Schist." He touched the sword tip, and Riptide shrank back into a pen. Down below them, an army was on the move. The field dropped into a shallow ravine, where a country road wound north and south. On the opposite side of the road, grassy hills stretched to the horizon, empty of civilization except for one darkened convenience store at the top of the nearest rise. The whole ravine was full of monsters, column after column marching south, so many and so close. Hazel was amazed they hadn't heard her shouting. She, Frank, and Percy crouched against the rock. They watched in disbelief as several dozen large, hairy humanoids passed by, dressed in tattered bits of armor and animal fur. The creatures had 6 arms each, 3 sprouting on either side, so they looked like cavemen evolved from insects. "Gaganes," Hazel whispered the Earthborn. "You've fought them before?" Percy asked. She shook her head. "Just heard about them in monster class at camp." She'd never liked monster class reading Pliny the Elder and those other musty authors who described legendary monsters from the edges of the Roman Empire. Hazel believed in monsters, but some of the descriptions were so wild, she had thought they must be just ridiculous rumors. Only now, a whole army of those rumors was marching by. "The Earthborn fought the Argonauts," she murmured. "And those things them, centaurs," Percy said. But that's not right. Centaurs are good guys. Frank made a choking sound. That's not what we were taught at camp. Centaurs are crazy, always getting drunk and killing heroes. Hazel watched as the horsemen cantered past. They were human from the waist up, Palomino from the waist down. They were dressed in barbarian armor of hide and bronze, armed with spears and slings. At first, Hazel thought they were wearing Viking helmets. Then she realized they had actual horns jutting from their shaggy hair. Are they supposed to have bull's horns? She asked. Maybe they're a special breed, Frank said. Let's not ask them, okay? Percy gazed farther down the road and his face went slack. My gods. Cyclopes. Sure enough, lumbering after the centaurs was a battalion of one-eyed ogres, both male and female, each L1T 10 feet tall, wearing armor cobbled out of junkyard metal. 6 of the monsters were yoked like oxen, pulling a 2-story tall siege tower fitted with a giant scorpion ballista. Percy pressed the sides of his head. Cyclopes. Centaurs. This is wrong. All wrong. The monster army was enough to make anyone despair, but Hazel realized that something else was going on with Percy. He looked pale and sickly in the moonlight, as if his memories were trying to come back, scrambling his mind in the process. She glanced at Frank. We need to get him back to the boat. The sea will make him feel no argument, Frank said. There are too many of them. The camp. We have to warn the camp. They know, Percy groaned. Reyna knows. A lump formed in Hazel's throat. There was no way the Legion could fight so many. If they were only a few hundred miles north of Camp Jupiter, their quest was already doomed. They could never make it to Alaska and back in time. Come on, she urged. Let's. Then she saw the giant when he appeared over the ridge. Hazel couldn't quite believe her eyes. He was taller than the siege tower, 30 feet, at least, with scaly reptilian legs like a Komodo dragon from the waist down and green-blue armor from the waist up. His breastplate was shaped like rows of hungry monstrous faces, their mouths open as if demanding food. His face was human, but his hair was wild and green, like a mop of seaweed. As he turned his head from side to side, snakes dropped from his dreadlocks. Viper dandruff gross. He was armed with a massive trident and a weighted net. Just the sight of those weapons made Hazel's stomach clench. She'd faced that type of fighter in gladiator training many times. It was the trickiest, sneakiest, most evil combat style she knew. This giant was a supersize Rishi Arias. Who is he? Frank's voice quivered. That's not Alcywanius, Hazel said weakly. One of his brothers, I think. The one Terminus mentioned. The Grain Spirit mentioned him, too. She wasn't sure how she knew, but she could feel the giant's aura of power even from here. She remembered that feeling from the heart of the earth as she had raised Alcywanius, as if she were standing near a powerful magnet, and all the iron in her blood was being drawn toward it. This giant was another child of Gaia, a creature of the earth so malevolent and powerful, he radiated his own gravitational field. Hazel knew they should leave. Their hiding place on top of the rock would be in plain sight to a creature that tall if he chose to look in their direction. But she sensed something important was about to happen. She and her friends crept a little farther down the schist and kept watching. As the giant got close, a Cyclops woman broke ranks and ran back to speak with him. She was enormous, fat, and horribly ugly, wearing a chainmail dress like a muumuu, but next to the giant she ked like a child. She pointed to the closed-up convenience store on top of the nearest hill and muttered something about food. The giant snapped back an answer, as if he was annoyed. The female Cyclopes barked an order to her kindred, and 3 of them followed her up when they were halfway to the store. A searing light turned night into day. Hazel was blinded. Below her, the enemy army dissolved into chaos, monsters screaming in pain and outrage. Hazel squinted. She felt like she'd just stepped out of a dark theater into a sunny afternoon. Too pretty, the Cyclopes shrieked. Burns our eye. The store on the hill was encased in a rainbow, closer and brighter than any Hazel had ever seen. The light was anchored at the store, shooting up into the heavens, bathing the countryside in a weird kaleidoscopic glow. The Lady Cyclops hefted her club and charged at the store. As she hit the rainbow, her whole body began to steam. She wailed in agony and dropped her club, retreating with multicolored blisters all over her arms and face. Horrible goddess, she bellowed at the store. Give us snacks. The other monsters went crazy, charging the convenience store, then running away as the rainbow light burned them. Some threw rocks, spears, swords, and even pieces of their armor, all of which burned up in flames of pretty colors. Finally, the giant leader seemed to realize that his troops were throwing away perfectly good equipment. "Stop," he roared. With some difficulty, he managed to shout and push and pummel his troops into submission. They'd quieted down. He approached the rainbow-shielded store himself and stalked around the borders of the light. "Goddess," he shouted. "Come out and surrender." No answer from the store. The rainbow continued to shimmer. The giant raised his trident and net. "I am Polybotes. Kneel before me so I may destroy you quickly." Apparently, no one in the store was impressed. A tiny dark object came sailing out the window and landed at the giant's feet. Polybotes yelled, "Grenade!" He covered his face. His troops hit the ground. When the thing did not explode, Polybotes bent down cautiously and picked it up. He roared in outrage. "A ding-dong! You dare insult me with a ding-dong!" He threw the cake back at the shop, and it vaporized in the light. The monsters got to their feet. Several muttered hungrily, "Ding-dongs? We're ding-dongs." "Let's attack," said the Lady Cyclops. "I am hungry. My boys want snacks." "No," Polybotes said. "We're already late. Alcywanius wants us at the camp in 4 days' time. You Cyclopes move inexcusably slowly. We have no time for minor goddesses." He aimed that last comment at the store, but got no response. The Lady Cyclops growled. "The camp, yes. Vengeance. The orange and purple ones destroyed my home. Now Ma Gasket will destroy theirs. Do you hear me, Leo? Jason? Piper? I come to annihilate you." The other Cyclopes bellowed in approval. The rest of the monsters joined in. Hazel's whole body tingled. She glanced at her friends. "Jason," she whispered. She fought Jason. He might still be alive. Frank nodded. "Do those other names mean anything to you?" Hazel shook her head. She didn't know any Leo or Piper at camp. Percy still looked sickly and dazed. If the names meant anything to him, he didn't show it. Hazel pondered what the Cyclops had said, orange and purple ones. Purple obviously the color of Camp Jupiter. But orange. Percy had shown up in a tattered orange shirt. That couldn't be a coincidence. Below them, the army began to march south again, but the giant Polybotes stood to one side, frowning and sniffing the air. "See God," he muttered. To Hazel's horror, he turned in their direction. "I smell sea god." Percy was shaking. Hazel put her hand on his shoulder and tried to press him flat against the rock. The Lady Cyclops Ma Gasket snarled. "Of course you smell sea god. The sea is right over there." "More than that," Polybotes insisted. "I was born to destroy Neptune. I can sense." He frowned, turning his head and shaking out a few more snakes. "Do we march or sniff the air?" Ma Gasket scolded. "I don't get ding-dongs, you don't get sea god." Polybotes growled. "Very well. March. March." He took one last look at the rainbow-encased store, then raked his fingers through his hair. He brought out 3 snakes that seemed larger than the rest, with white markings around their necks. "A gift, goddess. My name, Polybotes, means many to feed. Here are some hungry mouths for you. See if your store gets many customers with these sentries outside." He laughed wickedly and threw the snakes into the tall grass on the hillside. Then he marched south, his massive Komodo legs shaking the earth. Gradually, the last column of monsters passed over the hills and disappeared into the night. Once they were gone, the blinding rainbow shut off like a spotlight. Hazel, Frank, and Percy were left alone in the dark, staring across the road at a closed-up convenience store. "That was different," Frank muttered. Percy shuddered violently. Hazel knew he needed help, or rest, or something. Seeing that army seemed to have triggered some kind of memory, leaving him shell-shocked. They should get him back to the boat. On the other hand, a huge stretch of grassland lay between them and the beach. Hazel got the feeling the Carpoi wouldn't stay away forever. She didn't like the idea of the 3 of them making their way back to the boat in the middle of the night. And she couldn't shake the dreadful feeling that if she hadn't summoned that schist, she'd be a captive of the giant right now. "Let's go to the store," she said. "If there's a goddess inside, maybe she can help us." "Except a bunch of snake things are guarding the hill now," Frank said. "And that burning rainbow might come back." They both looked at Percy, who was shaking like he had hypothermia. "We've got to try," Hazel said. Frank nodded grimly. Well, any goddess who throws a ding-dong at a giant can't be all bad. Let's go. XXI Frank hated ding-dongs. He hated snakes. And he hated his life. Not necessarily in that order. As he trudged up the hill, he wished that he could pass out like Hazel, just go into a trance and experience some other time, like before he got drafted for this insane quest, before he found out his dad was a godly drill sergeant with an ego problem. His spear slapped against his back. He hated the spear. The moment he got it, he silently swore he'd never use it. A real man's weapon. Mars was a moron. Maybe there had been a mix-up. Wasn't there some sort of DNA test for God's kids? Perhaps the godly nursery had accidentally switched Frank with one of Mars's buff little bully babies. No way would Frank's mother have gotten involved with that blustering war god. She was a natural warrior, grandmother's voice argued. It is no surprise a god would fall in love with her, given our family. Ancient blood. The blood of princes and heroes. Frank shook the thought out of his head. He was no prince or hero. He was a lactose-intolerant klutz, who couldn't even protect his friend from getting kidnapped by wheat. His new medals felt cold against his chest, the Centurion's Crescent, the mural crown. He should have been proud of them, but he felt like he'd only gotten them because his dad had bullied Raina. Frank didn't know how his friends could stand to be around him. Percy had made it clear that he hated Mars, and Frank couldn't blame him. Hazel kept watching Frank out of the corner of her eye, like she was afraid he might turn into a muscle-bound freak. Frank looked down at his body and sighed. Correction, even more of a muscle-bound freak. If Alaska really was a land beyond the gods, Frank might stay there. He wasn't sure he had anything to return to. Don't whine, his grandmother would say. Young men do not whine. She was right. Frank had a job to do. He had to complete this impossible quest, which at the moment meant reaching the convenience store alive. As they got closer, Frank worried that the store might burst into rainbow light and vaporize them, but the building stayed dark. The snake's polyboats had dropped, seemed to have vanished. They were 20 yards from the porch when something hissed in the grass behind them. Go! Frank yelled. Percy stumbled. Vivi Heil Hazel helped him up. Frank turned and knocked an arrow. He shot blindly. He thought he'd grabbed an exploding arrow, but it was only a signal flare. It skidded through the grass, bursting into orange flame and whistling, woo. At least it illuminated the monster. Sitting in a patch of withered yellow grass was a lime-colored snake as short and thick as Frank's arm. Its head was ringed with a mane of spiky white fins. The creature stared at the arrow zipping by as if wondering, what the heck is that? Then it fixed its large, yellow eyes on Frank. It advanced like an inchworm, hunching up in the middle. Wherever it touched, the grass withered and died. Frank heard his friends climbing the steps of the store. He didn't dare turn and run. He and the snake studied each other. The snake hissed, flames billowing from its mouth. Nice creepy reptile, Frank said, very aware of the in his coat pocket. Nice poisonous, fire-breathing reptile. Frank. Hazel yelled behind him. Come on. The snake sprang at him. It sailed through the air so fast, there wasn't time to knock an arrow. Frank swung his bow and smacked the monster down the hill. It spun out of sight, wailing, scree. Frank felt proud of himself until he looked at his bow, which was steaming where it had touched the snake. He watched in disbelief as the wood crumbled to dust. He heard an outraged hiss, answered by two more hisses farther downhill. Frank dropped his disintegrating bow and ran for the porch. Percy and Hazel pulled him up the steps. When Frank turned, he saw all three monsters circling in the grass, breathing fire and turning the hillside brown with their poisonous touch. They didn't seem able or willing to come closer to the store, but that wasn't much comfort to Frank. He'd lost his bow. We'll never get out of here, he said miserably. Then we'd better go in. Hazel pointed to the hand-painted sign over the door, Rainbow Organic Foods and Lifestyles. Frank had no idea what that meant, but it sounded better than flaming poisonous snakes. He followed his friends inside. As they stepped through the door, lights came on. Flute music started up like they'd walked onto a stage. The wide aisles were lined with bins of nuts and dried fruit, baskets of apples, and clothing racks with tie-dyed shirts and gauzy Tinker Bell-type dresses. The ceiling was covered in wind chimes. Along the walls, glass cases displayed crystal balls, geodes, macrame dream catchers, and a bunch of other strange stuff. Incense must have been burning somewhere. It smelled like a bouquet of flowers was on fire. Fortune teller's shop. Frank wondered. Hope not, Hazel muttered. Percy leaned against her. He looked worse than ever, like he'd been hit with a sudden flu. His face glistened with sweat. Sit down, he muttered. Maybe water? Yeah, Frank said. Let's find you a place to rest. The floorboards creaked under their feet. Frank navigated between two Neptune statue fountains. A girl popped up from behind the granola bins. Help you. Frank lurched backward, knocking over one of the fountains. A stone Neptune crashed to the floor. The sea god's head rolled off and water spewed out of his neck, spraying a rack of tie-dyed man satchels. Sorry. Frank bent down to clean up the mess. He almost goosed the girl with his spear. Eep, she said. Hold it. It's okay. Frank straightened slowly, trying not to cause any more damage. Hazel looked mortified. Percy turned a sickly shade of green as he stared at the decapitated statue of his dad. The girl clapped her hands. The fountain dissolved into mist. The water evaporated. She turned to Frank. Really, it's no problem. Those Neptune fountains are so grumpy looking, they bum me out. She reminded Frank of the college-age hikers he sometimes saw in Lynn Canyon Park behind his grandmother's house. She was short and muscular, with lace-up boots, cargo shorts, and a bright yellow t-shirt that read ROFL Rainbow Organic Foods and Lifestyles. She looked young, but her hair was frizzy white, sticking out on either side of her head like the white of a giant fried egg. Frank tried to remember how to speak. The girl's eyes were really distracting. The irises changed color from gray to black to white. Sorry about the fountain, he managed. We were just I know, the girl said. You want to browse? It's all right. Demigods are welcome. Take your time. You're not like those awful monsters. They just want to use the restroom and never buy anything. She snorted. Her eyes flashed with lightning. Frank glanced at Hazel to see if he'd imagined it, but Hazel looked just as surprised from the back of the store. A woman's voice called, Fleecy. Don't scare the customers, now. Bring them here, will you? Your name is Fleecy? Hazel asked. Fleecy giggled. Well, in the language of the nebulae it's actually, she made a series of crackling and blowing noises that reminded Frank of a thunderstorm giving way to a nice cold front. But you can call me Fleecy. Nebulae. Percy muttered in a daze. Cloud nymphs. Fleecy beamed. Oh, I like this one. Usually no one knows about cloud nymphs. But dear me, he doesn't look so good. Come to the back, my boss wants to meet you. We'll get your friend fixed up. Fleecy led them through the produce aisle, between rows of eggplants, kiwis, lotus fruit, and pomegranates. At the back of the store, behind a counter with an old-fashioned cash register, stood a middle-aged woman with olive skin, long black hair, rimless glasses, and a t-shirt that read, "The Goddess is Alive." She wore amber necklaces and turquoise rings. She smelled like rose petals. She looked friendly enough, but something about her made Frank feel shaky, like he wanted to cry. It him a second, then he realized what it was: the way she smiled with just one corner of her mouth, the warm brown color of her eyes, the tilt of her head, like she was considering a question. She reminded Frank of his mother. Hello. She leaned over the counter, which was lined with dozens of little statues waving Chinese cats, meditating Buddhas, St. Francis bobbleheads, and novelty dippy drinking birds with top hats. So glad you're here. I'm Iris. Hazel's eyes widened. Not the Iris, the rainbow goddess. Iris made a face. Well, that's my official job, yes. But I don't define myself by my corporate identity. In my spare time, I run this. She gestured around her proudly. The ROFL Co-op, an employee-run CCK, parade of promoting healthy alternative lifestyles and organic foods. Frank stared at her. But you throw ding-dongs at monsters. Iris looked horrified. Oh, they're not ding-dongs. She rummaged under the counter and brought out a package of chocolate-covered cakes that looked exactly like ding-dongs. These are gluten-free, no sugar added, vitamin-enriched, soy-free, goat milk and seaweed-based cupcake simulations. All natural. Fleecy chimed in. I stand corrected. Frank suddenly felt as queasy as Percy. Iris smiled. You should try one, Frank. You're lactose intolerant, aren't you? How did I know these things? Being the messenger goddess. Well, I do learn a lot, hearing all the communications from the gods and so on. She tossed the cakes on the counter. Besides, those monsters should be glad to have some healthy snacks. Always eating junk food and heroes. They're so unenlightened. I couldn't have them tromping through my store, tearing up things and disturbing our feng shui. Percy leaned against the counter. He looked like he was going to throw up all over the goddess's feng shui. Monsters marching south, he said with difficulty. Going to destroy our camp. Couldn't you stop them? Oh, I'm strictly non-violent, Iris said. I can act in self-defense, but I won't be drawn into any more Olympian aggression, thank you very much. I've been reading about Buddhism and Taoism. I haven't decided between them. But Hazel looked mystified. Aren't you a Greek goddess? Iris crossed her arms. Don't try to put me in a box, demigod. I'm not defined by my past. Okay, Hazel said. Could you at least help our friend here? I think he's sick. Percy reached across the counter. For a second Frank was afraid he wanted the cupcakes. Iris message, he said. Can you send one? Frank wasn't sure he'd heard right. Iris message. It's. Percy faltered. Isn't that something you do? Iris studied Percy more closely. Interesting. You're from Camp Jupiter, and yet I see. Juno is up to her tricks. What? Hazel asked. 0H, Iris glanced at her assistant, Fleecy. They seemed to have a silent conversation. Then the goddess pulled a vial from behind the counter and sprayed some honeysuckle-smelling oil around Percy's face. There, that should balance your chakra. As for Iris messages, that's an ancient way of communication. The Greeks used it. The Romans never took to it, always relying on their road systems and giant eagles and whatnot. But yes, I imagine. Fleecy, could you give it a try? Sure, boss. Iris winked at Frank. Don't tell the other gods, but Fleecy handles most of my messages these days. She's wonderful at it, really, and I don't have time to answer all those requests personally. It messes up my WA. Your WA? Frank asked. Fleecy, why don't you take Percy and Hazel into the back? You can get them something to eat while you arrange their messages. And for Percy? Yes, memory sickness. I imagine that old Polly boats. Well, meeting him in a state of amnesia can't be good for a child of P, that is to say, Neptune. Fleecy, give him a cup of green tea with organic honey and wheat germ and some of my medicinal powder number 5. That should fix him up. Hazel frowned. What about Frank? Iris turned to him. She tilted her head quizzically, just the way his mother used to, as if Frank were the biggest question in the RCK. Oh, don't worry, Iris said. Frank and I have a lot to talk about. XX11 Frank FMNK would have preferred to go with his friends, even if it meant he had to endure green tea with wheat germ. But Iris roped her arm through his and led him to a cafe table at a bay window. Frank set his spear on the floor. He sat across from Iris. Outside in the dark, the snake monsters restlessly patrolled the hillside, spewing fire and poisoning the grass. Frank, I know how you feel, Iris said. I imagine that half-burned stick in your pocket gets heavier every day. Frank couldn't breathe. His hand went instinctively to his coat. How do you? I told you. I know things. I was Juno's messenger for ages. I know why she gave you a reprieve. A reprieve? Frank brought out the piece of firewood and unwrapped it from its cloth. As unwieldy as Mars's spear was, the piece of tinder was worse. Iris was right. It weighed him down. Juno saved you for a reason, the goddess said. She wants you to serve her plan. If she hadn't appeared that day when you were a baby and warned your mother about the firewood, you would have died. You were born with too many gifts. That sort of power tends to burn out a mortal life. Too many gifts. Frank felt his ears getting warm with anger. I don't have any gifts. That's not true, Frank. Iris swiped her hand in front of her like she was cleaning a windshield. A miniature rainbow appeared. Think of L1T it. An image shimmered in the rainbow. Frank saw himself when he was 4 years old, running across grandmother's backyard. His mother leaned out the window of the attic, high above, waving and calling to get his attention. Frank wasn't supposed to be in the backyard by himself. He didn't know why his mother was up in the attic, but she told him to stay by the house, not to go too far. Frank did exactly the opposite. He squealed with delight and ran to the edge of the woods, where he came face to face with a grizzly bear. Until Frank saw that scene in the rainbow, the memory had been so hazy, he thought he'd dreamed it. Now he could appreciate just how surreal the experience had been. The bear regarded the little boy, and it was difficult to tell who was more startled. Then Frank's mother appeared at his side. There was no way she should have been able to get down from the attic so fast. She put herself between the bear and Frank and told him to run to the house. This time, Frank obeyed. When he turned at the back porch, he saw his mother coming out of the woods. The bear was gone. Frank asked what had happened. His mother smiled. Mama Bear just needed directions, she said. The scene in the rainbow changed. Frank saw himself as a 6-year-old, curling up in his mother's lap even though he was much too big for that. His mother's long black hair was pulled back. Her arms were around him. She wore her rimless glasses that Frank always liked to steal, and her fuzzy gray fleece pullover that smelled like cinnamon. She was telling him stories about heroes, pretending they were all related to Frank. One was Sufu, who sailed in search of the elixir of life. The rainbow image had no sound, but Frank remembered his mother's words, "He was your great-great-great dash." She would poke Frank's stomach every time she said great dash, dozens of times, until he was giggling uncontrollably. Then there was Sung Guo, also called Seneca Gracchus, who fought 12 Roman dragons and 16 Chinese dragons in the western deserts of China. He was the strongest dragon of all, you see, his mother said. That's how he could beat them. Frank didn't know what that meant, but it sounded exciting. Then she poked his belly with so many grates, Frank rolled onto the floor to escape the tickling. And your very oldest ancestor that we know of, he was the Prince of Pylos. Hercules fought him once. It was a hard fight. Did we win? Frank asked. His mother laughed, but there was sadness in her voice. No, our ancestor lost. But it wasn't easy for Hercules. Imagine trying to fight a swarm of bees. That's how it was. Even Hercules had trouble. The comment made no sense to Frank, then or now. His ancestor had been a beekeeper? Frank hadn't thought about these stories in years, but now they came back to him as clearly as his mother's face. It hurt to see her again. Frank wanted to go back to that time. He wanted to be a little kid and curl up on her lap. In the rainbow image, little Frank asked where their family was from. So many heroes. Were they from Pylos, or Rome, or China, or Canada? His mother smiled, tilting her head as if considering how to answer. Legion, she said at last. Our family is from many places, but our home is Legion. Always remember, Frank, you have a special gift. You can be anything. The rainbow dissolved, leaving just Iris and Frank. I don't understand. His voice was hoarse. Your mother explained it, Iris said. You can be anything. It sounded like one of those stupid things parents say to boost your self-esteem, a worn-out slogan that could be printed on Iris's t-shirts, right along with "The goddess is alive. And my other car is a magic carpet." But the way Iris said it, it sounded like a challenge. Frank pressed his hand against his pants pocket, where he kept his mother's sacrifice medal. The silver medallion was cold as ice. I can anything, Frank insisted. I've got 0 skills. What have you tried? Iris asked. You wanted to be an archer. You managed that pretty well. You've only scratched the surface. Your friends Hazel and Percy, they're both stretched between worlds, Greek and Roman, the past and the present. But you are stretched more than either of them. Your family is ancient, the blood of Pylos on your mother's side, and your father is Mars. No wonder Juno wants you to be one of her 7 heroes. She wants you to fight the giants and Gia. But think about this, Vivi, what do you want? I don't have any choice, Frank said. I'm the son of the stupid war god. I have to go on this quest and have to, Iris said. Not want to. I used to think like that. Then I got tired of being everyone's servant. Fetch goblets of wine for Jupiter. Deliver letters for Juno. Send messages back and forth across the rainbow for anyone with a golden drachma. A golden what? Not important. But I learned to let go. I started ROFL, and now I'm free of that baggage. You can let go, too. You can't escape fate. Someday that piece of wood will burn. I foresee that you'll be holding it when it happens, and your life will end. Thanks, Frank muttered. But that just makes your life more precious. You don't have to be what your parents and your grandmother expect. You don't have to follow the war god's orders, or Juno's. Do your own thing, Frank. Find a new path. Frank thought about that. The idea was thrilling: reject the gods, his destiny, his dad. He didn't want to be a war god's son. His mother had died in a war. Frank had lost everything thanks to a war. Mars clearly didn't know the first thing about him. Frank didn't want to be a hero. "Why are you telling me this?" he asked. "You want me to abandon the quest, let Camp Jupiter be destroyed? My friends are counting on me." Iris spread her hands. "I can't tell you what to do, Frank. But do what you want, not what they tell you to do. Mvmir, did conforming ever get me? I spent 5 millennia serving everyone else, and I never discovered my own identity. My sacred animal? No one bothered to give me one. Where are my temples? They never made any. Well, fine. I've found peace here at the co-op. You could stay with us, if you want. Become a ROF helicopter. A what, now? The point is you have options. If you continue this quest, what happens when you free Thanatos? Will it be good for your family? Your friends?" Frank remembered what his grandmother had said: she had an appointment with death. Grandmother infuriated him sometimes, but still, she was his only living family, the only person alive who loved him. If Thanatos stayed chained up, Frank might not lose her. And Hazel, somehow she had come back from the underworld. If death took her again, Frank wouldn't be able to stand it. Not to mention Frank's own problem: according to Iris, he should have died when he was a baby. All that stood between him and death was a half-burned stick. Would Thanatos take him away, too? Frank tried to imagine staying here with Iris, putting on a ROFL shirt, selling crystals and dream catchers to demigod travelers, and lobbing gluten-free cupcake simulations at passing monsters. Meanwhile, an undying army would overrun Camp Jupiter. "You can be anything," his mother had said. "No," he thought. "I can't be that selfish. I have to go," he said. "It's my job." Iris sighed. "I expected as much, but I had to try. The task ahead of you. Well, I wouldn't wish it on anyone, especially a nice boy like you. If you must go, at least I can offer some advice. You'll need help finding Thanatos. You know where the giants are hiding him?" Frank asked. Iris gazed thoughtfully at the wind chimes swaying on the ceiling. "No. Alaska is beyond the god's sphere of control. The location is shielded from my sight. But there is someone who would know. Seek out the seer Phineas. He's blind, but he can see the past, present, and future. He knows many things. He can tell you where Thanatos is being held." "Phineas?" Frank said. "Wasn't there a story about him?" Iris nodded reluctantly. "In the old days, he committed horrible crimes. He used his gift of sight for evil. Jupiter sent the Harpies to plague him. The Argonauts, including your ancestor, by the way, the Prince of Pylos." Iris hesitated. "Yes, Frank. Though his gift, his story, that you must discover on your own. Suffice it to say, the Argonauts drove away the Harpies in exchange for Phineas's help. That was eons ago, but I understand Phineas has returned to the mortal world. You'll find him in Portland, Oregon, which is on your way north. But you must promise me one thing. If he's still plagued by Harpies, do not kill them, no matter what Phineas promises you. Win his help some other way. The Harpies are not evil. They're my sisters. Your sisters. I know. I don't look old enough to be the Harpies' sister, but it's true. And Frank, there's another problem. If you're determined to leave, you'll have to clear those basilisks off the hill." "You mean the snakes?" "Yes," Iris said. "Basilisk means little crown, which is a cute name for something that's not very cute. I'd prefer not to have them killed. They're living creatures, after all. But you won't able to leave until they're gone. If your friends try to battle them. Well, I foresee bad things happening. Only you have the ability to kill the monsters." "But how?" She glanced down at the floor. Frank realized that she was LCK, king at his spear. "I wish there was another way," she said. "If you had some weasels, for instance." "Weasels are deadly to basilisks." "Fresh out of weasels," Frank admitted. "Then you will have to use your father's gift. Are you sure you wouldn't like to live here instead? We make excellent lactose-free rice milk." Frank rose. "How do I use the spear?" "You'll have to handle that on your own. I can't advocate violence. While you're doing battle, I'll check on your friends. I hope Fleecy found the right medicinal herbs. The last time, we had a mix-up." "Well, I don't think those heroes wanted to be daisies. The goddess stood. Her glasses flashed, and Frank saw his own reflection in the lenses. He looked serious and grim, nothing like the little boy he'd seen in those rainbow images. "One last bit of advice, Frank," she said. "You're destined to die holding that piece of firewood, watching it burn. But perhaps if you didn't keep it yourself. Perhaps if you trusted someone enough to hold it for you." Frank's fingers curled around the tinder. "Are you offering?" Iris laughed gently. "Oh, dear, no. I'd lose it in this collection. It would get mixed up with my crystals, or I'd sell it as a driftwood paperweight by accident. No, I meant a demigod friend. Someone close to your heart." Hazel, Frank thought immediately. There was no one he trusted more. But how could he confess his secret? If he admitted how weak he was, that his whole life depended on a half-burned stick, Hazel would never see him as a hero. He'd never be her knight in armor. And how could he expect her to take that kind of burden from him? He wrapped up the tinder and slipped it back into his coat. Thanks, Iris." She squeezed his hand. "Don't lose hope, Frank. Rainbows always stand for hope." She made her way toward the back of the store, leaving Frank alone. "Hope," Frank grumbled. "I'd rather have a few good weasels." He picked up his father's spear and marched out to face the basilisks. XXIII Frank FMNK missed his bow. He wanted to stand on the porch and shoot the snakes from a distance. A few well-placed exploding arrows, a few craters in the hillside, problem solved. Unfortunately, a quiver full of arrows wouldn't do Frank much good if he couldn't shoot them. Besides, he had no idea where the basilisks were. They'd stopped blowing fire as soon as he came outside. He stepped off the porch and leveled his golden spear. He didn't like fighting up close. He was too slow and bulky. He'd done okay during the war games, but this was real. There were no giant eagles ready to snatch him up and take him to the medics if he made a mistake. "You can be anything." His mother's voice echoed in his mind. "Great," he thought. "I want to be good with a spear. And immune to poison and fire." Something told Frank his wish had not been granted. The spear felt just as awkward in his hands. Patches of flame still smoldered on the hillside. The acrid smoke burned in Frank's nose. The withered grass crunched under his feet. He thought about those stories his mother used to tell generations of heroes who had battled Hercules, fought dragons, and sailed monster-infested seas. Frank didn't understand how he could have evolved from a line like that, or how his family had migrated from Greece through the Roman Empire all the way to China, but some unsettling ideas were starting to form. For the first time, he started to wonder about this Prince of Pylos, and his great-grandfather Shenlun's disgrace at Camp Jupiter, and what the family powers might be. "The gift has never kept our family safe," grandmother had warned, a reassuring thought as Frank hunted poisonous fire-breathing devil snakes. The night was quiet except for the crackle of brush fires. Every time a breeze made the grass rustle, Frank thought about the grain spirits who'd captured Hazel. Hopefully they'd gone south with the giant polyboats. Frank didn't need any more problems right now. He crept downhill, his eyes stinging from the smoke. Then, about 20 feet ahead, he saw a burst of flame. He considered throwing his spear. Stupid idea. Then he'd be without a weapon. Instead he advanced toward the fire. He wished he had the Gorgon's blood vials, but they were back at the boat. He wondered if Gorgon blood could cure basilisk poison. But even if he had the vials and managed to choose the right one, he doubted he'd have time to take it before he crumbled to dust like his bow. He emerged in a clearing of burned grass and found himself face to face with a basilisk. The snake rose up on its tail. It hissed, and expanded the collar of white spikes around its neck. Little crown, Frank remembered. That's what basilisk meant. He had thought basilisks were huge dragon-like monsters that could petrify you with their eyes. Somehow the real basilisk was even more terrible. As tiny as it was, this extra small package of fire, poison, and evil would be much harder to kill than a large, bulky lizard. Frank had seen how fast it could move. The monster fixed its pale yellow eyes on Frank. Why wasn't it attacking? Frank's golden spear felt cold and heavy. The dragon tooth point dipped toward the ground all on its own like a dowsing rod searching for water. Stop that! Frank struggled to lift the spear. He'd have enough trouble jabbing the monster without his spear fighting against him. Then he heard the grass rustle on either side of him. The other two basilisks slithered into the clearing. Frank had walked straight into an ambush. XXIV Frank FMNK swept his spear back and forth. Stay back. His voice sounded squeaky. I've got, amazing powers and stuff. The basilisks hissed in three-part harmony. Maybe they were laughing. The spear tip was almost too heavy to lift now, as if the jagged white triangle of bone was trying to touch the earth. Then something clicked in the back of Frank's mind. Mars had said the tip was a dragon's tooth. Hadn't there been some story about dragon's teeth planted in the ground? Something he'd read in monster class at camp. The basilisks circled him, taking their time. Maybe they were hesitating because of the spear. Maybe they just couldn't believe how stupid Frank was. It seemed like madness, but Frank let the spear tip drop. He drove it into the ground. Crack. When he lifted it out, the tip was gone, broken off in the dirt. Wonderful. Now he had a golden stick. Some crazy part of him wanted to bring out his piece of firewood. If he was going to die anyway, maybe he could set off a massive blaze, incinerate the basilisks, so at least his friends could get away. Before he could get up the courage, the ground rumbled at his feet. Dirt spewed everywhere, and a skeletal hand clawed the air. The basilisks hissed and backed up. Frank couldn't blame them. He watched in horror as a human skeleton crawled out of the ground. It took on flesh as if someone were pouring gelatin over its bones, covering them in glowing, transparent gray skin. Then ghostly clothes enveloped it: a muscle shirt, camo pants, and army boots. Everything about the creature was gray clothes on gray flesh on gray bones. It turned toward Frank. Its skull grinned beneath an expressionless gray face. Frank whimpered like a puppy. His legs shook so badly he had to support himself with the spear shaft. The skeleton warrior was waiting, Frank realized, waiting for orders. Kill the basilisks, he yelped. Not me. The skeletal warrior leaped into action. He grabbed the nearest snake, and though his gray flesh began to smoke on contact, he strangled the basilisk with one hand and flung down its limp body. The other two basilisks hissed with rage. One sprang at Frank, but he knocked it aside with the butt of his spear. The other snake belched fire directly in the skeleton's face. The warrior marched forward and stomped the basilisk's head under his boot. Frank turned toward the last basilisk, which was curled at the edge of the clearing, studying them. Frank's imperial gold spear shaft was steaming, but unlike his bow, it didn't seem to be crumbling from the basilisk's touch. The skeleton warrior's right foot and hand were slowly dissolving from poison. His head was on fire, but otherwise he looked pretty good. The basilisk did the smart thing. It turned to flee. In a blur of motion, the skeleton pulled something from his shirt and flung it across the clearing, impaling the basilisk in the dirt. Frank thought it was a knife. Then he realized it was one of the skeleton's own ribs. Frank was glad his stomach was empty. That was gross. The skeleton stumbled over to the basilisk. It pulled out its rib and used it to cut off the creature's head. The basilisk dissolved into ashes. Then the skeleton decapitated the other two monster carcasses and kicked all the ashes to disperse them. Frank remembered the two gorgons in the Tiber, the way the river had pulled apart their remains to keep them from reforming. You're making sure they don't come back, Frank realized. Or slowing them down, anyway. The skeleton warrior stood at attention in front of Frank. Its poisoned foot and hand were mostly gone. Its head was still burning. What are you?" Frank asked. He wanted to add, "Please don't hurt me." The skeleton saluted with its stump of a hand. Then it began to crumble, sinking back into the ground. "Wait," Frank said. "I don't even know what to call you. Tooth Man? Bones? Gray?" As its face disappeared beneath the dirt, the warrior seemed to grin at the last name, or maybe that was just its skeletal teeth showing. Then it was gone, leaving Frank alone with his pointless spear. "Gray," he muttered. "Okay, but..." He examined the tip of his spear. Already, a new dragon was starting to grow out of the golden shaft. "You get 3 charges out of it," Mars had said, "so use it wisely." Frank heard footsteps behind him. Percy and Hazel ran into the clearing. Percy looked better, except he was carrying a tie-dyed man satchel from R.O.F.L, definitely not his style. Riptide was in his hand. Hazel had drawn her spade. "Are you okay?" she asked. Percy turned in a circle, looking for enemies. "Iris told us you were out here battling the basilisks by yourself, and we were like, what? We came as fast as we could. That happened." "I'm not sure," Frank admitted. Hazel crouched next to the dirt where Gray disappeared. Brother has here or. The basilisks are dead. I sense death. Either my Percy stared at him in awe. You killed them all? Frank swallowed. He already felt like enough of a misfit without trying to explain his new undead minion. 3 charges. Frank could call on Grey twice more. But he'd sensed malevolence in the skeleton. It was no pet. It was a vicious, undead killing force, barely controlled by the power of Mars. Frank got the feeling it would do what he said, but if his friends happened to be in the line of fire, oh well. And if Frank was a little slow giving it directions, it might start killing whatever was in its path, including its master. Mars had told him the spear would give him breathing room until he learned to use his mother's talents. Which meant Frank needed to learn those talents fast. Thanks a lot, Dad, he grumbled. What? Hazel asked. Frank, are you okay? I'll explain later, he said. Right now, there's a blind man in Portland we've got to see. XXV Percy already felt like the lamest demigod in the history of Lame. The purse was the final insult. They'd left ROFL in a hurry, so Iris hadn't meant the bag as a criticism. She'd quickly stuffed it with vitamin-enriched pastries, dried fruit leather, macrobiotic beef jerky, and a few crystals for Gok K1 luck. Then she'd shoved it at Percy. Here, you 11 need this. Oh, that looks good. The purse, masculine accessory bag was rainbow tie-dyed with a peace symbol stitched in wooden beads and the slogan "Hug the whole world." Percy wished it said "Hug the commode." He felt like the bag was a comment on his massive, incredible uselessness. As they sailed north, he put the man satchel as far away from him as he could, but the boat was small. He couldn't. How he'd broken down when his friends had needed him. First, he'd been dumb enough to leave them alone when he had run back to the boat, and Hazel had gotten kidnapped. Then he'd watched that army marching south and had some kind of nervous breakdown. Embarrassing? Yeah. But he couldn't help it. Vivienne, he'd seen those evil centaurs and cyclopes, it had seemed so wrong, so backward, that he thought his head would explode. And that giant had given him a feeling the opposite of what he felt when he stood in the ocean. Percy's energy had drained out of him, leaving him weak and feverish, like his insides were eroding. Iris's medicinal tea had helped his bco feel better, but his mind still hurt. He'd heard stories about amputees who had phantom pains where their missing legs and arms used to be. That's how his mind felt, like his missing memories were aching. Worst of all, the farther north Percy went, the more those memories faded. He had started to feel better at Camp Jupiter, remembering random names and faces. But now even Annabeth's face was getting dimmer. At ROFL, when he'd tried to send an Iris message to Annabeth, Fleecy had just shaken her head sadly. "If like you're dialing somebody," she said, "but you've forgotten the number. Or someone is jamming the signal. Sorry, dear. I just can't connect you." He was terrified that he'd lose Annabeth's face completely when he got to Alaska. Maybe he'd wake up one day and not remember her name. Still, he had to concentrate on the quest. The sight of that enemy army had shown him what they were up against. It was early in the morning of June 21st, now. They had to get to Alaska, find the NATOs, locate the Legion's standard, and make it back to Camp Jupiter by the evening of June 24th. 4 days. Meanwhile, the enemy had only a few hundred miles to. Percy guided the boat through the strong currents off the northern California coast. The wind was cold, but it felt good, clearing some of the confusion from his head. He bent his will to push as hard as he could. The hull rattled as the Pax plowed its way north. Meanwhile, Hazel and Frank traded stories about the events at Rainbow Organic Foods. Frank explained about the blind seer Phineas in Portland, and how Iris had said that he might be able to tell them where to find the NATOs. Frank wouldn't say how he had managed to kill the basilisks, but Percy got the feeling it had something to do with the broken point of his spear. Whatever had happened, Frank sounded more scared of the spear than the basilisks. When he was done, Hazel told Frank about their time with Fleecy. "So this Iris message worked?" Frank asked. Hazel gave Percy a sympathetic look. She didn't mention his failure to contact Annabeth. "I got in touch with Raina," she said. "You're supposed to throw a coin into a rainbow and say this incantation, like, 'O Iris, goddess of the rainbow, accept my offering.' Except Fleecy kind of changed it. She gave us what did she call it, her direct number? So I had to say, 'Oh Fleecy, do me a solid. Show Raina at Camp Jupiter.' I felt kind of stupid, but it worked. Raina's image appeared in the rainbow, like in a two-way video call. She was in the baths. Scared her out of her mind. That I would have paid to see, Frank said. I mean her expression. Not, you know, the baths. Frank. Hazel fanned her face like she needed air. It was an old-fashioned gesture, but cute, somehow. Anyway, we told Raina L1T the army, but like Percy said, she pretty much already knew. It doesn't change anything. She's doing what she can to shore up the defenses. Unless we unleash death, and get back with the eagle, the camp can't stand against that army, Frank finished. Not without help. After that, they sailed in silence. Percy kept thinking about Cyclopes and centaurs. He thought about Annabeth, the satyr Grover, and his dream of a giant warship under construction. You came from somewhere, Raina had said. Percy wished he could remember. He could call for help. Camp Jupiter shouldn't have to fight alone against the giants. There must be allies out there. He fingered the beads on his necklace, the lead probationable, and the silver ring Raina had given him. Maybe in Seattle he'd be able to talk to her sister Hyla. She might send help assuming she didn't kill Percy on sight. After a few more hours of navigating, Percy's eyes started to droop. He was afraid he'd pass out from exhaustion. Then he caught a break. A killer whale surfaced next to the boat, and Percy struck up a mental conversation with him. It wasn't exactly like talking, but it went something like this. Could you give us a ride north? Percy asked, like as close to Portland as possible? Eat seals, the whale responded. Are you seals? No, Percy admitted. I've got a man satchel full of macrobiotic beef jerky, though. The whale shuddered. Promise not to feed me this, and I will take you north. Deal. Soon Percy had made a makeshift rope harness and strapped it around the whale's upper body. They sped north under whale power, and at Hazel and Frank's insistence, Percy settled in for a nap. His dreams were as disjointed and scary as ever. He imagined himself on Mount Tamalpais, north of San Francisco, fighting at the old Titan stronghold. That didn't make sense. He hadn't been with the Romans when they had attacked, but he saw it all clearly, a Titan in armor, Annabeth and two other girls fighting at Percy's side. One of the girls died in the battle. Percy knelt over her, watching as she dissolved into stars. Then he saw the giant warship in its dry dock. The bronze dragon figurehead glinted in the morning light. The riggings and armaments were complete, but something was wrong. A hatch in the deck was open, and smoke poured from some kind of engine. A boy with curly black hair was cursing as he pounded the engine with a wrench. Two other demigods squatted next to him, watching with concern. One was a teenage guy with short blonde hair. The other was a girl with long dark hair. You realize it's the solstice, the girl said. We're supposed to leave today. I know that. The curly-haired mechanic whacked the engine a few more times. Could be the fizz rockets. Could be the same flange. Could be Gia messing with us again. I'm not sure. How long? The blonde guy asked. 2-3 days. They may not have that long, the girl warned. Something told Percy that she meant Camp Jupiter. Then the scene shifted again. He saw a boy and his dog roaming over the yellow hills of California. But as the image became clearer, Percy realized it wasn't a boy. It was a cyclops in ragged jeans and a flannel shirt. The dog was a shambling mountain of black fur, easily as big as a rhino. The cyclops carried a massive club over his shoulder, but Percy didn't feel that he was an enemy. He kept yelling Percy's name, calling him. Brother? He smells farther away, the cyclops moaned to the dog. Why does he smell farther? Roof, the dog barked, and Percy's dream changed again. He saw a range of snowy mountains, so tall they broke the clouds. Gia's sleeping face appeared in the shadows of the rocks. Such a valuable pawn, she said soothingly. Do not fear, Percy Jackson. Come north. Your friends will die, yes. But I will preserve you for now. I have great plans for you. In a valley between the mountains lay a massive field of ice. The edge plunged into the sea, hundreds of feet below, with sheets of frost constantly crumbling into the water. On top of the ice field stood a legion camp, ramparts, moats, towers, barracks, just like Camp Jupiter except 3 times as large. At the crossroads outside the Principia, a figure in dark stood shackled to the ice. Percy's vision swept past him, into the headquarters. There, in the gloom, sat a giant even bigger than polyboats. His skin glinted gold. Displayed behind him were the tattered, frozen banners of a Roman legion, including a large, golden eagle with its wings spread. We await you, the giant's voice boomed. While you fumble your way north, trying to find me, my armies will destroy your precious camps, first the Romans, then the others. You cannot win, little demigod. Percy lurched awake in cold gray daylight, rain falling on his face. I thought I slept heavily, Hazel said. Welcome to Portland. Percy sat up and blinked. The scene around him was so different from his dream, he wasn't sure which was real. The Pax floated on an iron-black river through the middle of a city. Heavy clouds hung low overhead. The cold rain was so light, it seemed suspended in the air. On Percy's left were industrial warehouses and railroad tracks. To his right was a small downtown area, an almost cozy-looking cluster of towers between the banks of the river and a line of misty forested hills. Percy rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. How did we get here? Frank gave him a look like, you won't believe this. The killer whale took us as far as the Columbia River. Then he passed the harness to a couple of 12-foot sturgeons. Percy thought Frank had said surgeons. He had this weird image of giant doctors in scrubs and face masks, pulling their boat upstream. Then he realized Frank meant sturgeons, like the fish. He was glad he hadn't said anything. Would have been embarrassing, his being son of the sea god and all. Anyway, Frank continued, the sturgeons pulled us for a long time. Hazel and I took turns sleeping. Then we hit this river, the Willamette, Hazel offered. Right, Frank said. After that, the boat kind of took over and navigated us here all by itself. Sleep okay? As the Pax glided south, Percy told them about his dreams. He tried to focus on the positive, a warship might be on the way to help Camp Jupiter. A friendly Cyclops and a giant dog were looking for him. He didn't mention what Gia had said, your friends will die. When Percy described the Roman fort on the ice, Hazel looked troubled. So Alcywanius is on a glacier, she said. That doesn't narrow it down much. Alaska has hundreds of those. Percy nodded. Maybe the seer dude Phineas can tell us which one. The boat docked itself at a wharf. The three demigods stared up at the buildings of drizzly downtown Portland. Frank wiped the rain off his flat top hair. So now we find a blind man in the rain, Frank said. Nay.